History of the Labor Movement in the United States. Volume 9. The T.U.E.L. to the End of the Gompers Era. By Philip S. Foner. Copyright 19. Contents. Preface. Post-war depression. New England textile strike, 1922. San Pedro strike of the IWW. Women workers. The T.U.E.L. predecessors. The T.U.E.L. formation and early development. The T.U.E.L. advances. The T.U.E.L. setbacks. The railroad workers. Machinists and carpenters. The miners, L. The miners, LL, Nova Scotia. The miners, IL. The ladies' garment workers. The fur workers. Men's clothing and millinery workers. U.S. labor and the Soviet Union, RAIC. The black workers. Independent political action 20. End of the Gompers era. Notes. Index. Preface. This is the 9th volume of my history of the labor movement in the United States. The preceding volume covered the post-war labor militancy between 1918 to 1920. The present volume carries the history of the labor movement from late 1920 to the end of the Gompers era in late 1924. The opening chapters deal with the effects of the post-war depression on American workers and two important strikes, New England textile strike of 1922 and the struggle waged by the industrial workers of the world, IWW, in San Pedro, California, 1922 to 1925. The fourth chapter deals with the position of women workers in industry and the labor movement and the key issues that concern them. The rest of the volume is largely devoted to the background, early history and activities of the Trade Union Educational League, founded and led by William Z. Foster. The period covered by the present volume has been viewed by nearly all labor historians as one hardly favorable to Union growth and militancy, marked almost entirely by retreat and the quiescence of workers, resulting from the frontal assault of employers using the American plan and every other possible belligerent tactic, along with scientific management and paternalistic welfare capitalism. All of these forces caused the sapping of workers' militancy during the 19,205 until the opening of the Great Depression. 1. The view of labor historians that the years after the great post-war militant upsurge of the labor movement was followed by quiescence did not originate recently. Even Sylvia Copeland, who published an important study in 1924 about the insurgency in the United Mine Workers of America, stated that by the end of 1919 all that remained of the miners' militancy were merely echoes, significant echoes, it is true, yet no more than byproducts of a struggle that had been lost. 2. The present volume devotes 3 chapters to the militant insurgency in the United Mine Workers from 1920 to 1924. In addition, there are chapters that discuss militant insurgency in the railroad, machinists, carpenters, ladies' garment, fur workers in millinery workers' unions, and its beginnings in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. In reviewing Theodore Draper's Roots of American Communism in 1937, William Z. Foster charged that he virtually ignores the activities of the Trade Union Educational League, T.U.E.L, during these early years. The fact is, however, that especially after the beginning of 1922, this organization, which was led by communists, was a real factor in the labor movement and in the big strikes and other struggles of these years of hard battle for the workers. The T.U.E.L had as its key slogans, the amalgamation of the craft unions into industrial organizations, the organization of the unorganized, the formation of a labor party, the recognition of Soviet Russia, and generally the development of a militant fighting policy by the workers to counter the powerful offensive of the employers. With its active participation in many big strikes of the period, the T.U.E.L, based upon a left progressive united front, quickly became a national influence in labor's ranks. 3. Roger Kieran says in the introduction to his Communist Party and the Auto Workers' Unions that there have been 3 broad assumptions governing the study of the Communist Party's role in labor. The Communists were not legitimate trade unionists. They were not an important influence in the labor movement. And they were not good communists. 4. To this one must add another. They simply did not exist. Theodore Draper's work, criticized by Foster, belongs to the last category. But Draper is by no means the only historian who virtually ignores the activities of the T.U.E.L during these early years, in a criticism of Michael Kazin's review of David Montgomery's The Fall of the House of Labor. The Workplace, the State, and American Labor Activism, 1886 feet 1925, published in The Nation of September 5, 1987, I observed. Michael Kazin has no room for criticism of the author's inadequate treatment of the Trade Union Educational League. In a book of over 500 pages, Montgomery devotes barely 3 pages to the T.U.E.L. His mention of William Z. Foster, head of the League, is limited to 3 references. One is a footnote on page 420, referring to Foster's work as secretary of the National Committee to organize iron and steel workers. This is certainly a shocking disregard of the driving force asterisk, as the reader will see. In calling for organizing the unorganized, the T.U.E.L placed special emphasis on the need to organize black workers. Most scholars have by now abandoned these assumptions. But some, like Aileen S. Creditor and William L. O'Neill, remain rooted in their anti-communism. The latter, in reviewing Creditor's vitriolic Jimmy Higgins, The Mental World of the American Rank and File Communist, 1.93019588, wrote that the book exposes the hollowness of more recent efforts to find in the communist experience redeeming merits of some usable past. Labor History 30. Summer 1989. 476. Fortunately for American workers, the labor leaders who formed the 010 found many such redeeming merits in the communist experience in the trade Benean Educational League and, as we shall see in our next volume, the Trade Union Unity League. Behind the Great Steel Strike of 1919 and one of the most influential labor figures of the period, equally shocking is the absence of any reference to V.J. Lenin and in particular, his important pamphlet L.W.Z.N.G. Communism, an Infantile Disorder. When published in English in the United States, it played a significant role in assisting Foster to overcome dual unionist influences among militant workers, including those in the early Communist Party. It is significant that David Sapis, one of the most astute observers of the labor scene in the 19,205 and whose papers Montgomery has researched at the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, believed that the Trade Union Educational League was the major force for progressive unionism in the labor movement. None of these activities of the League nor of any aspect of the organization which caused Sapas's observations are mentioned, let alone discussed, by Montgomery. The casual treatment of this organization in the fall of the House of Labor, along with the equally casual treatment of William Z. Foster, bespeaks an anti-communist prejudice that is startling. To this Kazin tersely replied, criticism of what an author left out of his book are best addressed to the author himself. But 2 points should be made about Foner's special pleading. First, Montgomery places the T.U.E.L. in the context of a declining labor movement and an even weaker American left in the mid-19,205. Neither Foner nor Lenin was able to do much about that. Second, to accuse Montgomery of anti-communism because he doesn't share Foner's scholarly preoccupation is both ridiculous and sad. Foner is either being sectarian or is merely jealous of the stature of another historian. Point 5. I leave it to readers to decide whether or not criticism of what an author omits, especially if it is crucial to an understanding of the period the book covers, is not the duty of a reviewer. As for the stupid point he makes about jealous, it would be charitable to ignore it. As for the observation about neither Foner nor Lenin, a strange positioning of names, this reflects the school of labor history in the realist vein, which assumes that nothing could have been done by organized labor to stem the tide of the open shop drive, buttressed by the power exercised by labor's opponents in government. In short, since the work of the left wing, led by the T.U.E.L, was, in their eyes, irrelevant, it simply can be ignored. Are we to assume that militant struggles by workers in a decade when the enemies of labor exercised great power in government and business, a decade of passivity and even worse on the part of the labor leadership, are to be ignored because these struggles did not, in many cases, end in victory? Are we to ignore the fact that the left wing fought for union policies which many, yes, many, trade unionists believed would reverse the decline of the labor movement, especially when these policies were later adopted with stunning results by a labor leadership which, fortunately, had learned through bitter experience that anti-communism had had tragic results for the labor movement? What makes Montgomery's treatment of these issues deplorable is that he himself has demonstrated in the fall of the House of Labor that the rapidly growing ranks of the unskilled laborers and factory workers were part of a regime of machine-paced production being to encompass both craftsmen and laborers. To be sure, he further demonstrates that these workers had developed ways to resist total employer managerial domination, including widespread restriction, high turnover, and sabotage. But what he does not really deal with is the need for the organization of all labor, and that the Trade Union Educational League was the one organization that raised and pressed this issue in the face of bitter and unprincipled opposition from the established leaders of organized labor. Having taken the reader to the point where the need for the T.U.E.L becomes crystal clear, Montgomery refused to take the next step of meticulously describing, as he does with other issues, the policies, programs, and activities of the movement which might have prevented the fall of the House of Labor. Lest the Montgomery method and tactic of anti-communism be considered to be confined to the fall of the House of Labor, I cite the following. In an article, Trends in Working Class History, Labor, Le Travail 19. Spring 1987 to 1922, Montgomery lists and briefly discusses scores of books on the history of the American working class published between 1977 and 1987. But he merely lists Roger Kieran's The Communist Party and the Auto Workers Unions, Bloomington, 1980. Even though it has been widely hailed as a breakthrough work because of its positive evaluation of the Communist Party's role in the auto industry, and because it marks a sharp departure from several previous works on the subject tainted by anti-communism. Indeed, writing in International Labor and Working Class History 20, Fall 1981, 41 the journal Montgomery himself edits, Paul Boole observed. Roger Kieran has written by far the best book on the left in the auto industry thus far, well-researched, documented with oral sources, scrupulous in tying up loose ends, sympathetic to his subjects without falling into an critical stance. Certainly such a book merited more than a mere listing. And what is to be said of the fact that while Montgomery discusses the black worker during Reconstruction, he has no room for the publication during the period he covers for the 8-volume documentary history of the black worker from colonial times to the present, collected and edited by Philip S. Foner and Ronald Lewis, and published by Temple University Press? In his article on the labor movement in the 19,205 in a recent issue of International Labor and Working Class History, Montgomery briefly mentions opposition to the policies of the leadership of the American Federation of Labor during this period, policies that he himself does not criticize, and lists such dissidents as socialists, anarchists, Mustyites, Lovestonites, even drags in Diego Rivera, the great Mexican artist, but totally ignores the most important organizations that oppose these policies, the Trade Union Educational League and the Trade Union Unity League, both led by William Z. Foster. 6 This is like Hamlet without Hamlet. Some may view these comments on a fellow labor historian as too polemical and strident in tone. But the state of recent labor history on this particular period is so dismal that frankness is in order. It is thus refreshing to read the 1988 unpublished doctoral dissertation at the University of Pennsylvania by Edward P. Johanningsmeyer, William Z. Foster. Labor Organizer and Communist. Although it stops with 1926, it is a much-needed work. Johanningsmeyer is hardly uncritical of Foster, the Trade Union Educational League, and the Workers' Communist Party, but at the very least, he recognizes their existence and sets forth in detail their contributions to the labor movement in the early 1905. Based on many new sources, it is a work that is in sharp contrast to the prevailing approach towards the most active and militant left-wing organizations and leaders in the U.S. labor movement in the decade before the Great Depression when, as the reader of the present and following volume of the History of the Labor Movement in the United States will learn, many American workers were anything but quiescent. While Robert H. Zeger and I do not see eye to eye on many aspects of American labor history, I agree with his statement in his review essay, Which Side Are You On? Workers, Unions and Critics. Although labor historians have of late been busy describing and analyzing working-class culture and telling the story of the inarticulate, unions and their peregrinations remain central to labor history. 7. Whenever possible, I have tried to incorporate a synthesis of the remarkable burst of labor history scholarship that has appeared in the last 2 decades. At several points I have interrupted the narrative to review the main issues in historiographical debate. As in the case of previous volumes of the history of the labor movement in the United States, in writing this book I have received help from many institutions and pay 0 PLE. I am grateful again to the cooperation of libraries, librarians and archivists. I particularly thank Dorothy Swanson of, at this writing one chapter of Johanningsmeyer's dissertation has been published, William Gig Eater and the Syndicalist. League of North America, Labor History 30, Summer 1989. The Tamiment Institute Library of New York University, to whom so many labor historians are grateful. I wish also to thank the University of Pennsylvania Library, especially its splendid interlibrary loan department, the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, the libraries of the University of Wisconsin, Indiana University, Princeton University, Columbia University, Temple University, Harvard University, Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, Rutgers University, University of California, Los Angeles, University of California, Berkeley, University of California, Santa Cruz, University of Michigan, Wayne State University, University of Chicago, Northwestern University, University of Colorado, University of Maryland, New York Public Library, Library of Congress, National Archives, Library of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am grateful to Jules Chazin for assistance in acquiring manuscript materials in the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, especially the David J. Sapis papers. I am also grateful to my brother Henry Foner, who read the entire manuscript and made valuable suggestions. Philip S. Foner, Emeritus, Professor of History, Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. Chapter 1. Post-War Depression. In American Workers, American Unions, 1920 to 1985, the historian Robert H. Ziegler characterizes the post-World War I period as being marked by convulsive upheaval and depression. However, he hardly pauses before proceeding immediately to the years 1923 to 1929, which he calls a period of unparalleled prosperity. 1. Such a casual treatment of the post-World War I economic crisis is hardly helpful to the reader in understanding the problems that faced American workers and their unions in the early 1905. Layoffs and wage cuts. The post-war depression began in the late summer and fall of 1920 and, even though revival took place in some communities by the spring of 1922, industry as a whole did not begin to fully recover until the fall of 1923.2 in January 1921. The iron, steel and coal industries were reported to be severely depressed with 180,000 men out of work in the Pittsburgh district, which encompassed western Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio, and northern West Virginia. The number of unemployed was increasing almost daily. The suspension of operations in the district was also having its effect in the large offices, with the result that thousands of clerks, stenographers and bookkeepers are out of work. 3. By the fall of 1921, many factories were operating at one-third of capacity. However, not all industries experienced a slump. In July 1921, Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover announced that, as far as the boot and shoe industry is concerned, the depression is over. He explained the reason. Factories in Massachusetts are manufacturing millions of pairs of shoes on orders from Russia, and consequently there has been considerable improvement in the number of workers employed in the industry. 4. Unfortunately, as a result of the U.S. government's hostile policy, other industries were not permitted to benefit from trade with the Soviet Union. A number of economists attributed the depression to the end of the war and the halt in the government's purchase of war material. One immediate result was that all the war brides, the name given to industries born during the war, suspended their operations, throwing hundreds of thousands of workers into the ranks of the unemployed. 5. American business generally, however, viewed the economic crisis as the result of a far deeper problem. Writing at the beginning of the 19,205, Garrett pointed out that American business was despairing at overproduction, believing that we are equipped to produce more of the goods that satisfy human wants than we can use. A number of other observers also commented on the prevalent business view that America was experiencing universal consumptive indigestion, resulting from the outright satiation of human wants. To this, the radical economist Scott Nearing replied, "Of course, there are men and women who are willing and anxious to get the shoes and blankets that the machines turn out, but they are unable to buy them because they have no money, and they have no money because they can get no work. Since they have ceased to spend, the producer must cease to produce, and so the economic paralysis spreads, until millions are suffering." 6. Statistics bore out the validity of Nearing's observation. 16 studies of minimum wages concluded that bare subsistence for an American family of 5 required $1,617 annually. A minimum comfort standard of living would require $2,000. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics prepared an extended and detailed budget to establish a bottom level of health and decency below which a family cannot go without danger of physical and moral deterioration. This budget, based on costs in March 1921, required $2,285 per year for a family of 5. The studies concluded that the earnings of the bulk of the industrial population fell far below the minimum comfort standard covered by these studies. 7. As 1921 opened, the American Federation of Labor estimated that 3.5 million workers were unemployed. 8. As the year closed, the Department of Labor reported that 5,375,000 workers were unemployed. Most commercial newspapers and many economists condemned the department for publishing this information. Some even went so far as to charge it with spreading injurious propaganda by placing a powerful weapon in the hands of socialists, anarchists, Bolsheviks, and other dangerous elements. 9. The New York Times, infuriated, placed the number of unemployed at only one-half the figure released by the Department of Labor. Nevertheless, the Times made a valid point when it noted that there was simply no accurate information, based on careful government or other surveys, on the exact number of unemployed, with figures ranging from 1,500,000 to 6, 7 and 8 millions out of work. New York Times, September 12, 1921. But such red baiting could not hide the fact that millions of workers were unemployed. It is true that many workers, both male and female, were cushioned from the immediate effects of the crisis by the reserves they had built up during the widespread employment and relatively high wartime wages. 10. However, this relief was only temporary, and it was totally non-existent for the demobilized military and naval personnel. Nor was unemployment the only problem facing American workers. Wage cuts were a common phenomenon throughout all industry. The headline in the New York Times of January 15, 1921, read, "Nationwide. Cuts are made in wages." The story that followed told of wage reductions of from 10 to 25% throughout all of American industry. Although most of the steel corporations were among those reducing wages, U.S. Steel had not yet done so. However, in April 1921, its workers had their wages cut by 20%. In July, wages were cut again, and the corporation abolished time and half pay for work performed after 8 hours, thus further reducing wages by approximately 16%. Before April 1st, steelworkers in U.S. steel mills were paid $6.30 a day for 12 hours work. In April, wages were cut to $5.04 a day, and by the end of July, as a result of the abolition of the basic 8-hour day and the payment of straight time for the entire 12 hours of work, daily wages had been reduced to $4.32, a cut of over 30%. The 12-hour day, with a 20-hour shift every 2 weeks, was still in effect in the steel industry. 11. Simultaneously with the new wage cuts, U.S. Steel announced that profits, net earnings, as defined by the company were, for the period from 1916 to 1920, $1,740,736,268, and that between 1919 and 1920, they had increased from $195,689,062 to $214,186,398.12. In at least one instance, the campaign to cut wages failed. In July 1921, Armour, Swift, and other meatpackers asked Judge Samuel B. Altshuler, who had been designated by President Wilson as arbitrator for the industry, for a general reduction of the wages of workers employed in their plants, citing the decline in the cost of living since the war as justification. Although Judge Altshuler had granted a wage cut the previous March because of declining business, he denied this latest request. He also made some pertinent comments on the cost of living, noting that, while there has been undoubtedly a considerable recession since last December, I am not convinced that as applied to a large majority of such employees, it has fallen as much as the employers contend. We know that in some very important respects it has not declined at all, he continued. For an account of the events leading up to Judge Altshuler's appointment as arbitrator, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, 7, New York, 1987, 230-36. If these employees have taxes to pay on any property they may possess, they have found them constantly mounting, with reasonable certainty of still higher rates. Most of them must use the streetcars, and fares remain stationary at 60% above what they were. Gas and electricity also remain at the highest price. Fuel, which all must have, is not apparently lowered to these small consumers, while ice has become almost prohibitive in price. Rents, which have not yet receded from the high mark of 1920, have in instances even mounted, and show no sign of abatement. Judge Altshuler ruled that wages should not be reduced to the pre-war level, contending that to cut the workers' wages for a second time would reduce their purchasing power so that they would receive a smaller proportion of the fruits of the industry than they had received before the war. He therefore denied the employers' demands. 13. Women workers during the Depression, idle women increasing, read the headlines in the nation's press toward the end of October 1921. In New York City, according to a report of 3 employment bureaus operated by the Young Women's Christian Association, unemployment among women had increased to the point where about 10% more women were out of work than had been unemployed in October 1920. The condition is serious, declared Dorothy P. Wells, director of the employment department of the YWCA's Central Branch, where 3,000 young women had applied in vain for work during the month. Unless conditions change, there will be many cases of actual want this winter. 14. That same month, unemployed veterans, dressed in their uniforms, paraded through New York City's subway trains begging for handouts. A woman, herself out of work, who had been asked by an ex-serviceman on the subway for a contribution, wrote to the New York Times, "I am a woman over 50 years old, and 3 years ago, I was left without any means of support. I was brought up in refinement, and now I have to go day after day looking for a position. Always the same thing. I am not young enough for the work. I am strong and willing to work, but I am having a heartbreaking time. I am too proud to sleep in the parks and ask charity from the public." 15. By the winter of 1922, many women, young and old alike, were facing the prospect of sleeping in the parks. The lady bum was becoming almost as common as the male bum himself. There was, however, a fundamental difference between the two. One who described herself as a lady bum pointed to the fur coat she still possessed as providing the basic distinction. You will argue that any woman with an empty stomach and a fur coat ought to sell the fur coat for a shabby one and spend the money for food. That is because you have never been a Lady Byrne. A fur coat gets her places that a full stomach never would. It is her entree into hotel washrooms when she is dirty from job hunting. It gets her into department store restrooms when she is sore of foot. And in the last stages, it gets her help from a certain class of people who would be glad to help her if she had suddenly lost her purse, but who never would if she had never had a purse. And then most important of all, it helps her hang on to her last scraps of self-respect. A year later the promised industrial revival still had not occurred, and in the winter of 1923, another, Lady Byrne, in New York City wrote, "To date, besides the writing field, we have tried for a clerical job, as office assistant, bookkeeper, saleslady, file clerk, cashier, restaurant, drugstore, movies, usher in a well-known restaurant, or a doctor's secretary, to say nothing of 40 to 11 other trades, and are still unemployed and down to our last nickel. 17. Those who were employed may have been lucky, but their wages had been cut." Errand girls who had earned from $12 to $15 a week in October 1920 were earning from $8 to $10 in the fall of 1921. The New York Times reported that many other women workers had had their wages cut in proportion as the demand for workers of any kind had diminished. 18. Black workers. Black women, like black workers in general, suffered the most during the post-war depression. When the war came to an end, the demand for black labor slackened. The nation's war industries, which had depended heavily upon cheap, unskilled Negro labor, were dismantled and reconverted to peacetime production, resulting in the mass discharge of black workers. As millions of whites returned to the ranks of industrial labor from the armed forces, employers did not hesitate to replace their women workers, and the first to go were the black women. 19 in Chicago, where thousands of black workers were unemployed, the local Chamber of Commerce wired to its southern counterparts, "Are you in need of Negro labor? Large surplus here." Actually, despite the demand for black labor in the South during the post-war months, very few blacks left the industrial centers of the Midwest and Northeast to take jobs offered by Southern employers. 20. The 1921 economic depression made the situation even more acute for black workers. In Detroit, black unemployment rates were 5 times as high as those of native white workers and twice as high as those of foreign-born workers. In Buffalo, it was estimated that unemployment among black male workers was somewhere near 50%. Colored workers are the last to be hired and the first to be fired, the superintendent of the colored branch of the New York State Employment Bureau declared in February 1921. Always discriminated against by some employers, the present condition of unemployment is causing great suffering among the colored people. A Women's Bureau study in the spring of 1922 revealed that the number of black women workers in industry had been reduced more sharply since the war than any category of white women, native or foreign-born. 21. Since few blacks wished to return to their former homes in the South, even with no work conditions in the North were more tolerable, the unemployment in cities like Chicago, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Cleveland, and others which had been magnets for Southern blacks during the Great Migration, 22 increased. One factor that kept black workers from returning to the South were reports from that region that whites were driving Negro workmen away from jobs, demanding that they be given preference in employment. 23. To reduce the number of unemployed workers, the Detroit Board of Commerce arranged for the city to deport all indigent immigrants. A total of 512 Mexicans, many of whom had been formerly employed in the auto industry, were repatriated from Detroit in groups of 10 to 20 persons and transported by train to the Mexican border. 24. Unemployed demonstrations. In January 1921, the Municipal Employment Bureau of Baltimore announced that blacks and whites in equal numbers would be hired at jobs offered by the Bureau, in an effort to relieve the unemployment situation. On January 24, the day the Bureau opened its office, 2,000 men, black and white, were lined up for the 100 laboring jobs at 30 cents an hour. 25. Such efforts to relieve the unemployment situation, however, were rare. Whichever ones there were often came about after demonstrations by the unemployed. In Binghamton, New York, Bolshevist agents, members of the so-called Communist Party, distributed literature among the unemployed, urging them to demand public jobs. 26 in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where the closing down of many plants that had manufactured munitions during the war threw thousands out of work. During the winter of 1920, the Buffalo chief of police ordered all blacks who appeared to be out of work rounded up. The Buffalo American reported that the police net made its sweep in the city and gathered in good and bad, high and low, the honest and dishonest. A citizen of Buffalo sent a letter to the same paper complaining that, nearly every morning, friendless colored men appear before the judges in the city court with no one to represent or say a word for them. Buffalo American, December 2, 1920. Nellie Ridley in Ibid, February 3, 1921. Ralph Richard Watkins, Black Buffalo, 1920–1927, Ph.D. dissertation, State University of Buffalo, 1972, pp. 101–02. 300 unemployed, many of them ex-servicemen, stormed the welfare building today, July 11, 1921, demanding city jobs be made available by the issuance of $300,000 in emergency bonds to pay for municipal work. The demonstration climaxed a week of parades of unemployed men held under the auspices of the World War veterans. It was followed by the issuance of an emergency bond by the Charity Department to provide some jobs for the unemployed. The more needy cases were taken care of first. 27. Demonstrations by unemployed men to draw attention to their necessities should be permitted so long as they keep within the law, pontificated the New York Times. However, it warned the unemployed not to be influenced by a disquieting incident that had just occurred in Montreal, Canada, where a crowd of men marched into a restaurant and demanded food. At first they were refused, but after making some threats, they were fed. The restaurant invasion was disquieting, the Times explained, because, according to the chairman of the Administrative Commission, a Bolshevist element is fomenting trouble among the unemployed and has a hand in every demonstration. In fact, the Bolshevists were reported to have set up the Unemployed Ex-Servicemen's Association to lead the fight on behalf of the unemployed veterans. There was no room in the United States, the Times concluded, for radicals of Bolshevist tendencies, and the unemployed should realize that following the example of the Canadian unemployed would only have the effect of aggravating the condition and postponing the resumption of employment for all. 28. Some help for the unemployed did come from the trade unions. In St. Paul and Minneapolis, Minnesota, the local trades and labor councils requested that social agencies refer to them for assistance any union members applying for aid, while in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the trade unions contributed funds to the Family Welfare Agency with the understanding that they would be used to care for any union members in need. 29. News of hardships among unemployed Philadelphia textile workers led a group of farmers nearby, who were active in the Farmer Labor Party, to send barrels of fruit and produce for distribution through the textile work. Locals, with the Women's Trade Union League serving as the distribution center. 30. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers of Chicago established a revolving loan fund of $25,000. Other unions gave relief either in cash or kind, and in some instances, established kitchens where cooked food was distributed. 31. Mr. 0. All this was just a drop in the bucket. In September 1921 there was a dramatic presentation of the plight of the unemployed on historic Boston Common. It was directed by a young church worker named Urban Ledoux, who had formerly been a lecturer at Harvard and had also worked in an American consulate. He called himself Mr. 0. On September 10, 1921, he proceeded to auction off 50 unemployed workmen, some of them ex-soldiers, in the manner of a slave auction, and found purchasers for only 2. By the end of the week, he had succeeded in disposing of a score of Boston unemployed at public auction. 33. After calling attention to the plight of the unemployed in Boston, Mr. 0. came to New York to conduct another auction, this one in Bryant Park. New York City Commissioner of Public Welfare Byrd 8. Kohler and AFL organizer Hugh Frayne, both thoroughly alarmed, joined forces to prevent the auction. Ledoux is a dangerous man, said Kohler, and Frayne echoed this view, adding, I am going to ask the Central Trades and Labor Council to call upon the duly constituted authorities to prevent Ledoux from perpetrating such a travesty. 34. The council responded promptly and adopted a resolution calling upon the city, state, and federal authorities to prevent notoriety seekers, self-styled uplifters, and socialistic social workers from auctioning off unemployed men and women in this city. 35. Nothing was said in either this or another resolution about what should be done by the city, state, or federal authorities for unemployed men and women in this city. Undaunted, Ledoux told reporters, the Constitution does not give Kohler, New York's Commissioner of Public Welfare, the right to prevent me from speaking and from lawful plans for the benefit of the unemployed, but that same Constitution was promptly ignored by the New York police, as Commissioner Richard Enright ordered the police to attack unemployed men and women who had gathered in Bryant Park, and refused to allow Ledoux to distribute food to them. Squads of policemen even clubbed old women who were helping Ledoux distribute sandwiches to the hungry. In a telegram of protest to Commissioner Enright, the American Civil Liberties Union informed him that it views with alarm the illegal action and brutal tactics of the department in denying men and women the right to meet and discuss their unfortunate predicament. Every citizen must feel a sense of shame at the refusal of the police to allow the distribution of food to the hungry, jobless and homeless men. The continuance of such methods will inevitably lead to disorder of great magnitude. In the name of American justice and liberty, we urge you to adopt wise, better and more American methods in handling the unemployment crisis we are facing. 36. The ACLU's protest was fruitless. Commissioner Enright simply ignored it. The commercial press and even most of the labor press derided Ledoux's efforts on behalf of the unemployed and homeless. They were dismissed as a publicity stunt, poorly organized and sporadic, and attracting chiefly adventurers and panhandlers from among homeless men. 37. The plight of our jobless men is far too serious to be subjected to such methods, the New York Times berated, even as it conceded that it is an indictment of the competence of civilization that crises of unemployment recur with something like cyclic regularity. 38. However, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers newspaper, Advance, praised Mr. Zero, noting that he had made the unemployment problem alive to many smug people by his slave auctions of jobless men in Boston and other cities. If any of the jobless, homeless ones can be helped by Ledoux's methods, that is so much suffering saved. If Ledoux can move some wealthy employers in New York and Boston into opening their shops instead of holding back to see which way the market jumps, that is all to the good. Most important, if Ledoux can impress any of the employers with the essential wastefulness and horror of capitalism, and join in clearing out the whole system of private ownership of industry and run the productive forces of the nation for the services of all, he will have done a good evening's work. Perhaps it is exactly because he may have such effect that Bird S. Kohler, Commissioner of Public Welfare for Mayor Hylan, and Hugh Hayne, organizer in the New York district for the AFL, moved heaven and the police force to prevent Ledoux's promised auction in Bryant Square. Mr. Zero also served another purpose. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, used the auctions to point out that millions of Southern blacks were being victimized by the system of debt slavery, or peonage, adding, a debt of a few $100s may tie a black man and his family of 10 as securely in bondage to a great white planter as if he had purchased their bodies. The only way for this debt slave to get free from such a master is to get someone else to pay this debt, that is, to sell himself to another, with added charges. By this method, the enslaver gets his bondsman cheaper than in a regular system, for under the debt system he does not have to pay the free market price for a man. 10. In February 1914, the first National Conference on Unemployment, sponsored by the American section of the International Association on Unemployment, was held in New York City. The results of the conference and of further studies were published in a December 1914 pamphlet entitled, A Practical Program for the Prevention of Unemployment in America. Among the remedial proposals were 1. The establishment of public employment exchanges. 2. The systematic distribution of public work. 3. The regulation of industry, and 4. Unemployment insurance. However, the publication was followed by few actions and, as World War I came to an end in 1918, and with the dislocation caused by the end of the war and the soldiers' return, the federal government was without any definite reconstruction plans. 2. To be sure, President Wilson, in his message to Congress on December 2, 1918, nearly a month after the armistice, thought it important that the development of public works of every sort should be promptly resumed in order that opportunities should be created for unskilled labor in particular. Unfortunately, nothing came of this. On January 21, 1919, Senator William S. Kenyon of Iowa introduced a bill providing for the creation of an emergency public works board that would have discretion to use a $100 million appropriation to construct authorized public buildings, while another $300 million was to be advanced by the War Finance Corporation to states and municipalities for their public works. The bill was endorsed by the AFL, among others, but at hearings before the Senate Committee on Education and Labor, the main witness, Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, reflected the views of the Wilson administration by refusing to endorse the proposal. In his view, the difficulties in the economic situation were only temporary. It would be folly in my judgment to start work that is needed solely for the purpose of giving employment to anybody, he advised the committee. 44. Neither Congress nor the President did anything, with the latter adopting a wait-and-see attitude. 45. In July 1921, Meyer London, the socialist congressman from New York, introduced a resolution in the House of Representatives authorizing the appropriation of $500 million to relieve distress resulting from unemployment. The measure was presented while the House was getting ready to vote an appropriation of $500 million to the railroads. The House is voting for what amounts to a subsidy of $500 million to the railroads, London declared in a statement issued in connection with his resolution. This is an appropriate time to ask Congress for an appropriation of $500 million to relieve the situation caused by involuntary unemployment. His resolution, however, was shunted to the Rules Committee, where it died. 46. President's Conference on Unemployment. By the time the post-war depression was underway, most of the war created federal offices dealing with labor problems, including the employment service, had disappeared. A major exception was the women in industry service of the War Labor Board, which, by Act of Congress in 1920, became the Women's Bureau of the U.S. Department of Labor, as demands mounted for federal action to meet the needs of the unemployed and to take steps to stimulate industrial production. President Warren G. Harding called a nationwide President's Conference on Unemployment to assemble in Washington on September 26, 1921. Herbert Hoover, wartime food administrator and Secretary of Commerce in Harding's cabinet, was selected to chair the conference. In explaining the reasons for it, spokespersons for the administration told reporters that Harding, Hoover, and Secretary of Labor Davis believed that complaints will grow louder in this country soon if something is not done to relieve the situation. The offering of unemployed men, for sale, on the block in Boston is regarded as a danger signal worthy of notice. 47. While Gompers and the AFL leadership hailed Harding for calling the conference and agreed to participate, even though in a subordinate role, other labor organizations, particularly the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, voiced skepticism. Advance noted that President Wilson's 2 industrial conferences had been fruitless, and asked, "Will the present be more encouraging?" 48 as the answer, it featured a statement by Scott Nearing. The President and Secretary Hoover are proposing a conference in Washington to relieve the situation. What will they be able to accomplish? They will be able to accomplish about as much for the unemployed as the charity worker accomplishes for the poor by ladling out soup. The great difficulty is that there is no work for the worker because of the breakdown of the economic machine, and neither the President nor Hoover, nor both combined, can start up the economic machine through the instrumentality of a conference. 49. It did not take long for Nearing's pessimism to be vindicated. For one thing, even though Harding promised that presence at the conference would not be based on class representation, 50 those who came were overwhelmingly leaders of trade and industry. Representatives of organized labor and social workers were to act as consultants and had no voting power. 51 Also, Harding opened the conference with an address which neither threw any light upon the problem of unemployment nor held out hope for a solution. After asserting that the industrial depression is a war inheritance, he noted that there is always unemployment under the most favorable conditions. He conceded that there is excessive unemployment today, and we are concerned not only about its diminution, but we are frankly anxious lest it grow worse. But Harding had nothing to offer as a proposal to prevent it from growing worse. In fact, he declared that economic crises were inevitable, and that anyone who thought they could be avoided by this plan, or this policy, or that only HUD's a delusion, when reason is needed for a safe counsel. But the only safe counsel Harding offered was, "I would have little enthusiasm for any proposed relief which seeks either palliation or tonic from the public treasury. The excessive stimulation from that source is to be reckoned a cause of trouble rather than a source of cure. We should achieve but little in a remedial way if we continued to excite a contributing cause." 52. The President further told the conference that the delegates had not been invited to solve the long controverted problems of our social system. He did concede, in passing, that there ought to be work for everybody in the United States who chose to work. But having said this, he offered nothing concrete to realize this objective. 53 The official labor delegates to the conference, Samuel Gompers, Sarah Convoy of the United Textile Workers, and L.F. Carter of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, also came with nothing concrete to offer. The more progressive representatives, however, made 2 demands. 1. Immediate relief for the unemployed, and 2. A cure for the disease in the future. Meyer London proposed the creation of public works projects for the benefit of the unemployed, along with steps toward permanent relief through unemployment insurance. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers submitted a plan for the elimination of slack seasons in the clothing trade by requiring manufacturers to employ their workers all year round. 54 None of these proposals received serious consideration. The first recommendation to receive attention came from the Committee on Emergency Measures, a majority of whom were manufacturers. The committee proposed that the wages of American workers be reduced to the level of German workers. In supporting the proposal, one manufacturer declared, "Mills in Germany in which I am interested are operating up to 12 hours a day for 1/3 of the wages we pay. They can undersell us by 50%, 55. On behalf of the leadership of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Advance criticized Gompers, who was a member of the committee, albeit in the minority, for not speaking out vigorously in opposition to the wage-slashing proposal. The journal suggested that the labor delegates tell the conference, "If as a result of our victory over Germany, she is able to compete with us, the victory was Germany's, not ours." If Germany's defeat has given her such an advantage over us that we must lower our standards of living 50% in order to be able to meet Germany on the industrial field after her debacle in the military field, why should the burden be thrown upon labor? Let capital bear it. Labor was not responsible for the war. Labor fought the war as it was told to by its masters. Labor did not amass fortunes. Advance neglected to point out that the amalgamated clothing workers belonged in this category. From the war, labor did not draft the peace treaty. What the war yielded to labor at best was a job for about 2 years. If capitalism has made such a ghastly botch of the job it has undertaken, it should be frankly admitted that capitalism is bankrupt and let it relinquish its stranglehold upon the world by which it is producing misery in peacetime. Advance concluded sadly. Gompers and his co-delegates will not say that to the conference. 56. After declaring that the solution to the unemployment emergency was primarily a community problem, the National Unemployment Conference adjourned until October 10, when it would consider additional reports. Meanwhile, the conference adopted a proposal for quick relief, which called for the establishment of emergency committees representing the various elements in the community, setting up efficient public employment offices, assembling careful statistics, making home repairs at once instead of waiting until summer, and building homes. Finally, the conference called upon people to urge relatives and friends to make extraordinary sacrifices to assist their own relatives and acquaintances who are out of work. 57. Both Joseph H. DePress, president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and Samuel Gompers joined in endorsing the conference's temporary proposals. The trade union movement in each community will join energetically in the effort to assist in the task of providing work for the thousands who are idle, said Gompers. 58 Once more, however, he offered nothing concrete to further this objective. The one effective thing the labor group at the conference did accomplish was to temporarily block the move to get the conference's endorsement for the allotment of another $500 million to the railroads. L.F. Carter insisted that if the roads got the money from the government, they should be required to use it for the employment of unemployed labor. That spiked the plans of the railroad managers, who want to use the money for dividends, one labor paper reported, and the plan was sidetracked for a while. 59. But only for a while. In the end, the conference endorsed the proposal and recommended that $500 million be advanced to the railroads to help them out of their so-called financial plight. In a minority report, the two trade union members of the committee, joined by Ray Dickinson, editor of Printers, Inc., declared that they approved of the advance, but only with the provision ensuring the expenditure of the money so appropriated in the reemployment of labor. However, the majority report ignored this suggestion. 60. The most significant of the reports to the conference was that of the Committee on Manufactures, of which Gompers, Conboy, and Carter were members. The report advocated a general reduction of wages to the level of those of the workers in Germany, a policy of sharing the work by dividing up existing jobs, repeal of the 8-hour law for the railroads, and the abolition of the Railroad Labor Board, which had given railroad workers something of a voice in determining their wages and conditions. In a minority report, Gompers, Conboy, and Carter charged that the attack on the Adamson 8-hour law for railroad workers could only be construed as an effort to break down the principle of the 8-hour day, since the law had been enacted after the railroad unions had established the 8-hour day by voluntary negotiations. They opposed the demand for abolition of the Railroad Labor Board because that tribunal was the only one in which the railroad workers can now present their claims relating to wages and conditions of employment. The three labor representatives continued. There must be adopted no policy of wage reductions. On the contrary, there must be a policy calling for the highest possible rate of wages in every industry. Reduction of buying power stops purchasing, which in turn inevitably stops manufacturing and creates unemployment. The three dissenters urged the elimination of profiteering and asserted that management, having assumed the responsibilities which went with its functions, has no moral right to tax the public for its inefficiency by costs fixed upon a basis of part-time production. The minority report also referred to a portion of the majority report as artfully worded and intended to imply that businessmen are now selling at a loss, and that the profits and interest have been deflated, and that the only factor that remains for reduction is the wage earner in his wages. 61 Unfortunately, while labor's spokespersons at the conference advanced effective although unavailing arguments against the employers' proposals, they did not come to the meeting with any program of their own. They simply participated in discussions of the program advanced by the representatives of monopoly capitalism. While the President's Conference was meeting, Urban Ledoux, Mr. Zero, presented 50 unemployed men from New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Baltimore as human documents of the misery the conference must abolish. When the conference ended without any concrete proposal for dealing with the economic crisis other than a general wage reduction, Ledoux told reporters that the recommendation was an evidence of selfishness and hardness of heart, which was leading toward a violent revolution. 62. Although social workers were disappointed by the conference's failure to recommend meaningful proposals, most of them viewed the widespread publicity the conference received as serving to focus attention on the problems of unemployment. However, a leading trade unionist scornfully rejected this view. The beautiful speeches at the president's conference will bring no relief for the suffering workers, he wrote. The problem of unemployment will be dealt with effectively only when intelligently organized workers will themselves deal with it. 64 as the conference ended. Advance observed sarcastically, at last the vexing problem of unemployment is solved. What a relief. 65. Proposals for immediate and permanent relief. A number of proposals for dealing with the economic crisis, which did not surface at the conference, were widely discussed in the labor and liberal press as the delegates met in Washington. These included a comprehensive program divided into proposals for immediate relief and those for permanent relief, presented by the Chicago Federation of Labor. In the former category were these recommendations: that the federal authorities shift the extension of credit from speculators to legitimate industry, especially the building industry; that federal authorities open trade relations with Russia so that Russia may place orders in the United States; that authorities of the city, state and national governments begin construction at once on public works already planned and plan new projects; that the Chicago Federation of Labor take up unemployment with officers of the Illinois Federation of Labor, and that if immediate relief is not forthcoming, the Chicago Federation devise ways and means for relief through shorter hours of work. For permanent relief, the following measures were advocated: that the standard working day be permanently shortened to provide work for the unemployed; that each industry organize so as to be able to give permanent work to the workers; that credit and bank facilities be made public utilities; that the Labor Department of the federal government organize a comprehensive employment bureau; that the state Labor Department be empowered to go over the books and accounts of any firm shutting down to ascertain whether the Leah H. Feder argues that from the conference's deliberations there emerged the first clear-cut official statement as to industry's responsibility to aid in the solution of the social problems it had created. Unemployment relief in periods of depression. New York, 1936, page 297. But she offers no evidence in her brief discussion of the conference. Shutdown is a deliberate attempt against workers, and that the workers' representatives be present at the audits. 66. At a meeting of unemployed women in New York's Union Square, Rose Schneiderman, speaking for the Women's Trade Union League, called for more than temporary relief measures. It is necessary, she insisted, for us now to find ways to overcome the scheme that permits this to be a recurrent problem. The plan should be one concerning every state and every city. It should be federalized, if possible, and we hope that it may be. It should be so arranged that public works should be underway when other things show slackness, she continued. Let us build in such time the schools that we need so badly. Roads, bridges, and terminals are also needed. And then let us take the children out of the factories and put their fathers in, and put the children in school where they belong. We ask President Harding to issue a proclamation calling upon employers to take the men into their establishments and to send the children back to the schools. The unemployed women at the meeting unanimously adopted a resolution calling for the re-establishment of federal employment offices, an 8-hour day, the abolition of night work for women, the immediate building of schoolhouses, the establishment of industrial training for women, the passage of the Nolan minimum wage bill, the abolition of all avoidable seasonal work, and a system of unemployment insurance. 67. The industrial workers of the world IWW proposed the immediate adoption of the 4-hour day as the solution for the unemployment problem. Cut down the hours of those who are now working and give the idle a chance at the jobs, declared the industrial worker, official organ of the IWW. It makes no difference what organization you already belong to, or to any for that matter. If you wish to do something for yourself and your fellow workers, there is nothing that will benefit us as well as shorter workday. Altogether for the 4-hour day. 68. Dr. Leo Wallman, Director of the Research Department of the ACW, noted that even though unemployment was, by all odds, the most serious of the modern industrial evils, it had, so far, received only curt and passing notice from the government. As a result, said Wallman, the great mass of industrial workers are at present left wholly without protection against the ravages of unemployment, and private measures of relief and prevention affect only an infinitesimal proportion of the industrial population of the country. Wallman therefore declared that an unemployment program must 1. Provide machinery for the better placement of workers, 2. Seek to add to the number of available jobs, and 3. Make provision for the support of those unemployed, who, in spite of all efforts to employ them, continued to be without work. In short, an adequate public unemployment program must provide a national and integrated system of public employment exchanges, a public policy, and an insurance fund. To this, he went on, should be added a system of national unemployment insurance to be financed by employers and employed workers. 69. Wollman conceded that his proposals were moderate, a characterization that was agreed to by Scott Nearing, even as he praised Wollman for advocating much-needed reforms. In a public letter of advice to President Harding and Commerce Secretary Hoover, Nearing urged that they ask Congress to appropriate $500 million for immediate commencement of various public works, the building of post offices, the drainage of swampland, the irrigation of arid land, reforestation, the construction of roads, and other permanent improvements that would be of some ultimate use to the community. Or they might inaugurate a policy of compelling the states and cities to begin contemplated public works. Again, they might set some more stringent check on the immense sums that are being paid in the form of interest and dividends. They might even make an effort to have the payment of all forms of interest, rent, and dividends stopped until there was enough to feed the hungry mouths of those who want to work. All these things are possible. The railroads are just getting money by the hundreds of millions, why not the unemployed? Excess profits taxes were heaped on to meet a war emergency, why not the same thing to meet the peace emergency? Men were conscripted to win the war. Is there any good reason why wealth should not be conscripted to stave off hunger? However, Nearing did not include in his list a proposal made by Margaret Dreyer Robbins, president of the National Women's Trade Union League, at the October 1921 Convention of Women Delegates in Geneva of the Second International Congress of Working Women. Robbins observed, "Everywhere unemployment, consequent hunger and suffering threaten the homes of the working world. The first step to end this terrible state of affairs," she insisted, was to make war against war, and demand that the billions spent on armaments be used for ending unemployment. Governments that can spend billions in destructive war must learn now to spend millions for constructive peace. Not doles in debasing idleness, but living wages in productive work, this we demand from the governments and economic order in all lands. Breadlines, soup kitchens, and thousands of idle toilers indict the governments and the social order of the world. 71. Both Robbins and Nearing believed that if the capitalist system failed to solve the problem of unemployment, it should be abolished. Robbins, however, was willing to give capitalism another chance, maintaining that either unemployment or capitalism must go. Continue, until the capitalist system that produces it goes over the precipice. 72. In a debate with Professor Walter B. Pitkin of Columbia University on unemployment, Nearing concluded, "Our economic system offers no remedy to the widespread unemployment system now facing the country. The only cure will be found in doing away with the investors and turning over the means of production to the workers, who will produce, not for profit, but for the common good of all." 73. While some of Nearing's proposals were later adopted during the New Deal, none were put into effect during the economic crisis of 1920 to 1923. By the time the economic revival got underway late in 1922, not a single plan had been introduced to prevent future depressions or to lessen their impact on the working class. It was to take the Great Depression that began in October 1929 to alter this situation. In February 1922, the United States Employment Service reported that surveys conducted in 231 of the principal centers of the country showed no general improvement in employment conditions. Nevertheless, after concluding that employment conditions had failed to give any indication of a substantial improvement in business, the report predicted that there will be a decided change for the better by early spring. 74. The economic advances of the era of the so-called good times that were to end in 1929 were already underway. The Workers' Party of America, a coalition of the Communist Party and the Communist Labor Party, issued an appeal to all workers in June 1922, warning them not to be deluded by reports of a coming era of unprecedented prosperity into believing that the capitalists were about to usher in an era of benevolent paternalism. The working people of the country are face to face with a determined effort on the part of the capitalist owners of industry to place upon their backs the burden of paying for the destruction and waste and the breakdown of the capitalist machinery of production caused by the war. The workers are to pay in lower wages, longer hours and worse working conditions. The workers are to pay in a lower standard of living, poorer food, poorer homes, less opportunity for education and recreation for the men, women and children of the working class. 75. The Workers' Party proposed the support of all strikes, education about the nature of the employer's attack on labor, relief for the unemployed, opposition to injunctions and industrial courts, protection of civil liberties. And most important of all, the building up and unifying the trade unions on the basis of a militant, progressive labor program. 76. Chapter 2. The New England Textile Strike of 1922. The World War I boom period brought bonanza profits and full employment to the New England textile industry. In 1920, however, a severe nationwide depression hit the mills hard. Textile prices collapsed, and Southern competition made the future for New England manufacturers seem bleak indeed. By this time the Southern mills were the leading textile producers of the nation. Their machines were newer and faster and their labor costs were lower. To increase their share of the market and to shore up their profits, New England manufacturers reduced wages, increased workloads, and demanded longer hours. The workers were led to believe that these steps were necessary to keep the manufacturers in business and to prevent a number of them from closing down and following the trek to the South. In December 1920, the textile workers accepted a 22.5% pay cut. 14 months later, however, when the employers demanded an additional reduction of 20%, and when the New Hampshire and Rhode Island owners attempted to restore the 54-hour workweek, there was a wave of bitter, prolonged walkouts. As one worker put it, workers of New England have made up their mind to die like men rather than to work like dogs under slave drivers. 2. The reaction of the mill workers was prompt. Weavers at the Royal Mills in the Pawtucket Valley, an area of mill villages southwest of Providence, walked out on January 23, 1922, shutting down the mills. The strikers marched through Pawtucket, calling out the workers in mill after mill. In the Blackstone Valley, a series of mill towns north of Providence, scattered locals of the United Textile Workers protested the owner's announcement. Rhode Island law regarding working hours limited the work week for women and minors to 54 hours, but did not limit the hours of male adults. Leonard E. Tilden, New England. Strike, Monthly Labor Review 16, May 1923, 900. 19. And called a strike. Unorganized workers in the Blackstone mills immediately joined in the walkout. By February the mills in both valleys were shut down, and the strike quickly spread to textile firms in Providence, in Lawrence, Massachusetts and in Manchester, New Hampshire. Soon what amounted to a general textile strike was in full swing throughout New England, with 80,000 workers struggling for 8 to 9 months to defend what they had achieved during the war. 3. The deep pay cuts and longer hours sparked a strike wave unprecedented in the New England textile industry's 100-year history. Maine workers remained on the job, and operatives at a few Massachusetts mills decided to organize before striking. Elsewhere workers struck as soon as the new schedules went into effect. By April the looms were silenced across New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. Textile workers denounced the manufacturers' plans as chattel slavery. Under the new rates, Lowell workers, who had averaged $27.40 a week in June 1920, would take home $16.46, substantially less than the $1,119 per year that a National Association of Cotton Manufacturers study had established as a minimum standard of living for a Lowell family. Women in Lawrence complained that the new wage schedules meant that they would earn from $11 to $11.50 per week rather than from $14 to $14.50. While the pay cuts aroused angry opposition, the key issue for New Hampshire and Rhode Island operatives was the extended work week. They complained that the longer work week meant greater fatigue, less leisure time, and fewer jobs. The Amoskeag Corporation's new schedule in Manchester added 35 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes at the day's end to the workday. Work began at 6:45 a.m. and ended at 5:30 p.m. Women workers objected that the new hours were especially burdensome for them, since they had to do housework and care for their children before and after work. 4. For these reasons the New Hampshire workers refused to give up the 48-hour week. For strikers in Manchester, 8 hours became the symbol of their solidarity and self-respect. Strikers placed cards bearing their slogan in their windows. Demonstrations and rallies featured 8-hour chants. Strikers greeted each other with their watchword and taunted scabs with cries of 8 hours. When asked the reason for his arrest, a man jailed for shouting the slogan at scabs replied, 8 hours. In this way, writes Dexter Philip Arnold, the strikers' key demand became shorthand for their common bonds, their angry rejection of the mill owners' ultimatum, and the struggle for their rights as workers and as citizens. 5 inches in Massachusetts, the law already provided for a 48-hour work week. The strike was conducted mainly by 2 unions, the United Textile Workers of America, affiliated with the AFL, and the Amalgamated Textile Workers of America, which was independent. The one big union, under the leadership of Ben Leger, a former wobbly activist, B also played an important role in Lowell, Massachusetts. Point 6. When the strike got underway, none of the unions were well organized. Less than 1/2 of the strikers in Rhode Island, and approximately 1/4 of them in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, belonged to a union. Nevertheless, the fact that there were no wage reductions announced in the highly organized textile cities of Fall River and New Bedford, Massachusetts impressed the strikers with the need for a union. Point 7. In any case, they left the conduct and management of the struggle largely to the unions and followed the lead and instructions of the union officials. Point 8. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, 2,400 people worked in the cotton textile mills, but only 300 of them belonged to the Amalgamated Textile Workers when the wage cut was announced. The majority of the union members were Finnish. While the most militant workers wanted an immediate walkout, Fred Harwood, the ATW's organizer, urged them to wait until the union was stronger. The workers voted to delay the strike, and while they delayed action, they actively recruited members. By March 1 the local ATW chapter had 900 members and the strike was called. Point 9. In 1922 the AFL's United Textile Workers responded quickly, dispatching organizers to numerous mill towns to aid the operatives and to claim leadership over the protests. Conservative views continued to dominate the UTW. Nevertheless, the AFL affiliate helped operatives to coordinate and maintain their strikes. On the whole, it proved more energetic and more effective than in previous strikes. Although craft locals remained an important part of the AFL union's structure, practical day-to-day activities often resulted in a blurring of craft distinctions. At times, organizers set up mill-wide locals, and Manchester activists even tried to sign up the Amoskegg's office workers. 10. When the United Textile Workers, claiming complete jurisdiction over the industry, refused to cooperate with other unions, the one big union held elections for a 50-member Lawrence Strike Committee, with proportional representation from each struck mill. Although it was dominated by OBU activists, the committee won the support of many unaffiliated strikers. The OBU used frequent mass meetings and rallies to mobilize mass picketing of the mills and established a regular weekly schedule for its newspaper, Lawrence Labor. OBU mass pickets also helped strengthen demonstrations outside mills organized by the UTW. 11A, BCN notes. Divisions between the UTW and the 3 independent textile unions. The OBU, the mule spinners, and the AFL's loom fixers, weakened the Lawrence strike. Conflicts between the OBU and the UTW were particularly harmful. The UTW's single-minded view of itself as the sole legitimate textile union was the primary obstacle to strike unity. When the walkout began, Ben Leger proposed a joint strike committee with representatives from each striking union, but this was rejected by the UTW officials. 12. The UTW and the ATW. Outside of Lawrence, an amazing feature of the strike was the harmonious relationship between the United Textile Workers and the Amalgamated Textile Workers. The latter union organized the mills in the Pawtucket Valley of Rhode Island, Fitchburg, and parts of Lawrence, while the United Textile Workers dominated the rest of New England and was completely in charge of the strike in New Hampshire. The one big union exercised influence only in Lawrence. 13. For once, again with the exception of Lawrence, the effectiveness of a strike conducted by 2 competing organizations was not diminished by any conflict between them. In keeping with its outlook from its founding in 1919, the Amalgamated Textile Workers functioned as an industrial union, including skilled and unskilled, men and women, and all ethnic groups in the strike. What was new was the fact that the United Textile Workers, for the first time, ignored craft divisions and followed suit, at least for the duration of the strike. The strike committees of both unions included the various ethnic groups within the mills. At strike rallies, both unions arranged for speeches to be given in English, French, Finnish, Greek, Portuguese, Italian, and other languages. The 1922 strike also helped bridge differences between old and new immigrants. For the first time, a major New England textile strike attracted sustained, large-scale participation by both groups. Unlike the case too often in the past, English and French-speaking residents did not have to decide whether to join the walkout led by new immigrants. The employers helped promote this cooperation by demanding heavy sacrifices from all workers. 15. Clashes between strikers and scabs began soon after the strike got underway. In Pawtucket on February 21, a striker was killed by the police. See Foner, History of the Labor Movement. 8, 126-30. Although active in street protests, new immigrants held few prominent positions in the UTW-led struggles, and the Manchester Strike Committee did not include any Southern or Eastern Europeans. Nevertheless, common action by old and new immigrants was an important feature of the strike. Dexter Philip Arnold, A Row of Bricks. Worker activism in the Merrimack Valley Textile Industry, 1912-1922. Ph.D. dissertation, University of Wisconsin. Madison, 1985, page 764. And 17 were wounded, including 10 women strikers. On February 23, the day of the funeral, 5,000 marched in the funeral procession. 16. The Cavalry Coast Artillery and the sanitation troops of Rhode Island were mobilized, and the state militia ringed the textile plants in the strike areas. There were clashes between the soldiers and strikers in which some of the latter were wounded, but Governor Sans Souci kept the entire state militia in the Pawtucket Valley at a cost of $3,000 a day. The New York World commented, "Rhode Island is run by the textile manufacturers to suit their own purposes?" The Federal Bureau of Investigation issued weekly, confidential, reports on so-called disturbances during the strike, which appeared designed to bring in federal troops to crush the walkout. In Fitchburg, for example, these reports stressed much disorder and several arrests each week. The Bureau reported that on March 27 there were disturbances at Mill R, during which windows were smashed, offices stoned, and several revolver shots fired. A study of the Fitchburg police files and the conservative press by Edmund B. Thomas, however, reveals that nothing of the sort actually happened, and that the FBI's confidential reports actually manufactured violence on the part of the strikers. 19. Fitchburg's overseers of the poor noted that many workers in the mill city lived from hand to mouth, and that the least financial setback became a major catastrophe for them. 20. Since the same could be said of every community affected by the strike, it is not surprising that once the struggle began, aid for the strikers became essential. Within a week of the walkouts, many families needed assistance. As the strike continued into its second, and later its third month, the need became acute. This was intensified as families were evicted from houses owned by the mills. 21. The United Textile Workers, the Amalgamated Textile Workers, and the One Big Union all furnished strike aid. Unlike the UTW, which gave relief to its own members and to those attending its rallies, the OBU distributed relief cards to everyone who picketed, and offered legal advice to all strikers. 22. In Rhode Island, the UTW furnished strike aid by checks and also issued $1 orders on specified stores for groceries, bread, and salt pork. We set up 13 restaurants in the Pawtucket Valley, 3 in Natick alone, recalled Luigi Nardella, a member of the Iron Battalion, the name given to the workers who first walked out in Pawtucket and then went from village to village, convincing thousands of workers to resist the attempts to cut their pitiful wages. Nardella went on. There'd be one meal, sandwiches and plenty of milk for the children. The doctors said that the children looked more healthy after the strike than before. We were proud of that. And we were giving relief to families who couldn't come to the restaurants. We gave the more needy families coal, we gave them wood, and we gave them enough to get along. 23. Strikers unable to go to the restaurants were given aid ranging from $4 to $8 per month. 2 shoemakers were employed during the strike to repair the shoes of the strikers. Shoes and other wearing apparel were distributed. The United Textile Workers established commissaries and restaurants in New Hampshire. Food, especially groceries, was distributed to the strikers. The UTW housed evicted families in an enormous tent colony on unoccupied land in the city of Lonsdale, Rhode Island. The evicted families named the tent colony Camp Thomas, after one of the union's organizers. Milltown residents gave substantial assistance to the strikers, who regularly canvassed the city streets, selling tags, flowers, and buttons. Fundraisers waited outside factory gates on payday. Proceeds from whist parties, dances, concerts, and sporting events helped to swell union treasuries. Manchester Greeks and Russians raised funds for the UTW, and in Lawrence, new immigrant societies aided the OBU's strike effort. Until it was overruled by higher authorities, a Manchester National Guard unit planned to donate the receipts from its spring ball to the UTW. Numerous unions dipped into their treasuries or sponsored benefits, and several voted to assess their members. By August, Manchester cigar makers were contributing 5% of their weekly earnings to the UTW. The Franco-Belgian Cooperative, the Workers' Cooperative Union, and both Russian and Jewish bakery cooperatives also aided the OBU. The strikers received aid, too, from local businesses. Merchants contributed food, shoes, clothing, ice, and coal. Doctors, dentists, barbers, and cobblers donated their services to the strikers. One Manchester furniture dealer provided trucks to pick up weekly donations of bread from the Lynn, Massachusetts bakers. The city's theater and amusement park owners offered their premises for benefits, and Lawrence merchants provided prizes and refreshments for the OBU, as well as for UTW fundraising events. The strikers made it clear that they expected this support. 25. In Massachusetts, the Amalgamated Textile Workers tried to obtain municipal relief for the destitute strikers, pointing out that since the factory gates were shut and the cities involved were exclusively textile communities, there was no possibility of work. However, the clerks of the overseers of the poor in Worcester, Lawrence, and Fitchburg turned a deaf ear to these requests, ruling that strikers were ineligible for relief, regardless of the circumstances. In Boston, however, under pressure from the Boston Central Labor Union, Mayor Curley overruled the overseers of the poor and ordered funds allotted to the strikers. 26. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the Workmen's Circle, locals of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, the Jewelry Workers, and the Capmakers contributed large amounts to both the UTW and the ATW. The Party Cooperative Association of Paterson donated 6,000 pounds of flour. Another cooperative bakery in New Bedford, Massachusetts contributed enough baked bread to supply the strikers for 1 day a week. 27. In Fitchburg, the Finnish community was the first to rally behind the strikers. The Finnish cooperative grocery stores delivered food at cost to the strikers, while the Finnish Socialist Bakery offered free use of its ovens. Later in the strike, Finnish grocers pledged part of their weekly income for strike aid. The Finnish organizations also sponsored most of the benefit dances held in Fitchburg. 28 inches. The small neighborhood stores, Edmund B. Thomas Jr. points out, seemed more willing to oblige their traditional customers with credit and special discounts, while the larger Main Street stores hesitated, waiting for an official resolution of the local Chamber of Commerce, a resolution which was never forthcoming. 29. The unions claimed that the aid was substantial enough to enable the strikers to remain out as long as it is necessary to win their demands. The United Textile Workers sent the following release to the press to strengthen their argument. School teachers in the Pawtucket Valley, RL, report that the children are in better health now than they have been in 25 years, because we are feeding 2 good substantial meals to all strikers and their families. 30. However, neither the funds raised nor the relief offered were actually sufficient in relation to the need. French-Canadian families, and even some Finnish families in the strike-bound communities decided to return to their homelands for the duration of the strike. 31. The real solution, of course, lay in an end to the strike on terms acceptable to the strikers. Union leaders expressed confidence that this would be the final outcome. We are going to make them recognize us as human beings and not as just part of the machinery. Fred Harwood, the ATW's organizer in Fitchburg told a strike rally.32. One way the ATW hoped to end the strike in victory was by expanding the walkout to all mill cities in New England. Some mills were shut down, but with the strike in its seventh week and relief rapidly dwindling, it became increasingly difficult to recruit workers in those mills not yet on strike.33. Meanwhile, the employers were confident that many strikers, forced by the crush of debts and the lack of further credit, would soon be crossing the picket lines. It was not until mid-July, however, that the first strikers in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts crossed the picket lines, and even then, only in very small numbers. In Fitchburg, only 15.34. In a word to the public, distributed to the citizens of Fitchburg on April 21, the ATW sought to explain the workers' reasons for striking. In essence, they were seeking an American wage sufficient to maintain an American standard of living. Workers, the union declared, must be able to provide their families with decent living conditions, and wages should not be reduced to the level of bare subsistence. 5. The ATW leaflet was copied, in one form or another, in every strike town. Everywhere, the public was reminded that the mill owners had made large profits over the past 10 years, very little of which they had shared with the workers. Wage increases had rarely kept pace with the increases in the cost of living. Workers could not accept the 20% cut and hope to live decently. The public was therefore urged to rally behind the strikers, support them with donations, and put pressure on the companies to settle the dispute.36. To all this, the employers had only one reply. From the very outset of the strike, they made no attempt to refute the workers' statement that the average weekly wage for many of the operatives ranged between $14 and $15, while thousands of women operatives earned less than $7 a week. The employers' only response was to raise the cry of competition from the Southern mills, with their cheaper labor. They could not, they claimed, afford to run their mills without this additional 20% cut. In Rhode Island and New Hampshire, the employers added the argument that it was impossible for them to exist with a 48-hour workweek.37. The mill owners ran advertisements in the press claiming that the average hourly wage in the Massachusetts textile mills at the beginning of 1922 was 40.9 cents, compared with 32.5 cents in Virginia, 29.2 cents in North Carolina, 22.9 cents in South Carolina, and 24 cents in Georgia. They argued that a 20% wage cut would lower Massachusetts wages to 32.7 cents an hour, roughly equal to that of Virginia, although still much higher than those in the rest of the South. Since New England workers were reputedly more productive than their Southern counterparts, the employers argued that the latest wage cut was necessary to keep their mills competitive. Otherwise, they maintained, they would either have to move to the South or go out of business. 8. The findings of the Labor Bureau. In response, the unions presented the findings of the Labor Bureau that at their request had made a study of the economic factors in the strike. The data gathered by the Bureau proved 1. Considering the cost to the Southern manufacturers of operating their mill villages, a cost that was not borne by the Northern manufacturers, the average weekly wage of the cotton mill worker in the North in June 1921 was just 36 cents higher than that in the South. If the 20% cut were put into effect, the Northern wages would actually be $1.72 per week below Southern wages. 2. The Southern mills produced an inferior quality of goods and, as the employers themselves admitted, had a much lower rate of productivity. The workers in Massachusetts, with a 48-hour week, produced more than Southern workers on a 54-hour week, and those in Rhode Island and New Hampshire produced even more. 3. In many cases, the issue of Southern competition was a myth. For example, the B and R Knight Company, which controlled the Pawtucket Valley, was part of the Consolidated Textile Corporation that operated a large number of southern mills. 4. The mill companies had been making enormous profits that had remained intact even during the post-war economic depression. Wherever profits appeared to have been reduced, it was as a result of overcapitalization during the period involved. The actual profit figures for several of the companies. A. The Amoskeag Company, with 17,000 workers in Manchester, made a 10-year profit of $30 million. Profits for the 5-year period of 1912-1916 were $8,040,250, and for the following 5 years, $22,462,202. On the basis of its 1907 capitalization, it paid a 75% divided in 1921. $1,000 invested in Amoskeag in 1911 was worth more than $8,500 in 1922 exclusive of dividends. B. The Yanks Spinning Company of Pawtucket had paid dividends of 140% in the preceding 5 years. C. From 1914 to 1919, inclusive, the 8 major cotton companies averaged 20.6% on an inflated capital, after heavy interest charges and other capital earnings had been covered. This was before the 22.5% wage cut in 1921, which had been accepted by the workers. 5. In 1920, cotton wages in the North were lower than any wages outside the textile industry, except in furniture manufacturing, and the differential between them and the wages in all other industries had increased between 1914 and 1922. 0.39. In all the strike towns, the unions called upon the employers to open their books to a public committee to either confirm or refute the findings of the Labor Bureau, and to justify management claims of poverty. They declared that if the companies would open their books and prove that they were incapable of paying higher wages, the workers would willingly accept the second wage cut. The unions in Lawrence issued the following statement on May 14, 1922. Although it will mean hardship for our people if the manufacturers can prove that it is impossible for them to operate under the former wage, the textile workers can be relied upon to share the sacrifice if this is proved. We don't believe it will be, however. The workers are willing at any time to place their case before any fair board and abide by the decision rendered, after a thorough investigation of both sides in which all the facts are exposed. 40 LN invariably, the employers refused all such requests. The agent of the Amoskeag Company was reported to have said, "It is nothing but socialism for a person to say that the public has any right to inquire into how much money a firm makes or how much it lays by for expansion." 41. The companies also rejected all proposals by the union for impartial arbitration. Even the commercial press accused the manufacturers of fearing that impartial mediators would be more generous than the mill owners, who are quite willing to grind workers into abject poverty to keep mill profits high. 2. In mid-August, 29 weeks after the strike had begun on January 23, the situation stood as follows. Although the employers had opened mills for operation in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, the Daily News Record, the textile industry's trade journal, indicated that they had been badly hit. The report for August 8, 1922 showed that the decrease in production resulting from the strike was over 250,000 yards of cloth. The tie-up of the New England mills had also resulted in a corresponding increase in the amount of production in the southern mills. During the crop year from August 1, 1921 to August 1, 1922, the amount of raw cotton manufactured into clothing in southern mills was 3,942,000 bales, as compared with 3,096,000 bales for the preceding year, an increase of 30%. 43. At the same time, the unions claimed that the strike was still more than 80% solid, and, statements of the manufacturers to the contrary notwithstanding, there has not been a steady influx of workers to the mills. Russell Palmer, secretary of the ATW, discussing the situation in the Pawtucket Valley declared, There is no desire to return to work because the strikers feel that they might as well live on bread and beans and the other simple fare of the amalgamated strike restaurants as to slave away their lives in the mills 54 hours a week for a miserable pittance like $14. The amalgamated is still running 11 of the 13 strike restaurants that were established at the peak of the strike. Palmer went on. There can be no doubt of a victorious outcome if the friends of the textile workers continue to furnish them with elementary food and shelter, so that they can continue their fight. The manufacturers have shown that they are frantically anxious to operate the mills, as cotton mills elsewhere have been working full, and many of them overtime, making money by the way, even though they are paying. Wages 1. Which the owners involved in the strike naively tell us would be confiscatory. State and federal officials made half-hearted efforts to investigate the strike and to settle it, which they invariably abandoned after announcing that nothing further could be done. 45 Meanwhile, the competition was forcing employers to consider a settlement at the very time that the unions were finding strike relief so draining that they faced bankruptcy. In August, Fred Harwood left Fitchburg because the ATW could no longer afford to keep an organizer in that city. 46. The Lawrence and other settlements. Late in August, a citizens' committee appointed by the mayor announced that the Lawrence mill owners had decided to settle. In a complicated effort to save face for them while giving in, a formula was arranged whereby the 20% wage cut would be ended as of September 1st, although the additional wage would not appear in the workers' pay envelopes until October 2nd, with retroactive pay for the preceding weeks. A week later, the plan was further clarified, and the Board of Strategy of the United Textile Workers met and recommended acceptance of the company's terms to its affiliated locals. They, in turn, quickly met and voted to accept the terms offered. The local of the Amalgamated Textile Workers also met and voted to accept the offer. However, Ben Legere, leader of the One Big Union, who had been critical of the leaders of both the UTW and the ATW during the strike, now opposed the settlement. The OBU's view was rejected, and the strikers in Lawrence returned to work on the basis of the rescission of the wage cut and the continuation of the 48-hour week. 7. In other parts of Massachusetts there was not much division over the terms of the Lawrence settlement. In Lowell they were quickly adopted by the mill owners, although some complained that they were being forced to follow the lead of Lawrence. In Fitchburg the wage issue was resolved the same way, but the ATW insisted that all strikers be guaranteed their old jobs. The company refused to fire its new employees and would not pledge to rehire all the strikers. Actually, the company wanted to get rid of the radical elements among the workers. The strike continued, but more and more of the strikers returned on the basis of the company's offer. On October 15, 200 diehards met and agreed to call off the 29-week strike against the Parkhill Mill. There were no guarantees against discrimination, but the wage cut was rescinded. 48. The first settlement in Rhode Island was made by the ATW on September 9 in the village of Crompton. There, the 48-hour week was obtained and the 20% wage cut was withdrawn. Within a few days, 3,500 workers of another Rhode Island mill returned to work. In that case, however, the 54-hour week was retained, although the wage demand was won, and the local, strengthened by its struggle, prepared for the next round. 49. The Rhode Island mills struck by the UTW settled at about the same time. A break in their ranks came on September 12 when the firm of Goddard Bros, which controlled 12 large mills in the Blackstone Valley, agreed to increase wages by 20%. Bringing the scale back to what it had been before the strike began 34 weeks earlier. The firm also restored the 48-hour week. It was this firm, which controlled one of the largest chains of cotton mills in New England, that had been one of the first to cut wages in January, thereby bringing on the revolt of the textile workers. 50. The UTW also secured favorable settlements in other Rhode Island mills, although in a number of them, the fight continued for the 48-hour week. This battle also continued in Manchester, especially against the Amoskeag Corporation, as well as in other mill towns in the state.
On October 10, 1922, in Suncook, New Hampshire, children of the strikers paraded, carrying small American flags in their hands and crying, 8 hours. In the course of the parade, a mill official took a flag from a 17-year-old boy, broke it in 3 pieces and threw the pieces, with the flag, to the ground.
The boy picked up the flag, whereupon the official tried to tear it away from him.
The local union, claiming that the attack by the mill official constituted an insult to the American flag, held a patriotic demonstration on Columbus Day denouncing the action.
Although the union, a UTW local, appealed to the Suncook Post of the American Legion for support, that organization refused to consider the flag incident an insult to the flag, or even worthy of investigation. 51.
The strike for the 48-hour week continued in Manchester until November 25, when the UTW recommended that it be called off. The real and permanent victory for the 48-hour week, read the union's statement, is not to be won in the offices of the Textile Corporation, but in the legislative halls of the State House. In Nashua, however, the strike for the 48-hour week continued and was officially called off on March 10, 1923. In its 60th week. 52 inches textile wages raised, read the New York Times headline on September 13, 1922, as it reported the rescinding of the 20% wage cuts in the mills of Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. The labor press was more glowing in its reports of the end of the long strike.
Typical was that in advance, the organ of the amalgamated clothing workers. The result of the strike in the cotton mills is a victory for both the United Textile Workers and the amalgamated textile workers.
The striking cotton operatives in
New England have won a decisive victory after one of the longest and most bitterly fought strikes in the history of the American labor movement. 53. The amalgamated newspaper conceded that the question of union recognition was compromised, but it noted that the strikers had defeated their employers in their attempt to reduce wages and in many, though not all, mills to increase hours from 48 to 543 feet. 54.
There was an ironic development after the strike ended.
In 1923, the results of the Massachusetts special investigation of the textile industry were published.
While the Commonwealth felt that temporary wage reductions during the business depression of 1921 were justifiable, the investigators declared,
"The financial condition of the textile industry is evidenced by the information in the possession of the department is sound and prosperous, and the department is of the opinion that a permanent reduction in wages on the basis of the reductions made was not necessary." 55. Unfortunately, the investigation took place after the strike was over and had no effect on its outcome. However, it did underscore the correctness of the strikers' long and bitter struggle. There was still another development after the strike. The Labor Bureau urged the leadership of the UTW to launch a new drive to organize the unorganized in the textile industry, beginning with the mills in Philadelphia.
The Labor Bureau announced that it stood ready to help in the organizing campaign if the UTW would pursue the same methods it had used in the 1922 strike: organization of all textile workers, unskilled as well as skilled, women as well as men, foreign-born as well as native-born.
The Bureau pointed out,
the unorganized textile workers are only waiting for a signal to attempt to regain some of the losses suffered during the past 2 years.
The successful termination of the textile strikes in the New England district has undoubtedly increased the prestige of the United, and makes this the psychological time for the UTW to make a drive on the unorganized workers. 56. The Labor Bureau's proposal was filed and forgotten. The ATW passed from the scene soon after the end of the 1922 strike, and the UTW felt no compulsion to continue the progressive policies it had been forced to pursue during the strike.
It reverted to its former conservative, craft-conscious, class-collaborative policies and showed no interest in any campaigns to organize the unorganized textile workers.
After a detailed exposition of the shortcomings and failures of the United Textile Workers, the historian Robert R. Brooks concludes, from 1922 to 1933, the Union appeared to consist almost entirely of a suite of offices, a complement of officers, and a splendid array of filing cabinets. 57. Chapter 3.
The San Pedro Strike of
the IWW.
In the Goslings, a study of the American schools published in 1924. Upton Sinclair wrote, I was about to begin the writing of this book, but found it impossible to keep my peace of mind in a bullpen civilization, and decided to do what I could to remind the authorities of Southern California that there is still supposed to be a Constitution in this country. Point 1. In the spring of 1923, the Los Angeles harbor in San Pedro, 21 miles from Los Angeles proper but still considered part of the city, was the scene of the beginning of one of the most militant free speech fights and strikes of the industrial workers of the world, IWW. Although the IWW usually favored short walkouts, this was one of its longest strikes, lasting until 1925. Too long. Known as the Open Shop City, Los Angeles had kept unions out of its harbor through a combination of the unwillingness of the bureaucratic leaders of the seamen's and longshoremen's craft unions to join forces, the hostility of the Los Angeles Times, which the Wobblies called the bitterest newspaper foe of union labor west of the Wall Street Journal, 3. And the opposition of powerful employers, groups such as the
Merchants and Manufacturers Association. Even though wobbly agitators had long been active in the Los Angeles area, they had faced intermittent raids by city and harbor police.
The Drive the Reds Out campaigns of the police were assisted by posts of the American Legion. In 1919, Los Angeles Legionnaires had formed a military branch, with the apparent approval of federal, state, city, and county authorities, which specialized in raiding radical bookstores, beating up wobblies, and harassing the landlord of their meeting hall. 432.
Background to the strike.
The 1923 strike therefore came as a surprise to both the shipowners and the local businessmen. Actually, while Los Angeles was conspicuously free of all union activities compared with other West Coast port cities, the potential for the 1923 labor upheaval was apparent to anyone who looked beneath the surface. Thus, when Pacific Coast shipowners sought to take advantage of a post-war shipping slump and attempted to cripple the International Seamen's Union and the International Longshoremen's Union, both affiliated with the AFL, by, among other actions, reinstituting both the recently disbanded employers, hiring halls and the industrial passport system, the Los Angeles maritime workers, like those all along the Pacific
Coast, were enraged. 5. However, there was nothing to suggest to the shipowners that the IWW would reap the benefit from the maritime workers' grievances. For all practical purposes, the Wobblies appeared to be dead, all but destroyed by the vicious wartime persecution at the hands of both federal and state governments. This constant and unremitting repression had taken its toll on the IWW, and many of the Wobblies' most experienced and effective leaders were either in jail or in the Communist Party.
Persecution had thinned their ranks, and their energies were consumed largely by legal battles on behalf of the rising number of LWW, class war prisoners. 6.
Nevertheless, the growing skepticism among maritime workers of the value of the craft type of union organization, coupled with the shipowners' post-war offensive, provided a fertile field for the revival of the seemingly dead IWW, at least on the maritime front.
Longshoremen and merchant seamen alike were more than ever inclined to lend a sympathetic ear to the advocates of industrial unionism and to respond favorably to what they heard.
The longshoremen at Puget Sound, San Francisco, and Los Angeles formed the Federation of Marine Transport Workers. The drive toward industrial unionism manifested itself among merchant seamen in a temporarily successful revolt against the once progressive, but now reactionary, longtime president of the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, SUP, Andrew Forsyth. Forsyth opposed all industrial unions, but he was particularly antagonistic toward the IWW, which he accused of being an employer's tool for breaking legitimate unions.
The SUP revolt achieved some temporary successes, including control of the editorship of the union's organ, the Seamen's Journal, the appointment of a committee to work for closer affiliation with the longshoremen, whom Forsyth had portrayed as bitter enemies of the seamen, and the rejection of a separate peace, only for seamen during a strike, a common practice under Forsyth. However, with the aid of the shipowners and the local press, who joined him in red-baiting his opposition, Forsyth eventually regained full control of the Sailors' Union. 7. Forsyth's success notwithstanding, it was clear to the worried AFL leaders in Los Angeles that there was a widespread sentiment among both merchant seamen and longshoremen in favor of industrial unionism.
It did not take long for these fears to be realized. After months of inactivity, the
Wobblies in January 1921 staged a gigantic mass meeting in San Pedro, at which every mention of industrial unionism and the organization associated with it, the W.W., brought forth thunderous applause. Throughout the remainder of 1921 and well into 1922, the Wobblies continued to hold mass meetings and distribute their literature in San Pedro. 8. Criminal Syndical IST Laws. In October 1922, the police of Portland, Oregon began a drive to expel all IWW members from the city. Reports began to trickle into Los Angeles that the deportees would seek to spend the winter in the California city. Faced with an IWW invasion, the Los Angeles police sought to turn away the Portland deportees by beginning to arrest local Wobbly members. 9 The weapons they utilized were California's criminal syndicalist law and the practice called decasualization, which relied on central registration and the use of company-controlled hiring halls blacklists, and think halls, in the jargon of the Wobblies, to weed out red card holders among the longshoremen and the sailors. 10. 22 states, including 10 of the 11 western states, had passed criminal syndicalist laws during the immediate post-war years. These laws criminalized the advocacy of violent change in the economic and political order. A criminal syndicalist law typically contained a clause making any person who became a member of an organization advocating violent change guilty of a felony, and it was this membership clause of the California statute that was used to imprison the state's Wobblies. 11. Although California's measure closely resembled the laws passed by other states, it enforced its law most vigorously. 12 Moreover, California's law remained on the statute books after others were repealed, and it continued to be used as an anti-radical weapon.
In the San Pedro battle, the W.W. faced still another aspect of the criminal syndicalist law.
For the first time, the law on the statute books was modified by the police who enforced it as if it read, suspicion of criminal syndicalism. 13 On this vague basis, scores of Wobblies were arrested and jailed. A series of raids by the police early in November 1922 netted 3 dozen Wobblies, who were charged with criminal syndicalism. MG of its San Pedro branch, the LU's General Executive Board telegraphed all western branches to ask all Footloose members west of Chicago to proceed at once to San Pedro. The purpose was to compel the authorities to permit the IWW to distribute its literature and to hold street meetings without police interference. 14. During the decade of the great LWW free speech fights, which began in
Missoula, Montana in 1906 and ended in Everett, Washington in 1916, the General Executive Board's appeal to all Footloose members had been heard frequently.
After Everett, however, interest among the Wobblies in free speech fights waned, and there was a feeling that such battles were more detrimental than beneficial to the IWW. 15 With San Pedro, and in 1 or 2 other cities at the time, interest in free speech fights once again surfaced.
By mid-November 1922, the General Executive Board's call had produced some results, and the Los Angeles Times was reporting radical hordes of maritime workers arriving from the Pacific Northwest.
Toward the end of the month, the San Pedro LWW concluded that sufficient reinforcements had arrived, and at a November 27 meeting, the local resolved that a free speech fight would begin the following evening at 7:30 at 4th and Beacon Streets, by members taking the soapbox and delivering short speeches on the preamble and aims and objectives of the IWW. 16.
On the morning of November 28, the San Pedro Wobblies staged their first street meeting in several years. Police were present, but did not interfere. During the days immediately following, they continued to hold street meetings with the police attending but not interfering. On one occasion, 3 paperboys, sons of WW members or sympathizers, were arrested while distributing copies of the Industrial Worker, Industrial Solidarity, and the Spanish-language Solidaridad, but they were quickly released. Within a week after proclaiming the free speech fight, the San
Pedro LWW jubilantly declared that the police had promised not to break up street meetings or to arrest paper boys. The San Pedro branch announced further that it was lining up men hand over hand, and that the branch had paid off its debt of $40 and had $200 in the bank. The Industrial
Worker, the leading LWW organ, featured these reports under headlines reading, Pedro Fight for Free Speech 1, 17. However, the Wobblies were deluding themselves.
Captain Clyde Plummer, in charge of the harbor police, responded to pressure from the Shipowners Association, and the harbor businessmen and formed a special, Wobbly Squad. "We'll get them," the sergeant in charge of the squad told the press confidently, "and we'll drive them out of town." On learning of the Wobblies' plan to swarm into San Pedro, Chief of Police Louis Oakes said, "Let 'em come.
We've got plenty of rock piles here." 18.
Still, the police were at first hampered in their attempt to turn back the Wobbly invasion and halt the IWW's influence.
While some Wobblies were arrested and others were alleged to have fled as a result of the police raids, new men, unknown by the police, continued to arrive to take their places. Moreover, the presence at the harbor of both the AFL's Federation of
Marine Transport Workers and the Lewes Marine Transport Workers Union led to confusion, and the police often arrested and jailed men whom they thought were Wobblies, only to find that they were AFL seamen and longshoremen. 19 Admitting failure, the Los Angeles police abandoned the campaign to stymie the growth of the WW through a policy of selective arrests of its most active members, and inaugurated a new policy, that of mass arrests of rank-and-file members.
A week before Christmas, 1922, the Wobbly Squad raided an IWW meeting, arrested all of the 60 men pre-sent, and transported them to the Lincoln Heights jail in chartered, big red cars of Pacific Electric.
The police vowed to continue the policy of mass arrests of the Red Brethren until the IWW was driven from the harbor. 20.
The Los Angeles Harbor Wobblies responded to the mass arrests by stepping up their campaign.
Once again, the General Executive Board was asked to telegraph all western branches and instruct them to call upon all Footloose members to go to San Pedro. Within a week, fellow workers were reported to be arriving from throughout the West. Included among them were a number of active agitators and organizers. Although paper boys continued to be arrested, during a single week they sold over 1,000 copies of the Industrial, Worker and Industrial
Solidarity, and 300 copies of Solidaridad.
Street meetings were held several times each week, with 400 to 500 persons attending the general meeting and about 100 at the Spanish-speaking gathering. Only once was a speaker arrested. 21. These activities produced results. The IWW's membership increased by several hundred. By the spring of 1923, the Wobblies were reporting as many as 50 new members in a single week. At the same time, they claimed that the crews of 2/3 of the ships touching port at San Pedro were one-half Wobbly, and one of every 3 ships is almost or fully 100% Wobbly. Moreover, the LWW was even stronger among the longshoremen on the docks than among the sailors. All in all, one local Wobbly wrote glowingly, "Things could not be much better." 22.
The strike. All through the winter of 1922-1923, the Industrial
Worker had repeatedly instructed IWW members to be alert for a general strike on May 1, 1923, to free the class war prisoners, fellow workers convicted of criminal syndicalism and imprisoned. Port workers, now an important wing of the IWW, decided at the last moment to quit work on April 25. This date was chosen instead of May 1 in order to create the element of surprise. Employers and the police alike had been alerted to expect a strike on May 1.
The Wobblies reasoned that stopping work nearly a week before would find both employers and the police unprepared. 23 Nationally, the WW demanded the release of political prisoners, while the San Pedro strikers geared their walkout to this and to local demands, circulating leaflets all over San Pedro that read,
San Pedro strikers demands
release of all working men and women who are in prison for organized labor and working class activities. To do away with the Shipowners Association Employment Office, better known as the Fink Hall. A minimum wage for seamen of $100 per month.
3 watches to prevail for all seamen except coal-burning firemen, who shall have 4 watches.
A minimum scale of $1 an hour for longshoremen. All overtime at double rates. That we, the strikers, pledge ourselves to continue the strike until all class war prisoners are released from prison and jails, and also pledge ourselves to be orderly throughout the strike, and refrain from indulgence of intoxicating liquors. Strike Committee.
Marine transport workers.
The San Pedro strike was thus both an economic and a political strike. Estimates as to the number of men who walked out in San Pedro range from 1,500 to 3,000. The president of the city's principal open shop organization, the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, labeled the San Pedro strike the most noteworthy disturbance of the year, causing an almost complete tie-up of the waterfront for several weeks, during which time over 60 vessels accumulated at the harbor. 25 and George P.
West, an experienced student of industrial disputes, writing in The Nation, found that the only place where the IWW strike was entirely effective was the port of Los Angeles. There, it was a complete tie-up. 26 The Wobblies proclaimed the strike as 94% complete and declared jubilantly, "Within our knowledge there has never been such a complete tie-up for 3 weeks in any port in the United States. There certainly have been few more colorful ones." On May Day, an airplane, painted red and bearing the word "Solidarity" in large letters, circled overhead dropping circulars, outlining the strikers' demands and urging support for the IWW struggle, while at the same time, a red automobile placarded, "IWW," drove about the streets, and a fast launch visited ships in the harbor and distributed literature. 27. The effectiveness of the strike led the Chief Deputy District Attorney of
Los Angeles to announce, "The time for action has come. We have decided to change the situation." 28 After declaring that the strikers' meetings had grown incompatible with public security, and would thenceforth be forbidden, the Chief of Police of the harbor sent 125 extra patrolmen to the harbor to prevent future meetings.
Street meetings at 4th and Beacon. Streets, by then the traditional meeting place, were broken up and the people attending were arrested en masse.
2 Los Angeles jails overflowed with strikers, forcing the construction of a temporary stockade. 29. In response, the wobbly leaders continued to hold mass meetings. However, following the banning of street meetings, the strikers secured permission from a sympathetic resident, Mrs. Minnie Davis, to hold their meetings on her property, which soon came to be known as Liberty Hill. 30 Rising 200 feet above the level of 3rd Street, Liberty Hill had several flights of stone steps leading up to it. At its top were handmade wooden benches seating about 800 people, a small platform, 6 by 9 feet, and standing room for several thousand. There, on the hill, the LWW held 5 meetings each week, with the meetings in English usually attended by between logo 3,000 people, and those in Spanish by from 500–800.31. The police broke up the night meetings on Liberty Hill, each time arresting several scores of wobblies. However, they could not dampen the enthusiasm of the strikers and their sympathizers. On the contrary, it reached new heights. 32. On May 9, 20 strikers were arrested on Liberty Hill. The following day, the wobblies countered with a large 5-hour protest march around the city jail. Even the local press conceded that the May 10 protest march was substantial, while Industrial Solidarity estimated that it included 5,000 participants. 33 The Los Angeles police responded with what the Times called the greatest campaign against Reds ever made in the United States. After a conference between city and county officials and officers of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, at which plans were laid for mass arrests and the construction of a stockade to house those arrested, the Wobbly Squad raided the Lew's defense office, confiscating their literature and arresting 25 persons. Later that the day, the office of Attorney R. W. Henderson, defense lawyer for many wobblies, was raided, his staff arrested and his papers seized. The principal event of the campaign was the breaking up of an evening meeting on Liberty Hill. Several hundred men were arrested and taken in special Pacific Electric trains to Los Angeles and the Lincoln Heights jail, where they were held without bail on charges of criminal syndicalism. Louis B. Ties warned, "All idle men at the harbor must explain their loafing and show that they are not loose or go to jail." 34. On the morning of May 14,
Oakes brought the problem of the mass arrests before the city council, which agreed that the overcrowded conditions of the jails warranted an expenditure for a stockade on the municipal farm in Griffith Park. 35 Meanwhile, the United States government joined the attack on the strikers. The Department of Labor responded favorably to the shipowners' request that it house and feed strikebreakers at its San
Pedro Station, 36.
These developments failed to curb the enthusiasm of the LWW strikers and their sympathizers.
On Monday night, May 14, San Pedro was in gala attire as if for a carnival.
Thousands of workers brought their families into the downtown section to watch the Wobblies and their marching, singing propaganda antics. Out along the channels and lining the wharves of the harbor lay more than 100 silent ships, jammed with lumber, steel, and other merchandise. Under the night lights, while the blue-coated policemen, carrying their billies, gruffly demanded that they keep moving, the Wobblies came swinging up Liberty Hill, roaring out, "The red flag," and "Solidarity forever." Then came a group of young boys and girls from
San Pedro High School, marching with wreaths on their heads and their cheeks bedaubed with paint.
They carried crude paper banners reading, "We support the strikers. This is too damned much for the police," a reporter for the pro-labor Los Angeles Record wrote. Wobblies and high school kids together, and as the high school kids moved toward the hill, the bluecoats attacked them and smashed their banners one by one and hurled them into the gutter. The festival ended as the police arrested the Wobblies and their sympathizers on Liberty Hill and marched the Wobblies back to the Pacific Electric Station. There, the Wobblies, with another outburst of cheers and singing, mount the red interurban cars that will carry them en masse to prison. 37. A comparison between this eyewitness account and the report in the Los Angeles Times demonstrates that newspapers' bitter anti-labor bias. It wrote, "Sentiment against the strikers is growing, and police fear for radical action against them by the aroused citizenry here." Clashes between citizens and strikers have been narrowly averted in the past, but feelings against the Reds, it is feared, might result in spontaneous action by citizens. In fact, the exact opposite was true, and throughout the strike, the
Wobblies found the community of San Pedro sympathetic. 38. Upton Sinclair and free speech. It was at this point in the Great San Pedro battle of the Wobblies against the shipowners, the local businessmen, the police forces of the city of Los Angeles, and the United States government, that Upton Sinclair became involved.
Students of Sinclair have noted what Robert Fisher has called his boundless affection for the Wobblies. Fisher attributes it to their romantic individualism, their lack of organization, and above all, their position at the bottom of the heap. 39 To these must be added Sinclair's contempt for the American Federation of Labor. In 1914, Sinclair had criticized the AFL for organizing only the skilled workers in the United States, and he compared this unfavorably with the IWW, which he praised for organizing the great mass of unskilled workers. 40 This criticism brought down on Sinclair's head a bitter attack from AFL President Samuel Gompers, who defended the Federation's policies. One Sinclair, however, was not convinced. During the 20s, he continued to attack the AFL. "I wish there existed in modern society a beautiful and altruistic labor movement," he wrote in 1924, "instead of what does exist, a part of the capitalist system, partaking of the weaknesses and corruptions which are automatically produced in human societies by the continuous operation of mass rivalries and greed." He continued, "The American Federation of Labor is a machine, precisely like the Republican Party. It is a vested interest of high-salaried leaders, whose function is to dicker with big business for the best terms obtainable in the labor market. Many of these leaders are sincere but ignorant men, who have grown up in the present system and can imagine nothing else. Many others have accepted without realizing it what I call the dress suit bribe. Still others are cynical corruptionists, who sell out their deluded followers, and permit labor unions to be used as weapons in the partisan wars of big business. 42. The union that captured Sinclair's imagination was the IWW, the Industrial Workers of the World, he wrote in 1914, stands for the interests of a class of workers who are far more numerous than those represented by the American Federation of Labor. As he saw it, the employers were organized on a nationwide scale everywhere throughout the country, and the workers with their feeble craft unions were like men using bows and arrows against machine guns. There must be one big union. 3. Sinclair's affection for the Wobblies increased with each passing year. He pointed out that while big business usually tolerated, and even collaborated with the AFL, it fought the WW relentlessly. Every time the Wobblies succeeded in organizing the workers and calling a big strike, all the agencies of capitalist repression were called in. 44. If ever this was true, it was certainly so in the San Pedro battle being waged only a few miles from Sinclair's home in Pasadena, but this was not enough to persuade him to become involved. Indeed, for all his enthusiasm for the Wobblies, Sinclair had only had a limited involvement in W affairs, mainly confined to lodging occasional public protests on behalf of jailed radicals and keeping them supplied with books while they served time. 5. This level of interest continued also during the San Pedro strike, until the flagrant violations of civil liberties finally compelled him to leave his Pasadena house and become involved in the struggle. Only recently remarried to Mary Craig, Sinclair had settled in Pasadena in 1915 to pursue a quiet life of writing. He set for himself the goal of preventing his international reputation as a crusader for radical causes from interfering, for the next 20 years, with his personal writing plans and of remaining out of the public eye, limiting his support for the radical movement to writing pamphlets or allowing the use of his name. Fearful that he would abandon his pledge and become involved in the San Pedro strike, and thereby neglect his writing and risk imprisonment in the city jail, his wife obtained a promise from him that he would not get involved. 46. As the strike unfolded and police oppression mounted, activists at the
San Pedro Harbor tried to enlist Sinclair's aid.
Joseph A. Reichman, a Los Angeles attorney and ardent socialist, wrote to Sinclair in January 1923, describing the mass arrests in the IWW's court cases. However, even though Sinclair was beginning to show signs of increased interest in the struggle, Reichman was unable to persuade him to even say a few words at a mass protest meeting. By the fourth week of the San Pedro battle, with mass arrests and jails crowded with strikers a daily feature, Sinclair's indignation reached the point where he felt compelled to ask his wife to release him from his promise not to get involved. He was bitterly opposed to the criminal syndicalism law and was enraged by its free use to break the strike. 8. He scornfully observed in the Goslings that the public was told by the Black Hand and its newspapers that this criminal syndicalism law is to punish men who advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence. The Black Hand was Sinclair's name for the inner council and directory circle of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association. 9. The public, however, did not know that the law on the statute books against criminal syndicalism had been modified by the police who enforced it, to read, suspicion of criminal syndicalism. That means, Sinclair wrote, that any man may be arrested at any time that any police officer does not happen to like the way he has his haircut or the red flower in his buttonhole. Crime and suspicion of crime are the same thing in our legal procedure, because men once thrown into jail or held there, incommunicado, without warrant or charge, they are not permitted to see attorneys, and their friends cannot find out what has become of them. They are starved and beaten and tortured in jail, so there is no longer any difference between innocence and guilt. 50.
What all this meant, Sinclair emphasized, was that the Black Hand is trying to smash industrial unionism. They had cowed the old line unions, had purchased or frightened most of the leaders, and driven them out of politics, and are no longer afraid of them. But now they faced a new movement, the mass union, the portent of the new day. And they were fighting this as furiously as the Spanish Inquisition ever fought against heresy. 51. Sinclair finally concluded that the strike was so important that he told the readers of the Goslings, his book about American schools, this strike was a blazing searchlight, thrown into the very vitals of our invisible government. If you will follow it, you will see the whole system and understand every detail of its mechanism. 52. Not surprisingly, Sinclair told his wife, Craig, somebody has got to protest. Mary Craig. Sinclair tried to discourage her husband, convinced that he could do more good by writing books. Moreover, she did not want to see him jailed and involved in an expensive trial.
He replied that he was going to organize a deputation to protest to the mayor, before going to San Pedro. 53. Sinclair was convinced that the police were acting as agents for the Merchants and Manufacturers Association. On May 7, when he and his brother-in-law, Hunter Kimbrough, were in the office of Irving Hayes Rice, president of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, they overheard a loud conversation between Rice and two men, one of whom they determined to be Andrew B. Hammond, a timber baron and owner of a fleet of lumber ships immobilized in San Pedro. Hammond, whom Sinclair called one of the big, open shop despots of San Francisco, a bigger man even than Mr. Rice, had come down on the night train to lay down the law to the timid crowd at Los Angeles and insist that his ships be moved. Sinclair overheard Hammond bellowing irately for action, pounding the table as he shouted, while Rice assured him that appropriate steps were being taken to crush the strike. 54. This Hammond encounter was an important factor in influencing Sinclair's decision to intervene. 55 On May 15, 1923, the Los Angeles Record announced, under the heading, Plan Free Speech Fight. Upton Sinclair and a group of Pasadena's wealthy liberals will open a free speech fight Tuesday night at San Pedro, according to an announcement of the well-known author of The Jungle and Other Books. Sinclair, accompanied by more than a dozen Pasadenans, a number of the millionaires, will appear on Liberty Hill, San Pedro, at 8 p.m., after obtaining permission of the owner of the property, and deliver addresses to the strikers.
We are going to uphold free speech, Sinclair said. We are going to interview the mayor this afternoon and demand our civil rights and police protection while we exercise them. If we don't get police protection and if our meeting is broken up, every member in our group will sue the city, the mayor, the chief of police, and the city council, Sinclair concluded. We are taking up the challenge of the chief when he announces that he is going to arrest all idle men and hold them in jail.
We are embarking on a campaign for the protection of American civil rights. The entourage of 8 men and women who accompanied Sinclair to the Los Angeles mayor's office included 3 lawyers and his young Mississippi-bred brother-in-law, Hunter Kimbrough.
Mayor George E.
Cryer received them, and they talked about the waterfront situation and their intention of holding a free speech meeting on Liberty Hill.
The mayor denied having any first-hand knowledge of the San Pedro situation, but expressed the opinion that the strikers were a dangerous lot.
After hours of haggling, the mayor apparently agreed to instruct Captain Clyde 1.
Plummer of the Harbor Police to protect the group's constitutional rights, provided that it did not incite disorder. 56.
The mayor later denied having made any promise, but, as Sinclair wrote, we believed him, and so we went to the harbor. Sinclair then proceeded to get written consent from Mrs.
Davis, owner of the Liberty Hill property, and, accompanied by his free speech associates, he then went to explain his purposes to officials at the police station where he confronted Chief Oakes, Captain Plummer, and Inspector Charles Jackson. 57.
Sinclair described Oakes as one of those, knock, 'em down and drag 'em out, officials, and he went at me as if he could frighten me out of my wits, or at any rate out of his office. In a loud tone of voice, Oakes, upon being informed that Sinclair was a charter member of the National American Civil Liberties Union, shouted, American Civil Liberties Union.
What's the American Civil Liberties Union? What's it got to do with Los Angeles? Did it tell you to come here? How did it tell you to come? Where's the letter it wrote? What business have you got at the harbor? 58. Sinclair stood his ground.
He insisted that it was his constitutional right to speak on Liberty Hill, despite Oakes's charge that the property owner was in violation of an unspecified ordinance by allowing her land to be used for the meeting.
Sinclair began to read from the First Amendment to the United
States Constitution, but he was interrupted by Oakes, who told him to cut out that Constitution stuff. Then Sinclair asked point blank if he would be permitted to read from the federal document in public. Go ahead, the chief roared, you will be arrested and will go to jail, and let me tell you, you will stay there. There will be no bail, Sinclair retorted by reading Oakes the bail clause of the Constitution, which Oakes immediately dismissed as irrelevant. The free speech group then left the police station, promising to return prior to venturing up Liberty Hill. 59.
The 6 who decided to climb Liberty Hill that night included, aside from Sinclair, Mrs.
Kate Crane Gartz, a close friend of the Sinclairs and a member of the wealthy Crane plumbing family, who often gave generously to various radical causes, her companion, a Mrs. Van Toe, Hugh Hardiman, Prince Hopkins, and Hunter Kimbrough. Mrs. Gartz had come to San
Pedro with her overnight bag all packed, prepared for jail. Hardiman was an English journalist, and Hopkins, a Santa Barbara millionaire who edited Labor Age, was a veteran crusader, having been imprisoned and fined $20,000 for his pacifist activities during World War I.
He had just recently changed his name to Prince, in order to avoid confusion with royalty. John Packard, Sinclair's lawyer, was to stand by as a witness to the proceedings. 60. The party returned to the San Pedro police station, where they requested a technical arrest, so that they might have a test case. Denied this, they walked as far as the barricades that Oakes had constructed on the street leading to Liberty Hill.
Cordons of police along the curbs restrained the crowds on the sidewalk. At this point, Kimbrough realized that they would need a candle by which to read on the dimly lit hill. He dashed back to town in search of one.
When illumination was secured, the small group passed, uncontested, beyond the barricade and struggled up the hill, followed by only one reporter, Reuben W. Burrow of the Los Angeles Record, and an escort of policemen and plainclothesmen. 61.
Puffing from the exertion of their climb, Sinclair and his associates paused for a moment on the flat top of the hill to catch their breath.
Mounting a bench, Sinclair pulled out of his pocket a copy of the Constitution of the United States. "I have no light," he said, "and without light I cannot read the Constitution of the United States." Thereupon, Kimbrough produced a candle and lighted it. Sinclair opened his book and said quietly,
"Friends, I did not come here to incite violence. I came up here to uphold the right guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States.
I am going to read from that Constitution. One will read from Article 1 of the amendments."
He then thumbed the pages to a turned-down corner. "It says," he went on by candlelight, "that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances."
A policeman stepped out of the circle of semi-darkness and approached the speaker. "You're under arrest," he said firmly. As Sinclair stepped down into police custody, Kimbrough snuffed out his candle and stuck it into his pocket. He stepped up on a nearby bench and incorrectly identified his brother-in-law's text as the Declaration of
Independence. He got no further. "You're under arrest," said a policeman.
Lehen Prince Hopkins mounted the bench. "We did not come here to incite to violence," he said, and a policeman stopped him, shouting, "You're under arrest." Young Hugh Hardiman mounted the bench. "Friends," he said, "this is a very pleasant evening, I think.
It will be interesting to see how it will turn out. I am happy to be here. Are you trying to make a speech?" An officer cut him short. "Why, yes," Hardiman answered. "You're under arrest," the officer retorted.
Mrs. Gartz hesitated about mounting the bench, but by the time she had made up her mind to join the speechmakers, Sinclair and the other arrested men were being escorted down the hill to Beacon Street, where strikers and strike sympathizers greeted them with cheers. There were still some officers on the hill, but Mrs. Gartz was finally prevailed upon by her friends not to get herself arrested. 62. At first, the police seemed to have no definite plan. They drove their captives to the San Pedro police station, where they booked them on charges of suspicion of criminal syndicalism. When Chief Oakes arrived, the officers, after some deliberation, loaded them into another car and drove them around for hours, through hayfields and orange groves, evidently to frustrate any pursuers. After some time, the car halted at a small jail in Wilmington, a few miles north of San Pedro.
There, they spent the night. Mary Sinclair, by this time wild with terror, was unable to get a writ to free her husband and his associates, or even to learn where they were. As one biographer of Sinclair notes, in a time and town notorious for the killing of prisoners, resisting arrest, or attempting to escape, her fears were not unreasonable. 63. When the press finally learned where Sinclair and the others were being held, they descended on the Wilmington jail. Sinclair, described as appearing happy, paced the floor of the jail and issued a statement to a bevy of reporters regarding his reasons for being behind bars. "I don't think," he said, "that any community ought to enter the bullpen stage of the industrial conflict without a few people who realize that that means protesting against it."
The bullpen is a definite stage and communities ought to think well before they go into it.
"Certain things happen in the bullpen stage, you mean?" asked one of the reporters. Sinclair swung around on his heel, and shot back, "I prefer not to say what happens because some people might think I was making threats. I am against violence. I am just looking at the thing historically. Concentration camps have always been accompanied by grave abuses." This was a reference to the stockade, which the mayor, the city council, and the Chamber of Commerce were planning to construct at Griffith Park. The interview ended with Sinclair telling the reporters, "There is another reason why I've gone to jail.
And that it is the only way I can get anything said in the United States. You gentlemen take down what
I have to say through the bars.
Otherwise you ignore me." 64.
Sinclair and his free speech associates were held in the Wilmington jail until late the following afternoon.
Police Chief Oakes's plan was to bring them into court moments before it closed at 5. He would then have the judge immediately appoint defense lawyers, commit Sinclair and his companions to jail without bail, and then hide them from the press.
Fortunately, one of Oakes's own subordinates telephoned the plan to Mary Sinclair, who had attorneys in court with a writ to prevent the judge from committing them to jail. Mrs.
Gartz furnished the excessive bail demanded for their release. 65.
Oakes called in the press and explained that the action taken against Sinclair was necessary for the safety of the community.
He called Sinclair more dangerous than 4,000 Wobblies, and the worst radical in the country, who had taken the law into his own hands, and he, Oakes, was proud of the fact that he had demanded a jail sentence for him. 66. He was proud, too, of the charges leveled by the city authorities against the four-man group who had tried to speak on Liberty Hill. These included the accusation that they were guilty of exciting discontent and disturbing the peace and quiet by discussing, arguing, orating and debating certain thoughts and theories, which were contemptuous of the Constitution of the State of California, calculated to cause hatred and contempt of the government of the United States, and which were detrimental and in opposition to the orderly conduct of business, affecting the rights of private property and personal liberty, and which were calculated to cause any citizen present to quarrel and fight and use force and violence, and in furtherance of the said conspiracy, stand, block, and obstruct public streets, sidewalks and highways, annoy, molest, and embarrass the persons passing along the said streets. They conspired to intimidate, threaten and coerce persons from obtaining employment against the peace and dignity of the people of the state of California. 67. To prove these ludicrous charges, the police had in their possession, as conspiratorial evidence, 2 items taken from the conspirators. 1. A booklet of patriotic documents with an American flag on the cover published by the state of California, from which Sinclair had read the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and 2. One slightly used candle. 68. Once out on bail, Sinclair let loose the opening gun of his announced campaign to show up the Chief of Police, the City Council of Los Angeles, the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, and the Chamber of Commerce. In a letter mailed from Pasadena to the Los Angeles press, Sinclair charged that Oakes had attempted to kidnap him, had denied him the services of attorneys, and had otherwise deprived him of his rights under the constitutions of the United States and California. He reiterated his intention of continuing to speak on behalf of the San Pedro strikers, and he notified the press of a mass meeting to be called in Los Angeles immediately, at which he would speak. He invited the Chief of Police to attend and hear what he had to say about the conspiracy of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association to brutally end the strike, and charged that Oakes was the medium through which the association expected to accomplish this end. "I am not a giant physically, I shrink from pain and filth and vermin and foul air, like any other man of refinement. Also, I freely admit that when I see a line of 100 policemen with drawn revolvers flung across a street to keep anyone from coming on to hear my feeble voice, I am somewhat disturbed in my nerves. But I have a conscience and a religious faith, and I know that our liberties were not won without suffering and may be lost again through our cowardice. 69. Printed as a leaflet, Sinclair's letter to Oakes was widely distributed. Immediately after the release of Sinclair and his associates, civil liberties forces rented Los Angeles's Walker Auditorium, where they held a meeting at which the crowd was so large that about 1,500 people had to be turned away. The meeting was opened with the singing of "America" by the audience, and a prayer by Reverend Bromley Oxnam, who was running for the school board on a progressive ticket. Then Sinclair spoke an intro. Duck the other, jail birds. Prince Hopkins, having just returned from 6 months in Europe, told the audience about his experience in other nations, in none of which he had found tyranny to equal that which we have right here in Los Angeles. In London's Hyde Park and Trafalgar Square, he told the audience, he had heard not only loud denunciations of the government, but radical proposals made for its overthrow. He had also learned that Arthur Henderson, Labour Party leader, had furnished bail for an arrested communist, even though he violently disagreed with the arrested man. 0. This was the first of a series of meetings at Walker Auditorium at which Sinclair and others spoke to overflow crowds. 71. On May 19, a large delegation of what the press called well-dressed people confronted Mayor Cryer and compelled him to grant permission for Sinclair and the other jail birds to hold the meeting in San Pedro which they were to have held before they were arrested and jailed. Just 8 nights after Sinclair's arrest, a mass meeting was held on Liberty Hill. The Los Angeles Record estimated that there were at least 5,000 people present. A few policemen were also on hand, but they tried to remain inconspicuous. A little stand had been erected, just large enough for one speaker. There was no light except that from a half-moon.
Reverend Clifton J. Taft opened the meeting with a prayer. He raised his hands over thousands of bowed heads and said,
Our Father, we are made of one clay. We want to be brothers here. We want the liberties that our fathers conceived on these shores to be passed on to our children, and our children's children, undiminished. Amen. Then Sinclair took the stand. He quoted the guarantees of freedom of speech and assemblage and went on to tell the story of the past 8 days. The audience laughed and cheered as he told them that the chief of police had said that 9/10 of the people at the meeting were foreigners who would not understand a word the speaker said. He introduced his wife and several other women. Then the other jail birds spoke. After that, several lawyers spoke, followed by a minister, a doctor, and then a member of the IWW, by special permission from the police, said a few words of thanks to the free speech fighters on behalf of the strikers. Free speech had won another round. The American Civil Liberties Union declared. 72. In this new, albeit temporary, atmosphere, the WW and its sympathizers stepped up their opposition to the arrests and showed their solidarity with those already in jail. After a mass meeting on Liberty Hill, the crowd expressed this solidarity. The account in Industrial Solidarity noted. To the jail, was the next shout, and with a half-dozen gaily dressed young women in the van, the crowd marched to the ugly stone structure, now filled with strike committee men and free speech fighters. Round and round the long snake-like line went. The red flag was followed by "Remember" songs. In California's darkened dungeons, for the OBU. "Remember we're outside for you," they sang, and the fourth line came back faintly from the men behind the barred windows, "and we're in here for you." Meanwhile, The episode involving Sinclair and his associates was making headline news throughout the United States, and even in Europe, with editorial comments accompanying the news reports. Although it never explicitly referred to them in its editorial, the Los Angeles Times once again proved itself the most reactionary paper in the United States when it wrote, "It is with regret that the supporters of law and order, the defenders of American institutions, of American homes and American standards of living have been compelled to witness a little group of utopians rallying to the defense of the forces of destruction, glorying in desolation, taking a sadistic delight in violence and protesting to the mayor and the chief of police because they refuse to stand aside and permit the destruction to continue." Then, referring to Sinclair without naming him, it continued, "One of their number collected about him a mob of several hundred in open defiance of the law. Thoroughly unscrupulous, he drew from his pocket the Constitution, a document he seldom loses opportunity to assail, and began to read extracts. By this device he thought to stultify the officers of the law. If arrested, he could pose as a martyr to the very document that every member of the mob takes delight in reviling. But the Times in its viciousness stood alone among newspapers, even in Los Angeles. This is no time for bonehead tactics. Read the front page headline in the Los Angeles Record on the day following the arrest of Sinclair and his associates. Editorially, the newspaper declared that, while it held no brief for the IWW, it did respect the true American interpretation of constitutional rights. Sinclair, in this newspaper's opinion, is making a spectacular play to show how constitutional rights are ignored by the authorities. He was revealing that the Los Angeles authorities regarded the Constitution as a mere scrap of paper to be respected or ignored as a matter of personal determination. For this the city owed him a vote of thanks. 75 The Record followed this up with an editorial entitled, "Democratic America and Monarchical England," in which it noted that, in monarchical England, they permit free speech. "We teach our children that
America is the cradle of liberty," the editorial went on. "The forefathers were students of the successful government.
That is why they plainly stated in the Constitution of the United States that freedom of speech cannot be abridged by Congress." And yet here in Los Angeles, a chief of police, acting under the orders of a mayor who has been in conference behind closed doors with representatives of merchants and manufacturers, arrests a man for reading the Constitution of the
United States. It is a dangerous, ignorant, unlawful thing for the chief of police, the mayor and his advisors to do. 6. The repercussions of the episode were both national and international.
Liberal, socialist, communist, and capitalist newspapers alike expressed their outrage.
Typical was an editorial in the Hartford Times, the New York Times, on the other hand, was one of the few newspapers which did not comment editorially. Said the Hartford Daily,
"There is nothing to indicate that the Constitution and the preamble thereof are to be read only at 4th of July meetings, convocations of the Ku Klux Klan, and teas for women patriots.
There is nothing in that preamble to indicate that the
blessings of liberty were suspended during dock strikes or that they do not apply to socialist novelists. It only requires a few instances of this sort of stupid oppression to prove to the satisfaction of many people of a certain unfortunate type of mind the truth of all the unkind things that Mr. Sinclair has been saying about the United States of America. 77. Bertrand Russell wrote from England, asking Sinclair, "Is it true you have got into trouble with the authorities because they take the same view of the Declaration of Independence as George III took? If so, you have my warmest sympathy and good wishes." 78 From Moscow, L. Malkin wrote to, "Dear Comrade
Sinclair,
your recent arrest raised a great storm here where your books are so popular. Several organizations passed resolutions of censure of the American authorities." 79 From the International Arbeiter. Hilf Workers' Aid of Berlin, Germany, came a cablegram reading, "Learn with distress of your imprisonment.
have you appealed to President Harding?" Brotherly sympathy. Sinclair replied, "Don't worry. customary in
America. However, taking the advice of the German Workers' Organization, he appealed to President Warren G. Harding for assistance in preserving the Republican form of government at Los Angeles Harbor. I ask you to send officers of the United States Army with me to the harbor to vindicate the rights of the citizens to read the Constitution of the United States on private property with the permission of the owner.
The local chief of police has practically rescinded the Constitution and declared martial law.
In the presence of many witnesses, including 2 attorneys, he ordered us to stop that constitutional stuff. I understand that you really believe in the Constitution.
I await your immediate action. Please wire decision at my expense. No answer came, but Sinclair's appeal to the president was widely publicized. The nationwide criticism of the Los Angeles authorities was giving the
City of Angels such a black eye that civic leaders were eager to make a deal with Sinclair.
The managing editor of the Los Angeles Examiner called him on the telephone and asked how long the affair was to go on.
Until we have civil liberties in Los Angeles, Sinclair replied, saying that he was speaking on behalf of the business interests who ran the city. The editor worked out an arrangement with Sinclair. Under its terms, the charges against the 4 who had spoken on May 15 would be dropped in exchange for Sinclair's withdrawal of his civil suit for false arrest. Sinclair requested also that the American Civil Liberties Union serve as a future guardian of free speech in Southern California, and that Police Chief Oakes be dismissed. You have a ruffian as chief of police, Sinclair declared, and there'll never be any decency in this town while he runs it. He was promised
Oakes's removal within a month and was assured that the other terms he requested would be fulfilled. Accepting this assurance, Sinclair dropped the suit against the city and returned to his writing. 81.
In addition to the dismissal of Chief Oakes, the San Pedro affair led to the formation of what is today the largest and most important of the constituent affiliates of the ACLU, the Southern California American Civil
Liberties
Union. 82. It was largely the product of Sinclair's activities. He refused to return full-time to his writing until he had assured himself that the Southern California branch of the ACLU was on a sound footing. He spoke at meetings, spent hundreds of dollars on ACLU work without expectation of reimbursement, and drove about Southern California on ACLU business. 83. After the selection of Reverend Clifton J. Taft as director of the ACLU in September 1923, a series of Sunday night open forums began at the Los Angeles Music Art Hall on South Broadway. The forum provided a much-needed platform where speakers of all viewpoints debated a variety of public issues and allowed themselves to be questioned by interested audiences. 84. One final result of Sinclair's role in the San Pedro strike was the writing and production of a labor play.
During his short stay in jail, he had seen and heard about the treatment accorded wobblies in California jails.
At his request, the LU's General Defense Branch in California provided him with the number of political prisoners in the state and how many were, or had been, in solitary confinement. Taft wrote to city and county officials for similar information, which he passed on to Sinclair. 85. Sinclair drew upon this information and upon personal contacts with wobblies to produce Singing Jailbirds. Originally titled California, the play was a combination of speeches by wobblies in jail, interspersed with the steady singing of a wide variety of LWW songs. 86. Writing years later about the effect of his intervention in the San Pedro strike on the rights of workers in Los Angeles, Sinclair noted, "So far as I can recall, there have been no mass arrests of strikers in the past 29 years. 87. This may have been true in the long run, but it was certainly not the case in the continuing struggle at San Pedro Harbor."
On the contrary, after Sinclair returned to his writing, the situation, as far as civil liberties for the strikers was concerned, grew infinitely worse. Sinclair, in fact, acknowledged as much when he reported in his postscript to Singing Jailbirds that, even as the play was being set into type, the new chief of police of Los Angeles had declared, "The big fellows in this town can do anything they like and get away with it. But the workers can't even think what they want to think without being thrown into jail." The new police chief called this an outrage, and promised to end it once and for all in Los Angeles, including its harbor in San Pedro. After reporting this encouraging statement, Sinclair added bitterly, "And a few days after this speech was made, a mob of 300 men, including policemen and sailors, raids a peaceful entertainment held in the LWW Hall at San Pedro, and beats those present with baseball bats and clubs. One little girl is thrown into a vat of boiling coffee, so that the flesh is cooked from her limbs, and she is in the hospital, not expected to live. A number of men are dragged into automobiles, carried out into the country, and tarred and feathered. Repeated appeals to the police authorities in this matter result in promises of arrests, but no arrests. Several weeks have passed, but the most determined agitation on the part of the American Civil Liberties Union cannot persuade the public authorities to give any protection to the working people at San Pedro, or any pretense of justice. 88. Sinclair's account of the mob attack on the WW Hall erred in one respect. It was not just one little girl who was thrown into a vat of boiling coffee. This brutal treatment was given to Lena Milos, age 10, known as the Wobbly Songbird, Lillian Sunstead, age 8, May Sunstead, age 13, John Rodan, age 9, and Catherine Rodan, age 5, Andrew Colgus, age 12, and Joyce Codilda, age 4. Andrew Colgus received an additional hot grease application from one of the sadists in the mob. All the children were beaten as well. The press and the authorities did nothing about the terrible incident. On the contrary, the police and the vigilantes continued to harass the union. Raids were frequent and the police carried out a systematic policy of driving the IWW from the waterfront. By the end of 1925, the strike had been broken and the LWW suppressed, and the Merchants and Manufacturers Association was able to announce joyfully that the San Pedro harbor had been cleaned up. After 1924, the once powerful Marine Transport Workers Industrial Union on the Pacific Coast never again showed any real strength of its own. But the spirit of San Pedro remained among the rank and file and even among some of the leadership of all the maritime unions. James Gray, the American Civil Liberties Union of Southern California and Imperial Valley Agricultural Labor Disturbances, 1930 to 1934. Ph.D. dissertation, University of California, Los Angeles, 1966, pp. 19 to 20. Chapter 4. Women Workers. Employment of Women Workers. The report of the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor released in December 1920 conveyed the information that the number of women workers in industries formerly almost exclusively employing men was increasing rapidly, and that about 35% more women than before the war were employed in the iron, steel and related industries, in lumber, leather, stone, clay and chemical manufactures, the making of automobiles, electrical apparatus, agricultural implements, musical instruments, optical goods, rubber goods, motion pictures, in shipbuilding, in repair shops, on the railroads and streetcars, etc. The report noted that women were now employed in these industries in a ratio of about 1 for every 9 men. One of the significant features, according to the Women's Bureau, was the evidence of a shift of women from the traditional women employing industries such as textiles, the sewing trades, hotel and restaurants and domestic work, to better paying industries previously occupied almost exclusively by men. 1. A closer look at the situation revealed a less optimistic picture. For one thing, according to census statistics, on January 1, 1920, there were a little over 8.5 million women 10 years of age and over gainfully employed in the United States. This represented an increase of nearly 500,000 since 1910, but taking the increase in population into consideration, there had actually been a decrease from 23.4% in 1910 to 21.1% in 1920. The census statistics revealed further that while women in greater numbers were entering occupations in which they had had scant representation up to that time, only a minority were actually going into entirely new occupations. The greatest change in any one occupation was in that of elevator tenders, where women increased in number from 25 in 1910 to 7,337 in 1920. There were also large increases in the number of women in the iron and steel industries. The number of semi-skilled operatives increased 53. ing 145.4% during the decade from 1910 to 1920, while the number of women laborers more than doubled. A greater increase, moreover, was shown in the number of women employed in automobile factories in 1920 than in any other manufacturing industry. Still, the greatest increases occurred among hairdressers, manicurists, laundry workers, store clerks, school teachers, stenographers and typists. All traditional women's occupations. 2. On the other hand, the number of female servants and waitresses decreased from 122,367 in 1910 to 94,658 in 1920. and the number of dressmakers and seamstresses, not including those employed in factories, decreased from 38,850 to 22,785.3.
According to a bulletin published by the New York State Industrial Commission in 1922, there were 1,135,948 women in the state who worked for wages, twice the number of women employed in industry in Pennsylvania, then the second-ranking state in population. 64% of the women were employed in New York City, and more than 351,000 were employed in the manufacturing and mechanical industries. Figures also revealed that since 1910 there had been an increase in New York State of 151,560 women wage earners and 347,749 men. The ratio of men to women workers in the various occupations remained about the same as it had been. The only occupational group that showed a drop in the number of women employed was in domestic and personal service. But the proportion of women in the clerical group jumped from 34.5% in 1910 to 46.5% in 1920. There had been a 4% increase in transportation, and also a slight increase in professional and trade workers. On the other hand, there had been a slight drop in the percentage of women engaged in the manufacturing and mechanical industries and in agriculture. Although the percentage in the former industries had gone down, the actual number of women in these lines of work had increased by about 2,000.4. The first report on female black workers by the Department of Labor's Women's Bureau appeared in the spring of 1922. It concluded that in most industries employing female labor, there is discrimination against Negro women for similar work, hours of labor, working conditions, the type of labor performed and promotions. Taking the food industry as an example of the special discrimination black women faced, the report pointed out that in the abattoirs and stockyards, Negro women trimmed, sorted, graded and stamped different portions of the statistics released by the Bureau of the Census for New York City are also revealing. Pronounced increases for women were shown in the following occupational classes. Clerks, except in stores, from 19,409 in 1910 to 68,949 in 1920. Stenographers and typists, from 33,769 to 72,535. Bookkeepers, cashiers and accounts, from 21,613 to 40,234. Telephone operators began 7,862 to 20,068 and trained nurses from 7,504 to 12,127, New York Times, and carcasses, separated and cleaned the viscera, and prepared the meat for curing and canning. However, they were barred from the more desirable work of canning and wrapping the meat and its byproducts. The work of black women was usually done in the wet, slippery part of the establishment, where unpleasant odors filled the air, and where marked variations in temperature and humidity made the surroundings hazardous to health. Where black women were employed in candy factories, they were without exception employed at the same tasks that were given to white women. These included the hand dipping of chocolates, machine tending and assorting, and wrapping and boxing candies. The work of Negro women in the canning and crystallizing of fruits, on the other hand, was confined to one occupation, seeding or pitting the fruit preparatory to the other processes. The work of black and white women in the glass industry was entirely different. White women were engaged in assorting the glass products and etching or hand-painting glass globes and other articles, as well as in inspecting, packing and wrapping the finished goods. Black women were found in the most dangerous part of the establishment, where bits of broken glass at times flew in all directions. They were in rapid, continuous movement and heavily burdened with glass products, which they carried from the blowers to the ovens to be tempered. They were also employed in opening and closing the molds in which the hot glass is placed to be blown. In one of the plants investigated, an employer tried to promote black women into more skilled occupations, but, the report noted, union opposition forced him to discontinue the experiment. The survey noted that the working day of the majority of black women interviewed was greatly lengthened because of home duties in addition to factory work. Rising at 5 o'clock, she cooked breakfast, dressed the children and prepared food and made conditions around the house as suitable as possible for the children for the day. She was at her place of employment at 7 o'clock and continued work until 5:30 in the evening. Returning home, there was a round of household duties that usually kept her busy until nearly midnight. The report concluded on a pessimistic note. In most cases, the Negro woman has no alternative, but must accept these industrial handicaps and discrimination. Interviews with many of the women revealed the fact that they had fully observed the differences and felt humiliated and discouraged as the result. 5. Still, as the following by a Work A Day Girl, published at about the same time, indicates, white working women also felt humiliated and discouraged. The humdrum life and the humbug strife of a work-a-day girl.
In a rich man's world, a dog were cherished. She's of less value, more than she, than anything else. In fact, he's clever. In this money-mad world, as he can be, where poverty's felt, rides in an auto, when you're poor, fears not the whip, there's no chance, not even a curse, with the bosses to dance, from his master's lips, or get in on his wedding chimes. She stands on the curb, so work on, you poor simp, too weary to eat, till you're sick, weak and limp, while doggy rides by, for a pittance each, on a cushioned front seat. Day of your life. 6. The Boston Globe reprinted the poem, which had originally appeared in the Seattle Union Record. It did so to make a point. Commenting on the lines, she stands on the curb, too weary to eat, it observed. Practically all of us eat too much. 7. The AFL and women workers. As 1920 closed and the new decade got underway, the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor reported that many women are now included in the membership of the big international unions. More than 12,000 are found on the rolls of the International Association of Machinists, and there are many thousands in the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen. Furthermore, 8% of the trade union membership was now female, with 6.6% of working women organized. 8. The Labor Herald of Kansas City, Missouri, noting that more than 80,000 women office workers had joined trade unions during the period from April 1918 to April 1919, highlighted this fact in a headline that read, "This marks the expansion of the labor movement into hitherto unorganized groups and types of workers." Asterisk. For the most part, these new workers were stenographers, clerks, accountants, etc., in the railroad offices. Another headline in the Labor Herald read, "For the first time AFL sends woman delegate to the British Trade Union Congress." The reference was to the appointment of Sarah A. Conboy, a former carpet weaver, as the AFL's delegate to the meeting of the British Trade Union Congress, which opened in Portsmouth, England on September 6, 1920. Labor Herald, August 20, 1920. Throughout the country, and in various branches of the federal civil service, they represented about one-half of the total increase in membership recorded by the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks, the National Federation of Federal Employees, and the local stenographers and office workers unions, all of them affiliated with the American Federation of Labor. 9. In addition to women office workers, school teachers were also reported to be rapidly adding to the strength of their organizations and the number of their local unions. The spread of trade union organization among the clerical workers and school teachers was considered especially significant, because it marks the expansion of the labor movement into hitherto unorganized groups and types of workers, notably in the South, where a large proportion of the gains appear in the Brotherhood of Railway Clerks. The Brotherhood increased its membership from 19,000 at the time the government took over the railroads to a total of about 160,000. A gain of 22,000 members was recorded in the month of January 1919 alone. Many of these new members were women. 10, but events soon disclosed that any further progress in organizing women would be exceedingly difficult. In February 1921, a conference of AFL international and national unions called upon the public to recognize and support the right of the working people of the United States to organize into trade unions. Each union representative present appended his name to the document with the statement, "To the above declaration and appeal we pledge ourselves and those we represent." Among those signing the appeal and pledge were the president and another representative of the International Molders Union and the president and secretary-treasurer of the Journeyman Barbers International Union, both of which expressly excluded women from membership. 11. Samuel Gompers, Frank Morrison and all the other members of the Executive Council also signed the appeal on behalf of the right of the working people of the United States to organize into trade unions. Yet a few weeks later, Secretary Morrison wrote in answer to an inquiry, the American Federation of Labor would have authority to issue charters to women members of a trade only where such course would be authorized by the international organization having jurisdiction. How this operated was illustrated in the case of the women barbers of Seattle who, having been denied membership in the Barbers Union, asked the AFL for a separate charter and were refused because the Barbers Union objected. Thereupon, the IWW's organ, the Industrial Worker, commented in an editorial headed, "To Seattle Lady Barbers. There is no charge that you have ever scabbed on other workers in your trade. There is no charge that you have ever done anything against the union rules, except that you were born as women. This is the great unpardonable fault you have committed, a fault inherited from the Dark Ages, when women were the acknowledged slaves of men. To those of you who are of the wage working class, this means the great majority of you. We would say, get into the industrial workers of the world. We welcome every wage worker who is willing to work to better the conditions of the working class. We ask you to investigate this organization, to study its principles, to find out just what its aims and objects are. We feel certain if you will join with us you will find yourselves with a band of fellow workers who will march by your side to better things for all, instead of trying to crush you down. 12. The Women Barbers of Seattle received a charter from the Seattle Labor Council and had no need to desert the AFL for the IWW. However, other women workers who were excluded from international unions were not so fortunate. Writing in the June 1921 issue of Life and Labor, the official organ of the Women's Trade Union League, Mabel W. Taylor, organizer for the league, reported from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where many women were employed in the manufacture of furniture, that efforts to organize these women had failed. In giving the reasons, she pointed out that the union had refused to take the women into its organization and that when the women tried to organize separately, they were refused a charter by the AFL. The men in the shops then tried to have the women discharged by belittling the amount and quality of the work they do, and by making the girls feel that they are interlopers. 13. Aroused by these developments, the executive board of the league appointed a committee to confer with the AFL Executive Council to discuss the issuance of charters to groups of women not admitted to membership in the international unions of their trade. The committee met with the Executive Council on August 23, 1921, but nothing came of the discussions. The Women's Trade Union League, an organization which brought together both wage-earning and middle-class women, and both trade unionists and social reformers, was organized in 1903. For its formation and early history, see Philip S. Foner, Women and the American Labor Movement. From Colonial Times to the Eve of World War I, New York, 1979. Although the League concentrated on organizing women workers and lobbying for protective legislation for them in Philadelphia, its most successful activities in the 205 lay in organizing the wives of striking workers in order to gain support for their husbands' union activities. The League organized the families of cloakmakers, leather workers, carpenters, and shipyard workers. During a 15-month strike at the shipyard in the Port Richmond area of Philadelphia, which employed large numbers of Polish, Irish, and Italian men, the strikers pointed out to the union that their wives and mothers resented the fact that they did not bring home pay envelopes because of the strike. The union appealed to the League, which organized a meeting to which 12,000 women came, the wives, daughters, and mothers of the strikers. The League convinced them that a successful strike could mean better lives for the women and their families. After a series of such meetings, the women became so involved in strike activity that one striker commented, "LT ain't no use talkin'. It's women that keep up our picket line. When any fellow gets lazy and his wife is in the auxiliary, she makes life so miserable for him he just can't stand it. He has to get out on the picket line, and if she's afraid he won't get there, she just goes with him." Organizing Wives and Mothers, the Survey, May 13, 1922, page 241. Other than the suggestion by Gompers that conferences be held with those internationals that excluded women. 14. But the League was not willing to rely on vague promises. Instead, it met with a group of women delegates to the 1921 AFL convention and helped form the Women's Committee for Industrial Equality. A resolution was drawn up to amend the AFL Constitution. Introduced by Delegate Ethel Haig, a tobacco worker, it read, "Nothing in this Constitution shall be construed as recognition of any right on the part of the American Federation of Labor, or any affiliated union, or of any officers of such union, to deny or abridge the right of workers to membership and to all the privileges of membership in the union of their trade or industry on account of sex, and women in a trade under the jurisdiction of a union which does not admit women to membership on the same terms as men shall not be denied a separate or direct charter from the American Federation of Labor for lack of consent of that union." The amendment was deliberately drawn so as to avoid direct interference with autonomy, by not making it mandatory for an international union to accept women. But it did provide that if entrance into the AFL was closed to any group of women by an international union, then another door could be opened through which they might enter. The issue was therefore clearly drawn. Either the AFL would recognize and support the right of women to be organized and would live up to its repeated and frequent declarations of support for the organizing of all workers, regardless of sex, or it would again use the slightest possibility of infringing on the autonomy of the internationals as an excuse for excluding women. The Industrial Equality Amendment produced an interesting discussion, and a number of male delegates spoke out in its behalf. But the AFL leadership would have none of it, claiming that exclusion was the result, not of prejudice, but of the fact that women were not suited for work in the trades that banned them. The Committee on Laws introduced a substitute resolution reading, "Resolved, that the international and national organizations that do not admit women workers give early consideration to such admission." The convention then rejected a floor amendment calling upon the AFL itself to charter locals if affiliates prohibited entrance by female members, and it went on to accept the committee's resolution by a vote of 164 to 73. The meaninglessness of this resolution was indicated by the fact that 2 of the 5 international that had banned women from membership, the Barbers and the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, were not scheduled to hold their conventions until 1924, and another, the Molders Union, had not even set the date for its next convention. Moreover, the other 2 unions whose constitutions or bylaws barred women from membership were the Elastic Goring Weavers Association and the Pattern Makers League. of the presidents of these three organizations informed the press that no consideration would be given to the subject of women workers by his union until its convention was held, and that there was little likelihood that it would receive consideration even then. And when a few months later, the Women's Trade Union League appealed directly to the AFL Executive Council to issue charters to women if they were excluded by affiliates, the proposal was rejected. The council claimed it had no authority unless it was authorized by the unions involved. 15. But the Committee for Industrial Equality remained hopeful. It changed its name to the National Women's Union and planned to fight for an even stronger resolution at the 1922 AFL convention. At that convention, Mary V. Hollis, fraternal delegate of the NWTUL, drew up a resolution calling upon the AFL Executive Council to issue charters directly to women in occupations in which the unions refused to admit women to membership. She then had Luther E. Seward, president of the National Federation of Federal Employees, introduce it. However, the Committee on Laws reported a revised resolution to the convention. It opened with fulsome praise for the AFL as having, since its inception, done everything in its power to organize the women workers of the country and to obtain for them equal rights, political as well as economic. Since, it claimed, only a few international unions refused to admit women to membership, due largely to the nature of their work, the revised resolution proposed that the Executive Council take up the subject with the trade unions involved and endeavor to reach an understanding as to the issuance of federal charters. The revised resolution was quickly adopted. How little was to be gained by this approach became clear soon after the convention. The women barbers in Seattle applied to the AFL for a federal charter on the basis of the 1922 resolution. At first it was granted, but after a vehement protest by the International Barbers Union, it was recalled. At that point, the whole procedure was abandoned. 16. Thus, while the women delegates were permitted to attend its conventions and to introduce resolutions calling for the unionization of women workers, the AFL did little concrete along these lines. It did seem that the Federation was finally beginning to move in 1923, after the Supreme Court invalidated a District of Columbia minimum wage law for women, a decision that will be discussed below. The AFL reacted by raising the need for a unionization drive among working women. In February 1924, Gompers invited 45 unions to a national conference, declaring that, if women cannot be protected by law, we should protect them by organization. At the conference, a discussion took place about what agencies already existed to help the woman worker. In his presentation, Gompers stated that although the T.U.E.L had rendered valuable service during strikes, it was inadequate to the task of organizational work, since its nature was largely academic. Its mission, he declared, was primarily educational, and he practically proposed that it be dissolved. In its place, he suggested the establishment, under his direct supervision, of an AFL Women's Bureau that would include a female executive officer and that would lead a joint organizational campaign to be financed by the member unions. Less than 3 weeks later, Gompers sent his secretary, Florence Tomei, to Mary Anderson, head of the Women's Bureau of the U.S. Department of Labor and a leading force in the Women's Trade Union League, to find out if the League could be persuaded to go out of business. A number of League members viewed the proposal of an AFL Women's Bureau as little more than a device to undermine their organization, and the fact that it had the support of the barbers and carpenters. Unions gave credence to these suspicions. Still, the League's leadership was even prepared to abandon its organizational activities and act as a link between the trade union movement and the general public, provided that the AFL Women's Bureau actually got underway. In a letter to Gompers signed by its Executive Council, the League pledged its willingness to coordinate its efforts with those of the AFL. The letter concluded, the fact that there are, according to the Women's Bureau of the United States Department of Labor, 3,156,600 women working at trades which come within the jurisdiction of the national and international organizations affiliated with the American Federation of Labor, and that the records of the American Federation of Labor show no more than 200,000 of the number in the membership of the American Federation of Labor, is a telling comment upon the overwhelming difficulties besetting the task of the organization of women. We believe that the coordination of effort in this direction under an able woman executive is the most important step that could be taken, and we gladly pledge the resources and the machinery of the National Women's Trade Union League in aid of this undertaking. 17. The proposed Women's Bureau never became a reality. Of the 45 unions invited to the first meeting, only 13 sent representatives, and they objected to a Women's Bureau as an infringement on their autonomy. After another conference, the plan was turned over to the August 1924 AFL convention. In its report to that convention, the Executive Council merely declared, after considering the whole situation, Council felt that because of the very few pledges of substantial support to a separate and distinctive movement confined to organizing women wage earners, it was obvious that a general concerted action would be impracticable. The Executive Council then proposed, as the only way in which the AFL could deal with the issue, that the Federation can promote the organization of women in industry by making available informational sources and material and by carrying on the educational work necessary to a better understanding of the problem of women in industry and the necessity for constructive action. Ironically, by 1924, not only were the 5 international unions that had barred women from membership still continuing that practice, but a number of others had publicly acknowledged that they officially opposed the admission of women. They included the Teamsters Union, the Brotherhood of Blacksmiths and Drop Forgers, and the United Mine Workers. 18. However, the Women's Trade Union League had by that time become convinced that women workers faced a more dangerous threat than that posed by the hostility of the AFL and its affiliates, and it had already decided to refrain from pressing the issue of the exclusion of women from AFL affiliates and the Federation's failure to mount a meaningful organizing campaign among women workers. This greater menace, in the eyes of the League, was the threat to protective legislation, and in its effort to combat this danger, the League decided to shelve the campaign to change the policies and practices of the unions toward women workers. 19. The controversy over protective legislation. At the beginning of the 20th century, in response to pressure from a coalition of progressive reformers, states began to enact laws governing the hours, wages, and sanitary and safety conditions of women workers in most industries. Between 1896 and 1923, 26 states enacted such laws. 20. The Supreme Court struck down legislation providing for maximum hours of work on the ground that it denied workers the right to make their own contracts of employment in Muller, 2. Oregon, 1908. The Supreme Court, for the first time, accepted the right of state legislatures to set standards for workers' conditions in non-hazardous occupations. Muller represented a challenge to a 1903 10-hour law covering women laundry and factory workers. The Oregon Supreme Court upheld the law, whereupon Muller appealed to the Supreme Court. The National Consumers League, acting through Florence Kelley, engaged Louis Brandeis to write a brief in support of the statute. In the famous Brandeis Brief, he not only demonstrated that the type of work regulated by the Oregon law was particularly taxing, but he also argued that the woman worker was in special need of protection. He based his argument on 4 matters of general knowledge. First, that women are physically weaker than and otherwise physically different from men. Second, that damage to a woman's health might affect her future reproductive capacity. Third, that the health of a child may be damaged if its mother is overworked. And fourth, that excessive hours of labor deprive the family of a woman's services in the home. 21. On February 8, 1908, Justice Brewer handed down the unanimous court opinion upholding the Oregon law. In a footnote, the court credited Brandeis for playing an important role in its decision. It sustained legislation for women workers only on the basis of their biological role, saying that woman's physical structure and the performance of maternal functions place her at a disadvantage is obvious. The two sexes differ in structure of body, in the functions to be performed by each, in the amount of physical strength, in the capacity for long continued labor, particularly when done standing, the influence of vigorous health upon the future well-being of the race, the self-reliance which enables one to assert full rights and in the capacity to maintain the struggle for subsistence. 22. After Muller, the enactment of protective legislation proceeded more rapidly, and organizations like the Women's Trade Union League and the Consumers League devoted more and more of their time and energies to promoting the passage of such laws. Actually, the WTUL's efforts at lobbying for protective legislation were far less extensive than those of the Consumers League, but unlike the latter's activities, those of the WTUL were often conducted by working women themselves. This was particularly true of the Philadelphia WTUL, whose chief lobbyist in the state capitol in Harrisburg was an unemployed hosiery worker. The WTUL coordinated the efforts of both the unions and the Consumers League on behalf of protective legislation. It set up teams of workers and young women from colleges to canvass women's clubs in Philadelphia with 1-minute speeches in favor of protective legislation. 23. In 1921, Mary Anderson summed up the position of the Women's Trade Union League and other advocates of protective legislation for women workers when she wrote, "We cannot close our eyes to the fact that industry in all its past has laid the heavy burden upon the women. At present and for many years to come, the problem of women in industry will be one which needs separate and expert attention." 24. However, it has been argued that the WTUL turned to legislation as the solution for women workers' problems because it had become disillusioned with the prospect of, most scholars credited the Brandeis Brief with having swayed the court to uphold the Oregon law. For a different view, see Nancy S. Erickson, Muller v. Oregon Reconsidered, The Origins of a Sex-Based Doctrine of Liberty of Contract, Labor History 30, Spring 1989, 228-50. Asterisk in a detailed analysis of court decisions on protective legislation and women workers. Anne Corinne Hill concludes, "It is my contention that the courts, in their decisions on protective legislation, have legitimated rather than challenged the second-class position of women in the American labor force. After 100 years of rulings on various aspects of the employment of women, the courts in general, and the United States Supreme Court in particular, have yet to recognize that women have a right to employment, a right to enter and pursue the occupation of their choice. The courts generally see male workers as the norm and treat women as aliens in the labor force. Protection of women workers in the courts. A legal case history, feminist. Studies 5, Summer 19,791,248. Organizing women into unions, especially since the AFL offered no real assistance. Other scholars have challenged this interpretation, insisting that the League's support for protective legislation resulted, in the main, from its belief that, because of the changing nature of the work process owing to technological improvements, the AFL's elitist, craft union, anti-government policy was no longer successful in solving industrial problems. This did not represent either a change in goals or a rejection of the desirability of organization. It did, however, reflect the belief that organization alone would never accomplish all that trade unionists deserve, and that even working men, who had organizations upon which to rely, had resorted to legislation when that seemed the better plan. 25. The Women's Trade Union League rejected the AFL's philosophy of voluntarism, which opposed legislative interference in the negotiations between employers and unions for a labor contract, and which placed almost total emphasis on the development of labor's power through the formation of trade unions. It is true that the AFL reluctantly, and often in words only, endorsed legislation for female workers on the ground that their weakness required it, but its main emphasis was on the formation of trade unions and collective bargaining at the expense of political action and legislative lobbying. 26 Although the League was originally founded to organize women into trade unions, it made an early commitment to legislation and education as its other goals because it soon perceived that women's working experience required different solutions from men's. 27. It soon became clear to some, however, that legislation was a two-edged sword. While it did protect women from many of the worst abuses of the early 20th century industrial system, some of it served to exclude women from certain occupations. After the signing of the armistice, the Central Federated Union of New York City and Vicinity and the Amalgamated Association of Street and Electrical Railway Employees joined forces in lobbying for a law in the New York State Legislature prohibiting women from working on the streetcars and subways between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. In the spring of 1919, the campaign was successful and the Lockwood-Caulfield Bill, containing the prohibition, was passed by the legislature and signed by Governor Alfred E. Smith. 28. The day the law was passed, all the transit lines in New York City discharged every woman worker on the surface and subway lines. Women workers fought back militantly. The League of Women Employees of Railways, the Brooklyn Rapid Transit Women's Equal Opportunity League and the Interborough Women's League for Equal Opportunity jointly sent a protest to Governor Smith, urging him to call a special session of the legislature to repeal the obnoxious law. Women are not opposed to shorter hours, the appeal declared, but they are opposed to this law because it discriminates against the women and forces them to lose their jobs. We favor a law that applies to men and women alike. Governor Smith rejected the appeal. All the women could do was to vow retaliation at the polls and pledge to seek legislation that would treat men and women equally. 9. During World War I, the Women's League for Equal Opportunity had been formed in New York City to lobby against the night work law and the 54-hour statute. It was soon joined by the Equal Rights League, made up of women printers. However, both organizations remained small until after the war, when their ranks were swelled by women telegraphers, streetcar operators and others who had been working in traditionally male occupations and who stood to lose their jobs by legislative action. After 1918, both organizations sent lobbyists to every legislative hearing urging the repeal of existing protective legislation and the defeat of any additional laws. F.O. The chief opponent of protective legislation, however, was the Congressional Union, the most militant American suffrage organization, founded by Alice Paul and Lucy Burns when they broke with the leadership of the National American Woman Suffrage Association, NAWSA, early in 1913. The Congressional Union later changed its name to the National Woman's Party. Both before and after the change, the organization was headed by Paul and was almost totally under her influence. 31 A single-issue advocate of women's rights, she refused to permit any other issue to be raised at meetings and conventions of the National Woman's Party. At its 1921 convention, the NWP in effect excluded black women and paid no attention to the mass violations of their voting rights, despite the ratification of the woman's suffrage amendment. Paul justified this stand on the ground that the plight of black women was a race, not a sex issue, but this was just a convenient cloak for racism. Following a bitter quarrel with Paul in 1919 over this very issue, Walter White, director of NAACP, commented that if they could get the suffrage amendment through without enfranchising colored women, they would do it in a moment. 32. In 1921, the National Woman's Party turned its major attention to a proposed Equal Rights Amendment to the Constitution. It was very simple, reading, No political, civil or legal disabilities or inequalities on account of *, referring to the National Women's Trade Union League. Diane Elizabeth Kirby writes, their concern for black women workers was unusual for that period and once again differentiated the League from the exclusivist position of the American Federation of Labor and the nativist sentiment of the National American Woman Suffrage Association. Alice Henry. The National Women's Trade Union League of America and Progressive Labor. Reform, 1906 to 1925. Ph.D. dissertation, University of California, Santa Barbara, 1982, page 320. Apart from the fact that Kirby exaggerates the absence of racism in the Women's Trade Union League, it is strange that she does not include the National Woman's Party among the organizations with an exclusivist position. Sex nor on account of marriage, unless applying equally to both sexes, shall exist within the United States or any territory thereof. 33. The issue of protective labor legislation for women was at the core of discussions of the proposed amendment. It would appear that before submitting the amendment to Congress, the National Woman's Party underwent some change of heart with respect to protective legislation. In March 1921, Alice Paul advised the chairperson of the Massachusetts NWP to be very certain that none of the legislation which you introduce in any way disturbs any protective legislation that may have been passed in your state for the welfare of women. I do not think we want to interfere in any way with the so-called welfare legislation that has been passed at the instance of the Consumers League and other organizations for the purpose of protecting women from night work and from too long hours of labor, even though this legislation may not be equal for men and women. That is, it seems to me when there is an inequality in which the position of women is better than that of men, we do not want to bring the standard for women down to that of men, but want, on the contrary, to bring that of men up to the standard existing for women. Whether or not Paul was sincere in favoring protective legislation is a matter of dispute. In any case, those in the NWP who opposed labor legislation restricted to women, led by Gail Laughlin, president of the National Federation of Business and Professional Women's Clubs, persuaded Paul to support their position. In November 1921, Paul wrote to a New York member, personally, I do not believe in special protective labor legislation for women. It seems to me that enacting labor laws along sex lines is erecting another handicap for women in the economic struggle. 34. Paul's letter sums up very well the argument of advocates of the Equal Rights Amendment. They maintained that protective legislation that applied only to women was discriminatory, and that the effect of such laws was too often to restrict women's employment rather than to protect them on the job. 35. Opponents of the amendment took the position that it would eliminate labor laws that were necessary and beneficial to women workers. This, however, is only a general summary of their position. The National Women's Trade Union League immediately expressed concern lest both the state courts and the U.S. Supreme Court, which were constantly on the lookout for loopholes in any social and economic legislation, would seize upon the words disabilities and inequalities as a pretext to declare unconstitutional special legislation in various states relating to women in industry, and would proceed to wipe out the special dispensations granted by law to women workers after years of ceaseless struggle. This debate was repeated during the 1970 discussion of the Equal Rights Amendment on the floor of the House of Representatives. See especially 116 Congressional Record 137, 915 T. Congress, 2nd Session, pp. H-7947 H-7985, August 10, 1970. Enactments granting special working hours and conditions of labor for women were on the statute books of many states. What is now to become of them? The W.T.U.E.L. asked. Moreover, it was not simply the Equal Rights Amendment that posed a threat. The NWP made it clear that it was prepared to launch a campaign both to eliminate those laws that were already on the statute books and to defeat any new protective legislation. As Alice Paul, the leading spokesperson for the NWP, put it, "We looked into the laws and found how unfair they were. Men made laws setting forth how long women might work, where and under what conditions. In some instances, perhaps, women were the better for them. But I do not wholly concede even that. If the laws had not been made, women would have been forced to organize and make the same agreements that men made. They would have made these agreements as a body of individuals contracting for themselves. There would have been no question of, thou shalt. Men are not going to make laws which will place women in a position of industrial competition with them. Hence 8-hour laws for women and minimum wages for women. In times of unemployment, will an employer hire a woman who has the minimum wage and 8-hour protection behind her, or will he hire a man without these handicaps? Theoretically, it might sound fine, but, getting down to brass tacks, what effect will these laws have but to drive women out of the fields of individual effort and free contracts? 36. The immediate reaction of the T.U.E.L and its various state organizations was that while the professional women who made up the bulk of the National Woman's Party might not need the safeguards of special legislation, working women did, and they would not be aided by a meaningless equality if the protective legislation they needed more than men was wiped out. In reply, the Women's League for Equal Opportunity and the Equal Rights League pointed out that they had actually preceded the National Woman's Party in opposing protective legislation, and that they spoke for many working women. The Women's Trade Union League launched a vigorous campaign to destroy the credibility of the women opponents of protective legislation. It insisted, first, that these organizations were not really working-class bodies, but were financed secretly by manufacturing interests, and secondly, that at best, they represented an atypical faction of the female workforce. Working women who opposed protective legislation, the League argued, were those who competed directly with men for work, as skilled typesetters, telegraphers and streetcar operators and in other occupations that traditionally belonged to men. Protective legislation placed such workers at a disadvantage in finding and keeping work. But most women workers, the League insisted, needed protective legislation and were not handicapped in their opportunities by such laws. And even if a few suffered, the vast majority benefited. 38. In its arguments for special laws, the League occasionally stressed the importance of guarding the mothers of the race. In the main, however, it emphasized the fact that women were not equal to men in the workforce. These laws apply only to women, one League pamphlet stated, because women's hours as a rule are longer than men's, women's wages as a rule are lower than men's. Moreover, under existing social and economic conditions, women had no way of commanding a position of equality in the workplace. As Ethel Smith, speaking for the W.T.U.E.L., said, "For one reason or another, women do not organize into labor bodies as effectively as men. They are, in a good many instances, just transients on the job. It is not life work with them. Because of that, their labor strength cannot be compared with men. They cannot go to employers and make agreements for themselves. To keep them from being exploited, different states passed labor legislation. The minimum wage law is one. The 8-hour day is another. Without these laws, women might still be working life-killing hours at miserable wages." The W.T.U.E.L. argued further that the whole theory of the equal rights advocates, that repeal of the protective laws would enable women to make arrangements with employers through direct negotiation and free contracts, was an illusion because it ignored the historic experience of the League itself in organizing working women. Only through collective action had labor been able to achieve its goals, and collective action was, according to League spokespersons, more difficult to achieve among women workers than among men. Nor were they likely to succeed in securing legislation that would protect both men and women, the only type of protective legislation the National Woman's Party approved, since most of the protective legislation had been adopted in the first place only because of the argument that such laws were needed to eliminate conditions which are so threatening to our national life. 39. In a widely publicized address, Rose Schneiderman, president of the New York Women's Trade Union League, denounced those short-sighted feminists whose lack of social vision makes them think that women need no protection in industry. While emphasizing the fact that even though women had the vote, they still needed safeguards in the form of protective legislation, Schneiderman insisted that the real protection for working women was through union organization. Organization is the only way to protect women in industry, the only way to get decent wages and improve working conditions. Women workers are sick of the sob stuff about the poor working girl. The union working girl and woman of today wants higher wages and shorter hours, so that she may obtain education, music, friendship and recreation. There are 500,000 women working in New York State, but only 11% of them are organized. The problem of organizing the rest and of improving their working standards so that they may have time and money for self-improvement is the task which the organized women of the state have set out to accomplish. We are sick and tired of the opposition to our work by the short-sighted feminists, but despite their indifference, we will fight this question out to the bitter end. And we will win because we'll be fighting together, working men and working women, fighting together for better conditions. 0. The opponents of the National Woman's Party were joined in their opposition by the forces of organized labor, and especially by the AFL. The position of organized labor was summed up in the following editorial in Labor, the national newspaper. The position of organized labor is that every law which discriminates against women should be repealed, but that all laws which give them a better chance in the struggle for a living wage and decent working conditions should be retained and strengthened. Employers' organizations like the National Manufacturers Association will undoubtedly put their money and influence back of the National Woman's Party proposal to repeal all laws designed to protect working women. The employers know that women workers are not in as good a position to resist the greed and injustice of employers as are men. Hence the need for special laws for women. The Women's Trade Union League and other organizations which are authorized to speak for working women will marshal the opposition, and they should receive the support of every right-minded citizen. Advance, the official organ of the Progressive, Amalgamated, Clothing Workers of America, which had a large membership of women workers, accused the National Women's Party of class heedlessness, doctrinaire folly, or something more sinister. It even asked bluntly whether great employers of women workers are not contributing to its campaign funds. We should like to see a list of the contributors. Beneficiaries of the system are missing a profitable opportunity if they are not on it, the labor paper continued. Abolish the laws protecting women in industry in the name of equality, and the system will use their defenselessness under the law to subject them to even more cruel inequalities than before. Equality is better established piecemeal, step by step. The history of freedom shows that no lasting enfranchisement is ever won wholesale and at one stroke. If it were, the United States would be a fatherland instead of a prison to Negroes. The battle between the friends and foes of protective legislation for women was joined in earnest in 1923. Early in January, the women's. For a good summary of this continuing battle, see Judith Sealander, Feminist Against Feminist. The first phase of the Equal Rights Amendment debate, 19213-1963, South Atlantic Warlerly 81, Spring, 1982, 147-61. Bureau of the Department of Labor called a conference in Washington on Women in Industry. Mary Anderson, the Bureau's chief, invited Alice Paul, vice president of the National Woman's Party, to attend, but when Paul asked for a place in the conference program, Anderson informed her that this was impossible because the large number of organizations that had already been given such places. Thereupon, the NWP and the Women's League for Equal Opportunity accused Anderson of allowing the presentation of only those views that supported the theory that working women needed special legislation, and both organizations urged Congress to refuse funds for the conference. Their request was rejected, and the conference proceeded without representation from the two protesting organizations. 43. Then a month later, the Senate Judiciary Committee held hearings on the Lucretia Mott, or Equal Rights Amendment. 15 women opponents of the amendment, representing more than a dozen national organizations, spoke for 2 hours, arguing that the proposed measure, if adopted, would destroy the laws protecting women with respect to wages and hours of employment, and even mothers' pension laws. Among the speakers who attacked the amendment were such veteran activists as Melinda Scott, Rose Schneiderman, Mary Van Cleek, Agnes Nestor, Florence Kelly and Nellie Swartz. Scott, representing the United Textile Workers, for which she was now a leading organizer, made a deep impression on the committee when she said, "What if it should take longer to secure equal rights for women by dealing with discrimination separately? Would it not be better to take a little longer than to inflict upon millions of working women the suffering that would be involved by destruction of the laws which now give them decent hours and working conditions? The working women are not so much concerned about property rights, they have no property. The National Woman's Party does not know what it is to work 10 or 12 hours a day in a factory, so they do not know what it means to lose an 8-hour day or a 9-hour day law. The working women do know, and that's why they are unanimously opposing this amendment. We have worked for many years to get our labor laws for women, and we have had much litigation to establish them," declared Agnes Nestor, president of the Chicago Women's Trade Union League. "We do not want to do that all over again, especially when all that this amendment purports." An earlier meeting, called at the suggestion of Florence Kelly, General Secretary of the National Consumers League, took place in December 1921. It was attended by leaders of the League of Women Voters, the National Women's Trade Union League, the Women's Christian Temperance Union, the General Federation of Women's Clubs, and Alice Paul and 3 other members of the NWP. Its purpose was to discuss the Equal Rights Amendment proposed by the NWP. At the meeting, Kelly asked Paul to hold the amendment back until the safety of protective legislation for women could be assured, but nothing came of the suggestion, and the meeting ended with the cleavage among women's groups intensified. Nancy F. Cott, Feminist Politics in the 1920s, The National Woman's Party, Journal of American History 71, June 1984, 57-58. To do can be done without incurring such consequences. Agnes Regan, Secretary of the National Council of Catholic Women, followed with the argument that the amendment flew in the face of fact, sense and philosophy, equals. The physiological differences between men and women, besides the obvious ones, are so many, so deeply laid, and so persistent, that no law can wipe them out. Woman should have in law definite specific rights, as nature has conferred upon her definite specific duties. It is neither justifiable nor reasonable to level down these rights for the attainment of a purely theoretical identity. 3 spokespersons for the National Woman's Party appeared at the hearing, but as they were outnumbered by the opponents, they refused to testify, pleading instead for a postponement. However, it was clear from both the proceedings and the statements of the committee members that the amendment was, for the time being at least, dead. 45. Adkins v. Children's Hospital. It was not long, however, before the foes of protective legislation for women scored a major victory. On May 25, 1920, the Children's Hospital in Washington, D.C. petitioned the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia to set aside an award of the Minimum Wage Board fixing the minimum wage rates for women workers in hospitals and hotels at $16.50 per week. A major argument advanced by the hospital's council and endorsed by the
District Hotelmen's Association, which was supporting the hospital, was that the minimum wage law for women workers had already compelled industry to either substitute men for women or make the minimum the maximum rate, thus hurting instead of helping its presumed beneficiaries.
Florence Kelley brought Felix Frankfurter and Mary Dewson into the legal proceedings to support the Minimum Wage Board's decision. Frankfurter served as co-counsel and Dewson furnished evidence justifying the minimum wage legislation. One of the telling points made by the defense was that various industrial surveys, especially that by the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics in 1920, covering the earnings of 500,000 women, revealed that despite wartime wage increases, from 1/4 to 1/3 of the employees in such trades as cigar manufacturing, candy making, and silk weaving received less than subsistence wages. The counsel for the District Board argued that minimum wage laws were both necessary and effective in relieving the exploitation of women operatives. 46. The court ruled that the minimum wage law was constitutional. The District Court of Appeals then rendered two decisions. The first, on July 6, 1921, upheld the constitutionality of the law by a vote of 2-1, but a year later the full court decided against the law by a similar vote. The case was then argued before the U.S. Supreme Court, which ruled on April 9, 1925, by a vote of 5-3, against the constitutionality of the minimum wage legislation. The court majority based its position on the right of private contract, insisting that while laws could be enforced to regulate working conditions, the employer and employee must be free of any restraint in determining between themselves what wages were acceptable. While the majority did not overrule Muller v. Oregon, it argued that that decision no longer controlled because, with the passage of the 19th Amendment, women had achieved equality with men and no longer needed special protection in employment. The court conceded that there were still physical differences between the sexes which could justify special maximum hours laws for women, but it maintained that these could not be used to justify the minimum wage laws. Writing for the majority, Justice George Sutherland argued that, as far as the freedom of contract issue was concerned, the ancient inequality of the sexes had disappeared. In view of the great, not to say revolutionary changes which have taken place since the utterance, in the contractual, political, and civil status of women, culminating in the 19th Amendment, it is not unreasonable to say that these differences have now reached the vanishing point. Minimum wage laws for women, he went on, were therefore no longer necessary. Because of these revolutionary changes, the court declared that women's freedom of contract could not be restrained.
To do so would be to ignore all the implications to be drawn from the present-day trend of legislation as well as that of common thought and usage, by which woman is accorded emancipation from the old doctrine that she must be given special protection or be subjected to special restraint in her contractual and civil relationships.
The court minority contended that since there had been general acceptance of the fact that working conditions could be prescribed by lawmaking bodies, and since wages were only an extension of working conditions, it followed that they, too, were a proper subject for legislation.
In his strong dissenting opinion, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote, "It will need more than the 19th Amendment to convince me that there are no differences between men and women, or that legislation cannot take these differences into account. I should not hesitate to take them into account if I thought it necessary to sustain the act." 7. The opinion of the majority was governed by the dogma of liberty of contract set forth by the Supreme Court in Lochner v. New York, 1905. In it, the court ruled against a maximum hours law for bakers on the ground that it was not a valid health measure and thus unnecessarily interfered with the right of bakers to make contracts freely in determining their working hours. In its decision, the court's majority elevated liberty of contract to an absolute right guaranteed by the Constitution, 198 U.S. 45. Over half a century later, Anker and Hill, analyzing the decision in
Adkins, points out that, despite the heady equalitarian language of the
court, its main concern was not guaranteeing the individual plaintiff, who earned $35 a month as an elevator operator, the right to compete equally on the job with men. Rather, it was to quash the latest attempt at social welfare legislation. 48. The National Woman's Party enthusiastically endorsed the court's decision. Equal rights, the Militant Feminists magazine, approvingly quoted Justice Sutherland's argument that women were able to safeguard their health and morals as well as men, and declared, "When one finds the Supreme Court of the United States beginning to realize that women should be accorded emancipation from the old doctrine that she must be given special protection or be subjected to special restraint in her contractual and civil relationships, one can feel that at last the world is beginning to realize that women are adult human beings." 49. The National Women's Trade Union League and the Consumers League were both enraged by the decision and fearful of its consequences.
At the time of the Supreme Court decision, 14 states had minimum wage laws for women.
While the ruling did not repeal existing wage-setting laws in these states, Ethel M. Smith, the NWTUL's legislative secretary, predicted that a wholesale reduction of wages of women in those states was to be expected as a result of the Supreme Court decision. However, the WTUL did more than simply lament the decision.
In response to its call, representatives of 28 national organizations met in Washington on May 14, 1923 to study the effect of the court decision and to decide on countermeasures.
President Samuel Gompers and Vice President Matthew Wall of the AFL denounced the usurpation of legislative and executive functions by the judicial branch of the government, and declared themselves as favoring, as a solution, the enactment of a law requiring the concurrence of 7 or 8 of the 9 justices before a law could be declared unconstitutional. Florence Kelley went even further, calling for limiting the review powers of the court, either by statute or by constitutional amendment. However, Elizabeth Christman and Rose Schneiderman, speaking for the Women's Trade Union League, argued that judicial reform was at best a remote possibility and demanded instead a vigorous campaign to organize women into unions as the only realistic course. Schneiderman declared that women wage earners needn't accept any wage cuts if they stand together like men for a single day. Women's work, she went on, was just an earlier meeting called by the Consumers League on April 20, 1923 failed to produce a concrete program of action to undo the court's decision, and the NWTUL conference was an effort to achieve such a program.
As valuable as men's, it must be compensated as highly, and it would be, if only women organized. Then she lashed out.
The idea of always being a poor working girl is nonsense. There is no reason why a working girl should be poor. Men bakers, for instance, who are organized, get good wages. Girls working in such a prosperous business as the candy industry get starvation wages because they are not organized. I want to say to the women in the District of Columbia, if they would organize, they would not only get the $16.50 a week formally guaranteed to them by law, but more. 50. The only concrete action taken by the conference, however, was the appointment of a national committee representing the AFL and the 2 leading women's organizations to work out a comprehensive trade union program to combat the wage slashing that already is threatening 9 million wage earners in the United States as a result of the Supreme Court decision. 51. But in November 1923, the committee reported itself as being hopelessly deadlocked. For one thing, it was impossible to obtain agreement in favor of legislation checking the court, whether through a simple legislative act or by constitutional amendment. Moreover, the plea for organization of women workers in order to meet the problem had little effect on the AFL leadership. 52. Meanwhile, the entire structure of minimum wage laws for women workers was collapsing as state courts ruled such statutes invalid or as state legislatures repealed them. Except in Massachusetts, those few laws that remained on the books became dead letters under the impact of the Supreme Court decision. By the end of 1923, it was estimated that women's wages in at least 5 of the states that had minimum wage laws had been reduced by 1/3. New York State Industrial Commissioner Bernard I. Sheentag, after pointing out that the average weekly earnings of women in that state's factories were only half those of men workers, blamed the situation on the absence of some form of minimum wage legislation that will help the thousands of women wage earners who are bravely battling to keep their heads above water. 53. Thus by 1923 all the effort that had gone into improving the status of women workers through legislation appeared to have ended in failure. Most reformers, having put all their eggs into the legislative basket, now conceded that they were baffled and had nothing to hold out to working women. 54. International Federation of Working Women. The Women's Trade Union League did score one victory in 1923, but it did not take place in the United States. In Vienna, at the Third Congress of the
International
Federation of Working Women, the delegates of the League obtained passage of a resolution favoring labor laws for women, irrespective of whether or not such laws applied to men. This action, the League announced from its Washington headquarters, was a victory for the program advocated by American working women, and a defeat for the National Woman's Party in its campaign to eliminate protective laws for working women. 55. But even this victory was short-lived. At its 9th biennial convention in June 1924, the League voted to disaffiliate from the International Federation of Working Women, which it had been instrumental in creating. The reason lay in the ILFW's affiliation as a women's committee within the International Federation of Trade Unions Amsterdam, the International Organization of Socialists. While the WTUL was unhappy over the proposed auxiliary status, the major reason for its disaffiliation was its desire to avoid antagonizing Gompers and other AFL leaders, who were completely opposed to any relations with an international socialist organization. It is ironic that it was Rose Schneiderman, herself a former socialist, who introduced the resolution for disaffiliation. 56. As we shall see in the next volume, the conflict between the National Women's Trade Union League and the National Woman's Party was to continue. Even for the time being, however, it is worth nothing the observation made by Nancy F. Cott after a comprehensive study of the controversy over the Equal Rights Amendment proposed by the National Woman's Party. While the anti-amendment side was right, in that protective laws had improved conditions for the great majority of women in industry, the pro-amendment side was also right, in that the laws had limited women's opportunities in the labor market and had helped to sustain the notion that women were dependent and secondary wage earners. Supporters of protective legislation did not see that their expectations of women, rooted in biological and customary notions of women's place and purpose, helped to confirm women's second-class position in the economy. Nor did advocates of the Equal Rights Amendment recognize the need protective legislation addressed or acknowledge that their program of equal rights would not in itself free women's economic opportunity from the stranglehold of the domestic stereotype. 57 feet. An interesting aspect of the Vienna Congress was the discussion on the question of the organization of women. Rose Schneiderman delivered a speech explaining the difficulties to be encountered in America when organizing women. First, she emphasized that they had all the nationalities there were in Europe, and that many women workers had originally been peasant women, in their own countries, without any trade union experience. Another problem was the fluctuation of their membership.
Every 5 years they had a total change in the membership of their unions. Therefore, they had to continually teach the ABCs of trade unionism over again. Proceedings of the Third Congress of the International Federation of Working Women, Vienna, August 28, 1922. National Women's Trade Union League. Papers. Library of Congress.
However, Ann-Corinne Hill points out that protective labor legislation for women has never covered all women workers.
These laws, she writes, were originally enacted for the protection of working women in factories. In some states, they were later extended to saleswomen and to women in laundries, restaurants, and canneries. Ms. Hill continues, there have never been laws enacted to protect the vast number of female domestic workers or women in agriculture. At the peak of the protective labor legislation movement in 1930, only 1/3 of the 8.5 million women working were covered by regulation of their working hours, Hill, page 249. Chapter 5. The Trade Union. Educational League. Predecessors. Several years after the steel strike of 1919, William Z. Foster noted that the defeat was a tremendous disaster, not only because it destroyed the steel unions, but because it thwarted a much greater plan. Had the strike been a success, Foster would have proposed the formation of a great organizing committee with branches in each of the big industries to sweep the masses into the unions. In this way he planned to transform the AFL into a federation of industrial as well as craft unions, embracing the majority of the American working class. 1. The defeat of the steel strike did not, however, diminish Foster's confidence in the correctness of the boring from within policy or in the need for an organized, militant, left-wing minority. Even though there was at that time no chance of obtaining any cooperation from Gompers or other top leaders of the AFL, Foster set out to establish a functioning militant minority. 2. After resigning from his job as business agent of the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen, Foster spent several months writing the Great Steel Strike, after which he sought a job. He immediately discovered that he was CCN notes. From 1901 to 1919, Foster held an astounding array of jobs, in a foundry, stockyards, and steel mills, and as a steamfitter, lumberjack, motorman, and seaman. However, he most often worked in many different capacities on American railroads. He found employment there as a fireman, as second cook on a grading crew, air brake repairman, interchange car inspector, car carpenter, and brakeman, mostly in Chicago's switching district. Between occasional hobo organizing tours around the country, Foster worked as a railway car inspector, often for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Edward P. Johanningsmeyer, William Z. Foster, labor organizer and communist, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, Univ. of Pennsylvania, 1988, pp. 192, 222. L. have drawn upon this well-researched study at different parts of the discussion of the T.U.E.L. 76. Blacklisted in the railroad industry. For several months, he worked as the business manager of New Majority, the official organ of the Chicago Federation of Labor. He left in November 1920 to form a new organization with 24 other members, all in Chicago. It was called the Trade Union Educational League, T.U.E.L. 3. The T.U.E.L. was the third league formed by Foster to carry out the policy of working for change from within the AFL and the railroad brotherhoods. The first was the Syndicalist League of North America. From 1910 to 1914, the word syndicalism was widely discussed in the United States. As a matter of fact, there were 61 citations under syndicalism in the Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature in this period, while the American Federation of Labor could stimulate only 15 articles. A recurring theme in the articles about syndicalism was the fact that it had its origins in Europe, particularly in France, but that there were serious prospects for its success in the United States. In any event, it should certainly be taken seriously. One writer observed that syndicalism was more dangerous than labor unionism because it is less stupid and less corrupt. Another writer argued that the syndicalists were out for plunder and respect nothing their enemies venerate. You may talk to them of country, of duty, of law and order, and they will shrug their shoulders at these words, which mean nothing to them. For until the Syndicalist League of North America appeared on the scene, the word syndicalism was almost always associated with the IWW. Syndicalist League of North America. As we have seen in a previous volume, Foster, then a member of the IWW, became convinced after a year's study of the syndicalist movement in France, Germany, and England, that the IWW's policy of dual unionism was wrong. Returning to the United States in 1911, he pointed out that the effect of dual unionism was to isolate the militants from the mass of organized workers and to strengthen the bureaucracy's control of the old unions. Foster proposed that the WW abandon its policy of dual unionism, adopt instead the policy of working within the existing trade unions, so successfully applied by the syndicalists in France and England, and devote itself to building a militant minority in these unions in order to revolutionize them. After a lengthy debate, Foster's program was rejected by the IWW. In February 1912, Foster left the IWW and began to apply his ideas within the AFL by joining the union of his craft, the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen. Through correspondence, he also urged IWW members *see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, 4, The Industrial Workers of the World, 1905 to 1917. New York, 1965, pp. 415-34.
All over the country to form syndicalist leagues and join the AFL unions.
By July 1912, such leagues were in existence in Kansas City, St. Louis, Omaha, Chicago, Minneapolis, San Francisco,
Los Angeles, Seattle, Tacoma, Denver, plus a number of other Midwestern and Western cities, and cities Nelson and Vancouver in British Columbia.
The national organization was formed early in September 1912 without the benefit of a national convention, since it was agreed that the new movement was too weak to be able to afford such a gathering.
Instead, by agreement among the already existing leagues, the Chicago Syndicalist
League acted as the national conference. It drew up a constitution, selected an executive board, and elected Foster as national secretary of the Syndicalist League of North America.
The organization's constitution, based largely on the program previously adopted by the Chicago League, provided for the chartering of local leagues in the various industrial centers.
Their members were empowered to subdivide themselves into craft or industrial groups of militants, according to the structures of their respective unions. In keeping with the SLNA's belief in decentralization, the leagues were completely autonomous. Each league could determine its own qualifications for members. The various leagues collected their own funds, published their own journals and literature, and adopted and carried through their own local policies. The national office received no per capita tax, relying solely upon the sale of its journal and pamphlets and upon collections, etc., for revenue. Foster received no salary, working as national secretary after he had completed his 12-hour, 7-days-a-week stint as a car inspector. 5. The SLNA announced its formation in a statement published in September 1912, informing American workers that it was an educational organization, which planned to establish branches everywhere, publish and distribute literature, and furnish speakers for unions and other organizations. It will not organize unions except that it will assist workers wishing to organize and be a recruiting ground for all unions. Furthermore, it was definitely not a dual union. In its first announcement, the SLNA did not elaborate on its program. This it did later through the pamphlet, Syndicalism, written by Earl C. Ford and Foster, through articles by League members in the trade unions, and especially through the League's press, which included its official organ, the Syndicalist League of Vancouver had the following membership requirement. In order to dispel any suspicion that it might be a dual organization in disguise, the League has made it a rule to accept no member unless he carried a card in the union of his trade or CADLEGF, and continued membership on that card being paid up, the Syndicalist. January 15, 1L. Arthur Zipser has written that Foster told him that Ford's contribution to syndicalism. Exlostigise winking face F contributing. The money to pay the printer, working class giant, New York. The Syndicalist, published semi-monthly in Chicago with J. Fox as editor and Foster as business manager. The Toiler, a Kansas City monthly edited by Max DeZettel and Earl Browder. The Unionist, a St. Louis weekly. The International, a San Diego monthly edited by Laura Payne Emerson, and The Unionist, an Omaha monthly. The immediate objective of the Syndicalist League was to build a base of militant union members in the existing unions and also to propagate the principles of militant trade unionism among the unorganized workers. It was the duty of syndicalists to contact those men and women in the unions who had been fighting for militant unionism but had become discouraged, and, together with them, conduct an educational program for militant unionism. Leaflets were to be distributed throughout industry, urging unorganized workers to join the union. Many unions had only 20% of their trades organized and were not making any effort to reach the other 80%. On the contrary, they actually placed obstacles in the way through exorbitant initiation fees and high monthly dues. It was the duty of the syndicalists to combat these practices and to convince the rank and file that until their entire trade was organized, they could not really improve their conditions. Special stress was placed on the need to organize the unskilled. By ignoring them, the skilled workers were committing a fatal error. For 9 times out of 10, these very workers who are scorned by the Skilled Workers Union, scab it out of business when it goes on strike. 7. In their educational activities, the syndicalists had to combat the policies of the conservative trade union leadership. They had to expose Gompers' slogans of a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and harmony of interests of labor and capital. They had to point out the weaknesses of craft unionism in modern industrial society, and the need for democratic trade unionism. They were to condemn the lack of solidarity, the centralization of power, which produced corrupt and reactionary officials, the conversion of many unions into the private business of their officials, the insidious influence of the Roman Catholic hierarchy in the National Civic Federation, and the lack of vision looking toward the final emancipation of the workers. 8. The powerful labor officialdom, which had been in the saddle for a long time and had become accustomed to ruling with an iron hand, was not about to yield its power easily. The militants were persecuted. The conservative union leadership got them fired from their jobs, and even run out of. The Syndicalist, which made its appearance on January 1, 1913, was actually a continuation of the Agitator, the anarcho-syndicalist weekly published in Home, Washington by J. Fox. The Agitator declared that, "We have changed the name to the Syndicalist," the latter being a more representative title. The Syndicalist. January 1, 1913. Town, if possible. However, one weapon that the so-called labor fakers had used in the past against radical trade unionists. The charge that they favored dual unionism could not be used against the Syndicalists. Within a short time, the militants were winning the respect of the rank and file. Workers who argued that it can't be done were reminded of what Tom Mann, who led the fight for militant unionism in England, had said, "Those of us who have tried know it can be done." Workers had to be assured that the AFL is, and will be, what the workers want it to be, because it is their own creation. It was therefore up to the workers to convert their unions into organizations that would serve their interests, and not those of the bureaucratic leaders. 9. While the WW insisted that the tactic of boring from within the AFL's obsolete craft unions was a futile exercise, the Syndicalists believed that the Federation was moving in the direction of industrial unionism, and that it was the duty of the militants to hurry it along. They also believed that since the mass of the organized workers were in the AFL, it was the militants' function not to isolate themselves from these workers. While the Syndicalists were convinced that industrial unionism was far superior to craft unionism, unlike the IWW, they did not believe that the craft unions should be destroyed, but rather that they should be amalgamated as a step toward industrial unionism. While the Wobblies visualized a highly centralized, one big union, the Syndicalists vested ultimate authority in the locals and believed firmly in the principle of local autonomy and decentralization as a means, among others, of reducing the autocratic power of the conservative leaders of the international unions. Modeling themselves after the British Syndicalists, the American Syndicalists stressed the amalgamation of the unions in the different industries, which would culminate in a National Federation of Industrial Unions. However, on a number of basic issues, the Syndicalist League was in agreement with the IWW. Like the IWW, it regarded political action by the working class, in the sense of participating in election campaigns and voting, as a waste of time and a diversion from the main task of agitating in the unions and direct action in the form of strikes. The Syndicalists made a distinction between legislative action resulting from the exercise of the franchise and that brought about by the influence of direct action, such as the passage of the minimum wage bill in England during the recent coal strike. The latter was not political action. It is simply a registration of direct action. However, as far as election work was concerned, this was simply the state functioning, and the state is by its very nature an enemy of the workers, and more particularly the relatively militant part of the workers, the trade unions. Basically, the workers' only hope lies in his continuing his trade unions and developing the workers' resistance by continued, everyday struggle. 10. Another key IWW principle, sabotage, was also endorsed by the Syndicalist League, and, under the heading of Society Notes, its journals carried instructions such as the following. All rock drills are built foolproof, but all men are not fools. Don't let any timber fall in the chute. It won't pass through the gate. A few drops of sulfuric acid placed on top of a pile of wooden or cotton goods never stops going down. A piece of iron dropped in a crucible full of glass will eat through. And repeatedly there was the advice. The first principle of the saboteur is not to get caught. 11. When some workers showed an interest in joining a Syndicalist league, but objected to any form of sabotage as barbarous and uncivilized, and bound to antagonize the U.S. working class, the Syndicalist assured them that they were mistaken. Sabotage, it maintained, was a sure means whereby our working class enemies, the scabs, who support the capitalist system, as well as the capitalists themselves, can be defeated. Most important of all, the use of sabotage proves that the worker has rid his mind of that vicious illusion called bourgeois morality, and regards as moral any means whereby the capitalist can be prevented from filching the earnings of the working class. 12. However, most workers remained unconvinced, and the proclamation of a belief in sabotage, even if it was not too frequently practiced. 13. Proved a serious obstacle to the growth of the Syndicalist League of North America. While endorsing the anarchists' hostility toward the state, the Syndicalist League criticized them for their opposition to the struggle for immediate demands, which the Syndicalists viewed as important in rallying the working class and educating it for the final overthrow of capitalism. Even while fighting the daily battles of the working class, the Syndicalist League was determined to make it clear that the end toward which all its efforts were directed was to overthrow capitalism and reorganize society in such a manner that exploitation of man by man through the wages system shall cease. 14. Like the IWW, the Syndicalist League emphasized that the future society would be achieved through the general strike, and, like the Wobblies, The syndicalists were convinced that the general strike would not be difficult either to understand or execute. The general strike, wrote Earl R. Browder, the Kansas City syndicalist leader, is not a complicated system of philosophy, morals, or religion. The most ignorant can understand the idea of the general strike as well as the most cultured and perfumed college professor, and it is not necessary to read large volumes of dry text for a complete understanding of it. All there was to understand were the following 2 lines. The workers fold their arms, and the industries of the world stop. 15. The problem of how to cope with the armed forces during a general strike was solved equally simply. For one thing, the strike would tie up all supplies and transportation for the armed forces, thereby disorganizing and demoralizing them. For another, the workers under the leadership of the syndicalists would teach the soldiers, most of whom came from the working class, not to shoot their brothers and sisters who were in revolt but, if need be, to shoot their own officers and to desert the army when the crucial moment arrives. 16. There was no agreement among the American syndicalists as to how the future society would be organized. The general syndicalist conception was that the unions would constitute the basis for the future society, which was also a key IWW principle. The Toiler predicted that the AFL, in conjunction with the national and international unions, the state federations and the city central labor councils, would become the directing and controlling agencies supervising the carrying on of all necessary services. The city centrals and state federations would be substituted for the existing municipal and state governments. Moreover, precisely because they would have these important functions in the future society, the unions had to be prepared to assume these responsibilities under capitalism. Mr. Union Man, Browder appealed, your organization is the germ of a new society. Keep it clear-cut and clean. 17. Not all American syndicalists accepted this concept. Earl C. Ford and Foster, in their pamphlet, Syndicalism, published in 1913, took the position that labor unions were not producing bodies, and that the future society would have its own specific industrial organization, most likely based on the shop organization of modern industries. The chief and permanent function of the labor unions in the future society will, no doubt, be to serve as employment bureaus. 18. While they differed over how the future society would be administered, all American syndicalists agreed that there would be no room for the state. The syndicalists see in the state only an instrument of oppression and a bungling administration of industry, and propose to exclude it from the future society. 19. In their pamphlet, Ford and Foster claimed remarkable progress for the Syndicalist League of North America. Although it had been in existence for only a few months, it was responsible for the removal of a number of abuses from, and the introduction of a number of improvements into, several international unions. It is also a potent factor in the various localities where it has branch leagues established. Indeed, the League was demonstrating that the American labor movement is ripe for a revolution and that the conservative forces opposed to this revolution are seemingly strong only because they have no opposition. It is making them crumble before the attacks of the militant minority, organized and conscious of its strength. 0. Later, in the booklet, Trade Unionism, The Road to Freedom, Foster wrote, some believe the trade unions themselves will take hold of industry and manage it, that the fighting group of today will be the producing group of tomorrow. Others dispute this. They maintain that science, and not majority rule, will be the guiding force. It would be industrial control by facts and figures, without the arbitrary human element, he concluded. But whatever system is adopted, the industrial slave driver is doomed to go. 21. In view of the fact that the SLNA never grew to a membership of more than 2,000, 22 the above statements would seem to be idle boasts. However, a study of the League's activities reveals that during its existence of about 2 years, it did exert considerable influence. The syndicalists were convinced that there was little hope of obtaining revolutionary action at the annual gatherings of the AFL unless the local, national, and international unions were first thoroughly revolutionized. 23. At the national and international levels, the Syndicalist League was most active in the International Molders Union of North America, the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, and the International Union of Timber Workers, all affiliated with the AFL. Tom Mooney, a member of Local 164, San Francisco, was the spark who ignited the struggle in the Molders Union. Mooney became a member of the Syndicalist League shortly after it was organized and came to the 1912 convention of the Molders Union determined to organize a campaign against the leadership of President Joseph F. Valentine, a member of the Anti-Labor National Civic Federation. At the convention, which Foster also attended, about 70 of the 490 delegates were members of the Syndicalist Leagues. After a conference of these delegates, it was decided to conduct a struggle on the convention floor over the issues of the National Civic Federation and Industrial Unionism. Mooney introduced 2 resolutions. The first stated that no member of the International Union could be a member of either the National Civic Federation or the Militia of Christ for Mation of all metal trades unions. Both resolutions were defeated, but the large vote they received, the first resolution was defeated by a vote of 221 to 148, showed that the Syndicalist League program had wide support in the international. 24 Indeed, the International T.U.E.L conceded in 1914 that the sentiment for industrial unionism was growing within the International and attributed this to the International Foundry Workers' Educational League established by the Syndicalists. 25. Calling themselves the Progressive Movement of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, the militants of that international union launched a campaign in the local lodges for the election of delegates to the National Convention who would vote for the initiative, referendum, and recall, and the reorganization of the union on an industrial basis. Usually, the delegates were representatives of the rollers and other highly skilled workers, who voted into leadership men who served the interests of this small group of the membership. However, in the election of delegates to the 1912 convention, the progressive movement, led by the syndicalists, was able to elect delegates in many lodges who represented the unskilled, underpaid workers. As a result, the 1912 convention was not controlled by the aristocrats, and this was reflected in the actions taken by it. The system of dues was changed, they were lowered for the unskilled and raised for the aristocrats. The convention also endorsed the initiative, referendum, and recall and supported the principle of industrial unionism. 26 Following the convention, the Amalgamated Journal, the union's official organ, featured an editorial entitled, "Syndicalism as New Weapon of Labor," and announced its support for the syndicalist plan for bringing all workers in one solid union, divided up for local convenience into groups of more closely allied interests. It urged that the plan be applied in the organization of a steel mill, so that everyone employed in the mill, from the janitor to the foreman, from the office boy to the stenographer, would be united into one body. 27. At the 1913 convention, the progressive movement once again exerted its influence, and the delegates readopted the resolutions passed a year earlier. A movement was underway to convert the union known as the Rottenist organization in the AFL, and place the Amalgamated Association in the vanguard of the labor movement. However, it did not gather the International Foundry Workers Educational League was an educational organization. It collected no initiation fees, accepted only voluntary contributions and was financed by dues of 25 cents per month. The Syndicalist. January 1, 1913. The reason for the use of the name, Workers' Educational League, instead of Workers' Syndicalist League, was probably the same as that in Kansas City, where the Syndicalists used the name Workers' Educational League rather than its official name, Syndicalist League of Kansas City, because the official R1132 smacked too much of foreign influence. Interview with Earl R. Browder, July 23. Sufficient momentum before the Syndicalist League went out of existence. Nevertheless, it was William Z. Foster and members of the Progressive Movement of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, who were to play the leading role in the Great Steel Strike of 1919.28. At the time of the organization of the Syndicalist League, the IWW was the only organization making any real effort to unionize the lumber workers. The AFL's International Union of Timber Workers had ceased to exist, and while its International Shingle Weavers Union was still alive, it had done little to organize the lumber workers. In truth, even the IWW's membership in the industry was so small as to be inconsequential, and practically none of the 250,000 men employed in the forests and mills of Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho, Montana, and British Columbia were organized. In the summer of 1912, the militants who had formerly been Wobblies but were now members of the Syndicalist League decided to work inside the International Shingle Weavers Union to use the 2,500 shingle weavers as a natural center around which the entire industry might be organized. 29. Once in the Shingle Weavers Union, the militants raised the need to extend the union's jurisdiction to include all the workers in timber, arguing that only in this way would it be possible to begin tackling the task of completely organizing the industry. President J. G. Brown was responsive to this proposal, and it received the endorsement of the Shingle Weavers Executive Board, the Vancouver Trades and Labor Council, the Washington State Federation of Labor, and the British Columbia Federation of Labor. At the 1912 AFL convention, the Shingle Weavers asked for and received jurisdiction over the entire lumber industry. Furthermore, the AFL promised financial help in organizing the timber industry. 30. In January 1913, at its Portland convention, the International Union of Shingle Weavers, Sawmill Workers and Woodsmen was formed, with J. G. Brown as president. The name was soon changed to the International Union of Timber Workers. The union was organized on an industrial basis and was to include all men employed in any capacity in the lumber industry, the logging camps, and the sawmills. Convention delegates who were also members of the Syndicalist League and called themselves true industrial unionists introduced a resolution calling upon the organization to take in as members all workers in the lumber industry without respect to color, creed or nationality. The resolution was unanimously adopted. 31. In September 1913, the syndicalist reported that the militants were achieving good results as organizers for the AFL Timber Workers Union.
They were building solid local unions in Ballard, a suburb of Seattle, and in Tacoma, Everett, Bellingham, and Aberdeen. Contracts had been signed with the employers in all of these communities. The syndicalist conceded that making such agreements required a good deal of reorientation on the part of the militants trained in the WW tradition of regarding contracts as truces with the class enemy which must be avoided at all costs. However, they understood that contracts were essential in building a permanent union. A feat, AFL may not be quite so radical in their propaganda as the IWW, but they demonstrate the ability to get and hold the men. 32. However, everywhere that Syndicalist League members went organizing for the new union, they found lumber workers questioning the possibility of building one union in one industry, inside the AFL.
J. Fox, editor of
The syndicalist and vice president of the International Union of Timber
Workers, reported the following conversation. "But how about your affiliation with the AFL?" said a worker to me. And when I assured him that the AFL offered no opposition to the transformation of the union into an industrial body, he was greatly astonished, for he had learned from the soapbox orators that the AFL is a craft organization, and as such, will not tolerate industrialism in its ranks. 33. At the 1914 IUTW convention, a resolution calling for an 8-hour day campaign in the woods and mills, introduced by the Syndicalist League delegates, was adopted. In February 1914, the union issued its demand for an 8-hour day to the employers, coupling it with the threat of a strike on May 1 if the demand was not granted. League members went into the camps and mills, mobilizing the workers for the 8-hour strike, and Foster joined their ranks as an organizer for the union. He reported that workers by the thousands were streaming into the union in preparation for a general strike on May 1. The strike never took place. The Socialist Party had launched a campaign for the passage of an 8-hour law in Washington through the initiative, which was to be decided at the polls that November. The union leadership, influenced by the SP, called a special convention where the strike was cancelled and it was decided to concentrate on getting the 8-hour day through legislation. A compromise proposal by the syndicalist delegates calling for support for both the general strike and the 8-hour bill was voted down. The decision was a disastrous one for the union. The 8-hour bill was defeated, and the action of the union in threatening a strike and then deciding to trust to political action both disgusted and demoralized the lumber workers. Membership declined rapidly, and the union was eventually destroyed. 35. Although the syndicalists were active in a number of international unions, the League emphasized that the main campaign had to be conducted on the local level, and that real results would only come as a result of a persistent agitation and education for revolutionary unionism within the locals of each city. 36. The greatest contributions made by the syndicalists were precisely in those cities where leagues were in existence. The Syndicalist League of St. Louis and vicinity helped build Waiters Union Local No. 20 into the fastest-growing body in its international. It helped organize the taxi drivers and brought their union into the Central Labor Union, and it assisted the female telephone operators of the Southwestern Telephone Bell Company in forming a local of the IBEW. In the summer of 1913, the Bell telephone operators went on strike for union recognition. They won the support of the St. Louis Central Trades Council, which voted to set up a maintenance fund for the strikers and to call upon all unions to discontinue using Bell telephones. With the support of the maintenance men, a number of whom were syndicalist leaguers, the telephone operators won their strike. The St. Louis Union became the first organization of switchboard operators to be recognized by the Bell Telephone Company. 37. In Nelson, BC, the syndicalists with Jack Johnston at their head dominated the AFL unions in the area. In Chicago, the League gained influence in the railway carmen, the painters, the barbers, the retail clerks, and other unions. 38. In Kansas City, League members in the Barbers Union, Local 192, set up an educational and organizing committee and arranged for the distribution of literature to non-union barbers explaining the importance of becoming union members. By November 1913, 100% organization had been achieved in the barber shops of Kansas City. In a whirlwind campaign, the militants organized office workers into the Stenographers, Typewriters, Bookkeepers and Assistants Union No. 14,268 of the AFL. Earl Browder, who was working as a bookkeeper for the American Linseed Company and who directed the organizing drive, was elected president of the union. A number of contracts were signed with private employers in mid-November. 39. The Labor Forward Movement. At the meeting of the Industrial Council, the Central Labor Union of Kansas City, on January 20, 1914, the newly organized Office Workers Union introduced a resolution, originally drawn up by the Syndicalist League, calling for the launching of a labor-forward movement. In January 1915, the union signed an agreement with 3 unions affiliated with the AFL covering their office workers: the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen of America, the Amalgamated Sheet Metal Workers International Alliance, and the International United Brotherhood of Leather Workers on Horse Goods.
These 3 agreed to employ only members of the union, to grant an 8-hour workday and a 2 weeks vacation, and to pay each worker $2 per day.
It was one of the first agreements covering office workers. The labor-forward movement originated in Minneapolis and St. Paul in 1912 and was modeled upon the religious forward movement, which had swept the country in 1911. Tom Hanlon, editor of the Minneapolis Labor Review, is generally credited with having originated the idea. Between April 21 and May 4, 1912, the unions of the Twin Cities, encouraged by the Trades Assembly of Minneapolis, conducted a campaign to stimulate. Committees were set up to assist the special organizers. A finance committee, whose duty it would be to obtain funds for the campaign through voluntary contributions from all unions in the city affiliated with the AFL. A press committee, which would notify the press of all developments in the campaign and approve of all printed material, and an investigating committee, which would carry on a special campaign for the union label, visiting all business establishments in the city and urging the adoption of the label. The resolution was unanimously adopted, and a committee of 7 was appointed to carry the plans into effect. At a meeting called by the committee on February 15, 1914, to which 80 unions sent representatives, the Labor Forward Movement of Greater Kansas City was launched for a period beginning February 15 and ending May 1. The period was later extended to May 15 in order to complete organizational campaigns already underway. Max DeZettel, leader of the Syndicalist League and editor of its organ, the Toiler, was elected president of the movement, and William T. Sheehan, another league member, was chosen financial secretary. Both were also elected as special organizers during the period of Labor Forward Movement and received commissions from Gompers as AFL organizers for a 1-year period. The special organizers were to devote their full time to the movement and receive a salary from the AFL. This last committee would also obtain information about any union member who neglected to demand the union label when purchasing goods. If, after an investigation, these members were found guilty, they were to be brought before their respective unions. The Labor Forward Movement in Kansas City was extremely well organized. Its executive board met weekly, while general meetings were held on interest in trade unionism, increase the membership of the existing unions, imbue the labor movement with new spirit, and disseminate information on the principles of unionism among the citizenry. One feature of the campaign in the Twin Cities was the close cooperation between the unions and the churches. 6 unions were formed in Minneapolis during the campaign, and in October 1912, the AFL Executive Council unanimously approved the plan for a general labor forward movement and recommended it to central bodies and all unions. The 1912 AFL Convention endorsed the plan. American Federationist 19, October, L 912, 828-31, Proceedings. AFL Convention, 1914, pp. 59-61. In 1912, scores of city central labor unions, with AFL backing, initiated trade union revivals, adopting the methods of evangelism and the ideals of the social gospel to revitalize and blend with trade unions' traditions. Elizabeth and Kenneth Fones Wolfe, Trade Union Evangelism. Religion and the AFL in the Labor Forward Movement, 1912-16, in Michael H. Fish and Daniel J. Walkowitz, Working Class America, Essays in Labor, Community and American Society, Urbana, Illinois, 1983, pp. 15,384. Strangely, the authors failed to mention the movement in Kansas City and the role of the Syndicalist League in launching the movement in that city, especially in view of the fact that the strongest labor forward movement, as far as labor militancy and growth were concerned, occurred in Kansas City. For a discussion of an earlier evangelical movement aimed at influencing the labor movement, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, 3, New York, 1964, Chap. 5. The first and third Sundays of the month. At the general meetings, held at the Labor Temple, lectures on the value of unionism were delivered to unorganized workers, who had been invited to attend through the mass distribution of leaflets and newspaper advertisements. Other means of agitation were adopted in order to attract the unorganized. Motion picture slides were prepared, urging the workers to join their respective unions in order to obtain shorter hours and higher wages. The slides were shown in all theaters by members of the Moving Picture Show Operators Union. 2,000 window cards were put in shops all over the city, calling upon workers to unite for higher wages and shorter hours by joining the AFL unions, to patronize only those establishments displaying AFL union cards, and to purchase only goods bearing the union label. In addition, 2,000 bill posters were placed on billboards throughout the city by members of the Bill Posters Union, and union members regularly stood on street corners during their lunch hours and on Sundays, handing out small cards carrying the motto of the labor forward movement. Every wage worker must be a union man. An injury to one is the concern of all. 0.
Meanwhile, the special organizers were at work in various industries, assisted by voluntary organizers.
Organizing committees were set up in different factories and shops.
Although the syndicalists had put through a motion at the first meeting of the labor forward movement to the effect that no political issues or discussions would be tolerated, they called upon the Socialist Party for assistance in the organizing drives and received its complete cooperation. SP members were used as voluntary organizers in the entire campaign, and they were especially useful in the drive to organize the packing houses, where the party had influence among the Croatians and Russians who constituted the majority of the workers in the plants.
The Packing House Union in Kansas City, a general industrial union, emerged from the organizing drive. 41. The new spirit that affected the workers during the labor forward movement is well illustrated by the strike of the Kansas City Nut and Bolt workers. At the request of the Educational Committee of the Amalgamated Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, Blue Valley Lodge No. 2, T.U.E.L and T.U.E.L, the special organizers, set about to organize the unorganized workers in the Nut and Bolt Department of the Kansas City Nut and Bolt Works in
Sheffield. They brought a few workers together, and a union was formed. The company thereupon discharged all members of the new union.
In the past, this would have meant the end of the organizing campaign, for the
Amalgamated had always ignored the unorganized nut and bolt workers. However, the spirit of solidarity generated by the labor forward movement now made itself felt, and the Amalgamated announced that unless the discharged union men were reinstated, a strike would be called.
When the
company refused, the threat was carried out. Not only did the steel and tin workers strike to a man in sympathy with the nut and bolt workers, but the machinists, electricians, engineers, and firemen, each belonging to a separate craft union, joined the walkout. The plant was completely shut down and a picket line thrown around it. Labor solidarity spread.
The next day, the company shipped a carload of bolts to Sugar Creek, where the Standard Oil Company had its Missouri storage tanks. However, the boiler workers refused to use bolts coming from the struck plant, and the car had to be sent back to Sheffield.
There, it was about to be switched into the yards of the nut and bolt works when the union switchman walked off the job, refusing to switch it. After 3 days, the company gave in, reinstating the discharged men and recognizing the new union of nut and bolt workers. Every one of the 500 workers in the plant now held a union card. The power of labor solidarity was the heading of the advertisement inserted in the Kansas City Star by the Labor Forward Executive Committee reporting the victory. 42.
Several other strikes were called during the labor forward movement in order to gain recognition for unorganized workers, including the strike of the streetcar men, which ended in recognition of the amalgamated streetcar employees.
However, most of the organizing drives ended successfully without the need to strike.
Nor were all strikes for the sole purpose of organizing the unorganized. The structural steel workers, for example, won an increase in wages from $5 to $6 per day after a 4-day strike, while the workers at Montgomery Ward and Company won a wage increase without a strike. 43. Speaking before the Commercial Club of Kansas City, Howard A. Fitch, president of the Kansas City Structural Company, warned that unless the employers fought back quickly, the labor forward movement would be able to unionize the entire city. Even though this goal was not achieved by May 15, 1914, when the campaign ended, many previously unorganized trades were unionized: shoe repairers, retail clerks, waitresses, laundry workers, gravel roofers, streetcar men, bootblacks, telephone operators, lumber handlers, nut and bolt workers, packing house workers, etc. And a number of unions that had been only partially organized before the campaign were now 100% organized. In addition, the use of the union label was greatly expanded, and wage increases averaging 5 cents an hour were gained by the steamfitters, the carpenters, the building laborers, and several other trades. In general, Max T.U.E.L reported to Gompers after the campaign was over, "Our labor forward movement has created a strong sentiment for unionism. New unions have been organized, and what is most important of all, it has put new life into the old unions." The 1914 AFL convention pointed to the Kansas City labor forward movement as a model for all other cities to follow. There was good reason for this action. Labor-forward movements were launched in other cities, especially in Philadelphia, in Seattle and Spokane, Washington, and Massillon and Canton in Ohio. The most effective work, however, was done in Kansas City, and this was largely the contribution of the syndicalists. 45. The labor-forward movement in Kansas City demonstrated that militant labor elements could make headway in organizing the unorganized through the existing unions once they began to put new life into the old unions. The fact that the movement was initiated by the Syndicalist League did not prevent the Industrial Council from endorsing it and making its leader the head of the entire campaign. Nor did it keep the National AFL from empowering two of the leading Syndicalist League members to serve as its special organizers. I am positive a labor-forward movement can be made a success in every city if the active militants will get together and all do their part, Max de Zettel insisted in a report to members of the Syndicalist League of North America. 46 The labor-forward movement spread to various cities in the North and West in 1916-7, but the Syndicalist League had little to do with that. In the summer of 1914, its national center in Chicago was closed and all that was left of the organizing were disconnected groups of militants working here and there in the labor movement. 48. In February 1914, about a year and a half after the birth of the Syndicalist League of North America, the Toiler admitted, "We syndicalists know that there are but few of us in number in America today." By that time, most of the Syndicalist League papers had ceased publication for lack of funds. The Toiler itself had skipped some issues because it had no money to pay the printer. It published its last number in January 1915. Thereafter there were only two Syndicalist League papers, the Omaha Unionist and the San Diego International. 49. Had the Syndicalists moved into the major industries of the East in 1913, they might have made some headway.
After the defeat of the Patterson Silk Strike in the summer of 1913, the IWW lost its following among the immigrant workers who had been its backbone in that region. 50 However, the Syndicalists never took advantage of this opportunity, confining their activities almost exclusively to the area west of Chicago, the very region in which the IWW still had its greatest strength.
Moreover, the SLNA was composed chiefly of skilled workers, mostly native-born, and it never attracted the unskilled, foreign bomb workers. 51. There is no doubt that the Syndicalist League's opposition to political action and its emphasis on sabotage and the general strike limited its influence among organized workers.
Still, the main reason for its failure was that the ground was not yet fertile enough to hold the seeds of the boring from within ideology.
The majority of the militants turned a deaf ear to the syndicalist appeal for the organization of revolutionary nuclei in AFL unions. The persistent influence of dual unionism among the militants doomed the League to an early death. International Trade Union. Educational League. In its final issue of January 1915, the Toiler announced that, on January 16, 17 and 18, there will be an informal syndicalist conference in Kansas City. Militant unionists from all parts of the country will be there.
This is a most important thing to syndicalists throughout the country, and everyone who can, should attend. Foster, who had called the conference. The first gathering of syndicalists from different parts of the country was determined not to let the failure of the SLNA mark the death of boring from within by the militants. The conference was actually held in St. Louis on January 17, 1915 and was attended by a dozen delegates from Chicago, St.
Louis, Omaha, and Kansas City. After discussing their past activities and the lessons to be learned from their experience in the Syndicalist League of North America, the delegates decided that nothing that had occurred up to that time proved the incorrectness of their policy. On the contrary, it was necessary to pursue that policy with increased vigor, and for this purpose, the delegates voted to establish the International Trade Union Educational League. Chicago was chosen as its headquarters. Foster was elected secretary, and a national board with representatives from Chicago, St. Louis, Omaha, and Kansas City was selected. 52. The T.U.E.L was born just a few months after the outbreak of the First World War in Europe. Foster argued that the delegates should not take sides in the European conflict, adding that it was inevitable that the United States would enter the war. Therefore, Unionists should not have any illusions that they could prevent it. Instead, radicals within the unions should focus their main attention upon preparing to take advantage of war conditions to organize the workers and raise bigger and bigger demands. Several years later, Foster attributed the demise of the Syndicalist League to the fact that the radical element generally were still too deeply imbued with the secessionist idea to carry on constructive work within the trade unions. Report to the First National Conference of the Trade Union Educational League, Labor Herald. September 1922. Still later, writing as a communist, Foster reflected that the failure of the Syndicalist League was primarily due to its incorrect program. That program, according to Foster, was fatally flawed because of its simplistic concentration on trade union struggles, its abandonment of electoral activity, and its dependence on worker spontaneity. William Z. Foster, History of GHE, Communist Party of the United States. New York, 1955, page 118. Johanningsmeyer, p. 25.
According to Earl Browder, who was present, Foster climaxed his argument by reading from a letter he had received from P. Monet, a leader of the
French syndicalists, urging the militants in the United States not to make the war an issue since doing so would interfere with their work in the unions. 53. There was no discussion of the points raised by Foster, although the delegates approved of his position. Indeed, no resolutions on any subject were adopted. All that seems to have been done on a program was the temporary endorsement of the League's pamphlet, Syndicalism, although Foster was commissioned to prepare a new work that would incorporate some of the lessons learned since the first statement of policy was published. The two syndicalist papers, the International in San Diego and the Unionist in Omaha, were carried over as organs of the new League, but a new journal, the Chicago Labor News, edited by Max DeZettel, soon became its principal organ. 54. In a manifesto issued in April 1915, the T.U.E.L. announced that its purpose was to place the labor movement upon a more extended, aggressive and effective basis. It asserted, "The need for a broader, more militant unionism than that of the present trade union has long been recognized by progressive unionists. They have understood that if the workers are to cope successfully with their industrial masters, the isolated action of pure and simple craft unionism must be succeeded by a much more united and concerted action. In the progressive development of the present trade unions lies the hope of the American working class, for we call attention on the one hand to the complete failure of all attempts to establish a more effective unionism by means of ideal dual industrial unions, and, on the other hand, to the continued growth and development of the trade unions. 55. The theme that the isolated action of pure and simple craft unionism must be succeeded by a much more united and concerted action was developed further in documents issued by the two branches of the T.U.E.L. The Railroad Workers' Educational League and the Printing Workers' Educational League of Seattle. Both emphasized that consolidations and the spread of labor-saving machinery were threatening the livelihood of the organized workers in these industries, and both called for uniting the separate unions into one fighting unit, leading to the formation of that most powerful of labor unions, the Industrial Labor Union. The Printers' League's document noted, in 1919, Foster declared that he had sold Liberty bonds at one time during the war. Investigation of strikes in steel industries, hearings before the Committee on Education and Labor, U.S. Senate, 66th Congress, LST Session, pp. 398-99. Johanningsmeyer, page 240.
Unfortunately, the only existing copy of the Chicago Labor
News, and that in a very fragile state, was destroyed by the Library of the U.S. Department of Labor, where it had been stored, before a microfilm copy, suggested by the present writer, could be prepared.
We cannot cope with industrial conditions divided as we are, into small groups, each a law unto itself, seeking to promote its interests, many times at the expense of each other, to say nothing of the fact that many workers in the industry are unorganized.
Our interests as workers are the same. All workers in an industry are integral parts of the industry. The labor of all is essential to the production of the finished article. If we are necessary to the employer, then we are necessary to each other. Employers sink their personal differences and organize in one union for the promotion of their mutual economic interests. But we, the workers in the industry, are divided and at war with each other.
Fellow trade unionists, if in the past, through our isolated craft groups, we have gained benefits for those eligible to membership, how much more could we gain BGFI organizing all workers in the printing industry into one industrial union?
In the fall of 1915, the booklet Foster had been commissioned to write setting forth the program and policy of the T.U.E.L. was published in Chicago under the title, Trade Unionism: The Road to Freedom. Foster began with a detailed analysis of the report of the Industrial Relations Commission, issued that same year. He stressed the fact that the report proved that the majority of American families had to live on an income of $10 a week, a standard of living lower than that of slavery. It is the mockery of all our boasted American freedoms. It is more, it is a crime against civilization. Only the workers in the trade unions, he pointed out, enjoyed a higher standard of living, and the 3 million workers organized in the AFL and the independent trade unions are by far the best paid, healthiest, most intelligent and forward-striving elements in the whole working class. They are the hope of every well-wisher of society. Even the unorganized workers had benefited from trade unionism. They share the advantages of all the legislative achievements won by organized labor. The many lean, child labor, compensation, safety appliance, sanitation, education, and other labor laws. Moreover, the employers, terrified by the fear that their unorganized workers will wake up and join the unions, grant them many concessions. One might expect that Foster, having already conceded that legislative gains were significant for the workers, would then have emphasized the importance of political action. However, he was still a syndicalist, and he went on to advance the syndicalist theory that a new society would be established by the trade unions. Foster believed that the unions, as such, were essentially revolutionary, whether they were led by conservatives or revolutionaries, because they were class organizations following a policy of securing all the concessions they could wring from the employers by force. The booklet, Foster wrote later, was the only formal statement of policy ever issued by the I.T.U.E.L, from Bryan to Stalin. New York, 1936, page 74. He felt that in view of the ever-growing strength of the trade unions, this trend would eventually culminate in the overthrow of the capitalist class by the economic power of the workers, whereupon the unions would take over control of society. To buttress his argument, Foster quoted Gompers' reply to the question, "What does labor want?" The AFL president had answered, "It wants the earth and the fullness thereof. There is nothing too precious, there is nothing too beautiful, too lofty, too ennobling unless it is within the scope and comprehension of labor's aspirations and wants." This led Foster to exclaim, "It is idle to say that the trade unions will rest content with anything short of complete emancipation. Permanently satisfied trade unions under capitalism would be the eighth wonder of the world, outdoing in interest the famous Hanging Gardens of Babylon. They would be impossible. With its growing power, organized labor will go on winning greater and greater concessions, regardless of how profound they may be. It is purest assumption to say that the trade unions would balk at the overthrow of the wages system. 57. Later, Foster was to concede that this theory of the spontaneously revolutionary character of trade unionism was, like syndicalism in general, a gross overestimation of the power of trade unionism, and an equally great underestimation of the power of the capitalist state. In fact, Foster declared that his theory had in it traces of Bernsteinism, which erroneously concludes that trade unions can permanently improve the workers' conditions under capitalism. 58. Riding the rails on his 7,000-mile tour through the West, Foster made a valiant effort to build the new league, but he failed. A few local militants tried to set up branches of the I.T.U.E.L, but their efforts were stillborn. The organization had even fewer divisions than the Syndicalist League of North America. In the end, the I.T.U.E.L was represented mainly by the local league in Chicago. 59. The Chicago group led by Foster included a number of important militants, among them Jack Johnston, Joe Manley, Max DeZettel, until he became interested primarily in accumulating wealth through deals with criminal elements and quit the league. J. A. Jones, and W. Rice. It had its main base in the painters, railway carmen, carpenters, machinists, barbers, retail clerks, tailors, ladies' garment workers, metal polishers, and iron molders. Many of its members were local union officials. Foster, while a car inspector at the Swift car shops in the stockyards, was elected business agent of the Chicago District Council of the Railway Carmen. 60 feet 116 I. Was a quotation from Gompers' pamphlet, What Does Labor Want? P. New York, 1893, pp. 1 foot. Eduard Bernstein, 1850 to 1932, a leader of revisionism in the German Social Democratic Party. During 1915 and 1916, the militants built a strong I.T.U.E.L delegation in the Chicago Federation of Labor and developed an excellent working relationship with the Federation's president and secretary, John Fitzpatrick and Edward N. Nockels. The I.T.U.E.L delegates rallied behind Fitzpatrick in his support for the amalgamated clothing workers during its battles against the corrupt, reactionary United Garment Workers, which Gompers, in turn, championed against the amalgamated. 61. In appreciation of this support and of other League progressive activities, Fitzpatrick gave Foster the job of organizing the campaign in Chicago to publicize the Tom Mooney case and raise funds for his defense. A mass meeting in the Chicago Coliseum in March 1917, organized by Jack Johnston of the I.T.U.E.L, was a great success, drawing, Fitzpatrick noted, approximately 17,000 workers, the largest crowd for such an event in the Federation's history. 62. On one issue, however, the T.U.E.L did not support Fitzpatrick in his clash with Gompers. In 1916, Fitzpatrick had supported the Socialist Party's proposal for a national 8-hour law. Gompers opposed Fitzpatrick, insisting that only economic methods, i.e., collective bargaining, should be used to usher in the shorter working day. Foster and his group, still syndicalists, strongly advocated a general strike to gain the 8-hour day and criticized Fitzpatrick for supporting legislative action to achieve this goal. 63. Objective conditions were against the establishment of the T.U.E.L on a mass basis, Foster wrote later. Even though less syndicalist than its predecessor, its policies were still defective and reflected serious theoretical flaws. Its boring from within policy and its rejection of dual unionism failed to evoke a favorable response from most of those connected with the left wing. Moreover, the Chicago Labor News, which the militants had hoped to build into the T.U.E.L's principal national voice, was transformed by Max de Zettel into a conservative labor sheet, as the editor forged alliances with corrupt officials of the building trades, the flat janitors, and the moving picture operators, broke with the T.U.E.L, and launched bitter attacks against Fitzpatrick. 64. By the spring of 1917, the Chicago Group, the only viable force in the League, had dropped the name of the T.U.E.L and functioned as a scattering of influential militants meeting each other only occasionally in the course of their work in the unions. After 2.5 years of life, the International Trade Union Educational League disappeared as a formal organization, d.d. See end notes. For the story of the Mooney case, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 7, New York, 1987, 78-95. Neither the Syndicalist League of North America nor the T.U.E.L had more than a nominal membership, but both of them had influence far greater than their small memberships would indicate. The militants infused a new spirit into several international and many local unions and educated thousands of members of these organizations on the importance of industrial unionism, amalgamation, and the organization of the unorganized. Sentiment for industrial unionism and amalgamation was emerging slowly in a number of unions, city central labor bodies, and state federations of labor, and it was acknowledged that this trend was greatly influenced by the efforts of the syndicalists. Indeed, as David Montgomery points out, avowedly syndicalist groups of workers were numerous, some of them inside the AFL. He also notes that the demands of the great post-war strike wave had a distinctly syndicalist emphasis on workers' control issues. 65. The OBU. When Foster wrote that the boring from within policy and rejection of dual unionism had failed to evoke a favorable response from most of those connected with the left wing, he may have been referring to the temporary appeal to these militants of the One Big Union, which was created at a 4-day meeting in Calgary, Alberta, Canada from June 7 to 10, 1919 by delegates representing over 50,000 workers, almost all of them from Western Canada. Although it was basically a syndicalist organization, the One Big Union was very different from both the Syndicalist League of North America and the T.U.E.L. It consisted of skilled workers who had left their AFL craft unions en masse, and it made little effort to organize the unorganized. Like both the SLNA and the T.U.E.L, the organization was anti-political, and its constitution contained a mechanism for resorting to general strikes in industrial disputes. However, its constitutional preamble spoke only vaguely of a future society, mentioning only that workers must prepare for the inevitable revolution through organization and education. 66. Although it pledged itself to the industrial form of organization, the OBU actually created very few industrial unions and engaged in very few. Although Montgomery notes the influence of syndicalism in the American labor movement during World War I and the post-war era, he never once, in several books and articles, mentions the contributions of the Syndicalist League of North America and the T.U.E.L. Indeed, he does not mention them at all. See David Montgomery, Workers' Control in America, New York and London, 1979. The Fall of the House of Labor, New York, 1987. The New Unionism and the Transformation of Workers' Consciousness in America, 19,191,922, Journal of Social History 7. 30-46, Immigrants, Industrial Unions and Social Reconstruction in the United States, 1916-1923. Labor, La. Travail 13, Spring 1984, 101,130. For a discussion of the founding of the OBU, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 8, New York, 1988, 34, 81, 83, 149, 250. Strikes during the strike-filled years when it existed. For a brief period, however, it did sweep everything in its path in Canada, as the workers in
Western Canada, ready for a radical alternative to the American Federation of Labor Trade. Union Council AFL-TUC joined the OBU by the thousands. By January 1920, some 50,000 to 70,000 trade union members had taken out OBU cards. 67. The leaders of the AFL viewed the OBU with alarm, and by late March 1919, Federation Secretary Frank Morrison launched a campaign to combat it. While Morrison was concerned over the loss of AFL members to the OBU in Canada, he was particularly alarmed by its growing influence in
Seattle and other areas of Washington
State. Long a center of pro-IWW influence and dissatisfaction with the AFL, especially with the trade union policy of Gompers, Seattle's activities could influence the entire state and much of the Pacific Northwest. 68. The main objective of the pro-OBU forces was the Washington state Federation of Labor, and its supporters made a great effort to send delegates to the annual convention scheduled to open in mid-June 1919. William Short, president of the Federation, warned Morrison that one big union advocates planned to control the Federation and replace present officers with officers favorable to this OBU policy. 69 The OBU forces did not win control of the Federation, but they did score a major victory, when over the opposition of the Convention Resolutions Committee, the delegates adopted by wide margin a resolution calling for a referendum on the holding of an OBU convention. 70. There was no actual connection between the Canadian and Washington OBUs. The movement in Washington, for example, shied away from endorsing the Canadian OBU policy of secession from the AFL-TUC and the creation of a dual union. Since OBU leaders in Washington knew that, despite the former influence of the LWW, dual unionism was frowned upon by many trade unionists in the state, they made sure to broadcast widely their belief that the labor movement could be changed from within, and that it would be folly for anyone to try to destroy it. The AFL. Rather, they would seek to organize the unorganized, reconstruct the labor movement along industrial lines, make sure that agreements with employers in similar trades expired at the same time, thereby eliminating jurisdictional disputes, and establish a universal transfer card. 71 David Montgomery makes the point that while the one big union never played the role in the strikes of the epoch usually ascribed to it, the myth of one big union was ubiquitous. LM migrants, industrial unions, and social reconstruction in the United States, 19,161,923, p. 105. However, he fails to note that the fact that the OBU was no longer a factor in the major strikes of the period opened the way for the growth in the influence of the
communists in the labor movement.
Anti-OBU forces in Washington, mainly conservative AFL leaders, charged that the OBU was hiding its real objective, that of seceding from the Federation, and that if it should win in the referendum, it would cast aside its mask and espouse the same principle of dual unionism as the Canadian OBU. Meanwhile, miners in Butte, Montana laid plans for a one big union conference and invited labor councils in the Northwest to send delegates to discuss the feasibility of forming a state OBU in Montana prior to the establishment of a national organization. Despite the bitter opposition of the AFL, the conference was held, attended by what the Butte miner enthusiastically hailed as Bolsheviki delegates from Canada and the Pacific Coast. However, nothing concrete came of the conference. As the OBU challenge moved south of the Canadian border, the AFL mobilized all of its resources to destroy the movement. AFL Vice President Matthew Wall warned the Executive Council, "We must prevent the poison now injected in the movement of the Northwest from spreading to other parts, and we must put out the smoldering fires now raging in that part of the country which may at some future time blaze up into a great conflagration in many of our industrial centers." 72. Morrison warned the Washington State Federation of Labor that if the referendum on the OBU, then underway, was not immediately halted, the AFL Executive Council would revoke the state federation's charter, establish a bona fide state organization in its place, and seek to have the national and international unions affiliate with the new state federation. Although the ultimatum aroused anger among Seattle's progressive unionists, the labor leaders reluctantly yielded to it, even while condemning its dictatorial nature. The referendum was called off, and with this action, the OBU in Washington collapsed.
Although the OBU supporters may not have been sincere when they claimed that they had no intention of seceding from the AFL, it is significant that the militants had to reject dual unionism and proclaim that they would continue to fight for a progressive labor program inside the American Federation of Labor. This encouraged Foster to continue his efforts to establish a new organization to carry this policy into effect. 74. The Indianapolis Movement. Two other factors gave impetus to this campaign. One was the fact that while not actually destroyed, the WW had been seriously weakened by wartime repression. This inevitably made the AFL unions the center of most militant strike actions. 75. In fact, the post-war era witnessed a proliferation of new forms of organization: shop stewards, shop committees, indues.
See end notes. Trial unions, and the one big union, and these new forms first emerged in AFL unions in this period. Another important factor was the formation during and especially after the war of the Progressive Bloc, which emerged among the officers at various levels of the unions of the coal miners, machinists, railway workers, clothing workers, and textile workers, who rallied around proposals for progressive principles that included the amalgamation of related craft unions, public ownership and worker operation of the railroads and mines, the repeal of wartime repressive legislation, trade with revolutionary Russia and Mexico, affiliation with the Amsterdam International Federation of Trade Unions, and collaboration with the British Labour Party on social and international policy. Far less imbued with such advanced concepts, but still opposed to Gompers' leadership were the top leaders of the unions of carpenters, typographers, teamsters, and miners, who came together early in 1917 as the Indianapolis Movement. Staunch Catholics, Ludwig Lohr referred to the movement as the Clerical Indianapolis Movement. 75. The new group shared Gompers' hostility toward the WW and socialism, but it increasingly opposed his leadership and looked forward to the day when he would be unseated. In 1921, the Indianapolis Movement backed John L. Lewis as a candidate for president against Gompers. 77. While he was no great champion of democratic trade unionism, Lewis shared the view of the union leaders affiliated with the Indianapolis Movement who were sickened by Gompers' dependency upon the federal administration. They would not stomach, Lewis noted, the reverent awe which he had in his heart for the presidents. Lewis' belief in industrial unionism and his idea of an all-inclusive union that would embrace all members of an industry regardless of skills or lack of skills, was another reason for his break with Gompers, who, he felt, had betrayed a pledge to support such a trade union outlook. 78*. Then, of course, there was Lewis' tremendous ego and his ambition to be president of the AFL. Lewis was supported by the Hearst press, but Gompers was able to maintain the strength of his machine and gain the support of anti-Lewis elements as well. He was elected by 25,022 votes to 13,324 for Lewis. The United Brotherhood of Carpenters delegation voted as a unit for Lewis, as did the entire delegation of the International Association of Machinists, who explained that they were under instructions from their union to vote. The headquarters of the most important AFL international unions were located in Indianapolis, including the United Mine Workers, the Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, the International Typographical Union, and the Brotherhood of Teamsters and Chauffeurs. In a letter to Lewis in 1916 renewing his commission as a volunteer AFL organizer, Gompers wrote, "It is the intent of the American Federation of Labor to organize thoroughly both the skilled and unskilled workers, wherever and whenever possible." Gompers to Lewis, Jan. 24, 1916, John L. Lewis Papers, State Historical Society of Wisconsin. It did not take long for Lewis to realize that these were only words against any candidate who, like Gompers, was a member of the National Civic Federation. However, the United Mine Workers delegation split, with three opponents of Lewis: Frank Farrington, Robert Harlan, and Alexander Howitt, voting for Gompers. The delegation from the LNT Emational Ladies Garment Workers Union also split, with 4 delegates, including its president, Socialist Benjamin Schlesinger, voting for Gompers and 2 other delegates casting their votes for Lewis.
David J.
Sapis, economic consultant for the Labor Bureau, had tried to get the ILGWU delegation to cast a unanimous vote against Gompers. Writing to Nathan Fine of the New York Labor Party, he urged, Gompers' defeat depends upon a small number of votes. LNT emotional ladies garment workers hold balance of power. Later, he wrote, Schlesinger plans to support Gompers in return for election as a fraternal delegate to the British Trade Union Congress. It is important that rank and file and local officials be stirred up to communicate with Schlesinger and his delegation and urge him to vote against Gompers. A mass meeting by dress and waist makers would have the desired effect. If you can communicate this information to some of the forward-looking members of the LNT emotional ladies garment workers and get them .0 act, Gompers' defeat would be assured. Sapis emphasized that a change in the leadership of the American labor movement means much for the future of the labor movement. However, he exaggerated the power of the ILGWU. What mattered in the end was the fact that the largest unions voted unanimously for Gompers. The only exception was the railway clerks, whose delegation voted 6-1 for Lewis. 79. Sapis attributed Gompers' victory largely to the fact that the majority of the delegates to Federation conventions still have much fraternal loyalty to Gompers and greatly admire his ability. In their eyes, he and the American Federation of Labor are synonymous. Gompers' followers have always cleverly construed an attack upon him as an attack upon the labor movement. He went on to emphasize that Socialist and Labor Party delegates who supported Lewis did so under no illusions. They did not endorse his record as president of the miners. Nevertheless, they felt that a change in administration would make it easier to bring about further changes in policies. They also argued that Lewis, coming from a union with a militant and radical rank and file, was bound to carry out progressive policies, or at least not fight so vehemently against them as Gompers does. 80.
Upon his return from the convention, Schlesinger told members of the
ILGWU, I am glad Gompers was chosen again, for between Gompers and Lewis, he was the better man to lead organized labor. He has been tested in many battles, and although with many of his ideas we do not agree, there is no doubt of his integrity, his courage and his loyalty to the labor movement. 81 Justice, the official organ of the ILGWU, went even further in praising the union's delegates who had voted for Gompers. Until there will appear on the firmament of the American labor movement another leader who will be at least as capable, as popular and as honest as the veteran president of the AFL, Gompers' hold on leadership is perfectly safe.
He is beloved and popular because he is the most forceful and typical expression of the labor movement. Perhaps under the stress of unusual economic conditions, our labor movement will change its face. Then, of course, it will find a different leader to take the place of Gompers, but not before that. 82. Luigi Antonini, one of the 2 ILGWU delegates who had voted for Lewis against Gompers, was infuriated by this obsequiousness on the part of a union paper that boasted of its socialist outlook. He explained his vote in a letter to Justice. I voted for Lewis because this was the most effective way of registering my protest against the administration of Samuel Gompers, his policies, his politics, his leadership and his eternal apostolic succession of himself. I am and have been for many years consistently and irreconcilably opposed to Gompers for innumerable reasons, the major of which are due to his hydrophobous hatred of socialism and the socialist movement, his systematic campaign of vilification against Soviet Russia, his connections with the Civic Federation, his unalterable opposition to industrial unionism, his senile stubbornness in rewarding friends and punishing enemies, his violent animadversion against internationalism and international affiliations, and so forth. Should the editor of Justice desire a bill of particulars against Samuel Gompers, I shall be glad to render him this service as soon as I can take a couple of weeks to write it down. In conclusion, lest I be charged with undue tenderness toward Lewis, I beg to remind my critics that I suggested that the entire delegation of the ILGWU solidly abstain from voting altogether, on the ground that neither candidate for the presidency represented the enlightened and progressive viewpoint of our unwon on. The convention of 1921 marked the high point of the formal opposition to the ruling groups in the Federation, writes Philip Taft in the AFL in the time of Gompers. 84. It is not clear just what he means by the formal opposition, but certainly what might be called the informal opposition was already beginning to make itself felt. On the eve of the 1921 AFL convention, Advance, the organ of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, which had been barred from sending delegates, declared that while Lewis was more advanced than Gompers on the issue of industrial unionism, it favored neither the president of the AFL nor the president of the United Mine Workers for the AFL presidency. Whoever of the two loses, the labor movement will not be the gainer. Both candidates belong to the same school of labor politicians, and the choice between them for the workers is the same as the choice between Republicans and Democrats on the political field. While the opposition to Gompers was on the increase, Advance went on. It was not based on matters of principle. The Indianapolis Group, which constitutes the active opposition to Gompers, is no more revolutionary than he. Rather, it was a group of highly ambitious labor leaders, determined to end Gompers' long hold on the AFL presidency and replace him with one of their own group, 85. However, Advance did note that there already existed a movement of militant progressives who had a program that will probably cause sufficient stir in the AFL to make the present immobile body move. 86. This was the Trade Union Educational League, organized by William Z. Foster and 24 other militants in November 1920.